Chapter 28:11. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Sacred Battle Ape appeared. They were talking about something, but Lin Feng could not hear anything. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. Lin Feng really wanted to know what they were talking about. The Sacred Battle Ape became more agitated toward the end of the conversation, and there was an obvious change in his expression. They must have talked about something extremely important, but I don't know what they are talking about. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. What had an expert like the Sacred Battle Ape not seen before? What had he not experienced? However, the Sacred Battle Ape was so agitated now. It was obvious that the matter they were talking about was not simple. It seems like they are persuading the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Even when the Sacred Battle Ape was killed, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had not appeared in time. Some people said that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had encountered a calamity. He had died long before the Sacred Battle Ape had died. Of course, no one knew if this was true. After all, it was just the guesses of the later generations. However, the scene before him seemed to be able to explain many things. In the end, the Sacred Battle Ape was unable to persuade the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Experts like the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, were very opinionated. Once they had decided on something, it was very difficult to change their mind. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic to change the Great Sage's mind. Even the Sacred Battle Ape could not change the Great Sage's mind. Lin Feng guessed that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was going to do something extremely dangerous. Otherwise, he would not have been opposed by the Sacred Battle Ape. An expert like the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was almost invincible in the world. What was it that made the Sacred Battle Ape so worried about him? This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, patted the Sacred Battle Ape's shoulder as if to console him. Not long after, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, left alone. Not long after the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, left Flowerfruit Mountain as well. No one knew where they went. After watching the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and the Sacred Battle Ape leave, Lin Feng pondered for a long time. This time, he left. Whether it was the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, or the Sacred Battle Ape, none of them returned to Flowerfruit Mountain. Lin Feng was immersed in a state of epiphany. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that he had disappeared from the water curtain cave. The next moment, he appeared in the forest outside. Not far away was the waterfall of the Flowerfruit Mountain that fell from the sky. It was magnificent. A hazy figure appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. He didn't know who this hazy figure was. He began to move slowly in front of Lin Feng. This was a very complicated set of movements. Mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Feng was shocked. This figure seemed to be demonstrating the cultivation method of a divine ability to him. Could it be that she was demonstrating the cultivation method of the 72 transformations? If that was the case, then it would be too shocking. Lin Feng stared at the hazy figure. He remembered every movement in his heart and didn't dare to forget. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng woke up from that mysterious state of enlightenment. When he woke up, he realized that there was an additional cultivation method in his mind. This cultivation method was none other than the 72 transformations divine ability. Chapter 28:12. I have finally comprehended the 72 transformations. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. This was the top divine ability passed down by the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and he was able to obtain this divine ability. It was simply a heaven-defying opportunity. The most heaven-defying aspect of this divine ability was that after transforming into something, it would possess the characteristics and divine ability of the other party for a short period of time. This was definitely a heaven-defying method that would cause people to exclaim and be moved. For example, when Lin Feng turned into the Celestial Beast Emperor's son, even though Lin Feng hadn't studied the Celestial Beast Emperor's son skills, he could use the 72 transformations to temporarily use the Celestial Beast Emperor's son's skills. Once he grasped this ability, even if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could transform into the other party's appearance and then control their divine ability. The process of controlling the other party's divine ability was very special. Not only could he use the other party's divine ability, the most important thing was to be able to find the flaws and weaknesses of the other party's divine ability, and then find a way to break it. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was invincible, and was powerful in this aspect. He could always dissolve the other party's divine ability. Now that Lin Feng understood the cultivation method of the 72 transformations, he needed to properly comprehend it. Once he succeeded, it would definitely be of great help to Lin Feng in the future. After coming out of seclusion, Sun Zhanxian hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. Those who came to participate in the banquet were all young disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountains demon clan. 3 days later, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, he returned to the country of desire. Lin Feng did not plan to continue staying in the Sky Martial continent. He planned to return to the 9 prefectures. This time, he had some regrets when he returned to the Sky Martial continent. Firstly, the departure of Shi Weizhu and the others made Lin Feng very suspicious. Secondly, he did not see some of his old friends, such as Martial Spirit Palace's Yu Ji, Jiang family's Jiang Yudi, and others. Yu Ji also left the Sky Martial continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. Jiang Yudi and the Jiang family also left the Sky Martial continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. As for where they went, Lin Feng did not know. Many people in the country of desire wanted to follow Lin Feng to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng readily agreed. Lin Feng brought this group of followers to the 9 states. After arriving at the Netherworld Sea, he arranged for these people to be under the Snake Queen's command. Lin Feng then returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Shangguan Feia and the others were also in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng did not ask Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint to bring them to the Dragon Gate. Instead, he arranged for Shangguan Feia and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Although the Dragon sect had a large number of people and countless experts, they did not have a top-notch expert. The Reincarnation Immortal sect, on the other hand, had the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Moreover, Lord Tortoise was an unfathomable existence. It would be safer for Shangguan Feia and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Celestial sect. Lin Feng had spent 3 years traveling from the continent of the 9 provinces to the Tianwu continent. During those 3 years, many things had happened in the 9 provinces. After Lin Feng returned, the Great Elder of Punishments told Lin Feng about the major events that had happened in the 9 prefectures in the past 3 years. First, there was a large area of chaotic fog in the depths of the West Sea world. Within the chaotic fog, one could vaguely see a mysterious world. It was rumored that it was the chaotic ancient nation. It was unknown if the kingdom that had long disappeared would reappear in the world. That chaotic world had already appeared for more than 2 years. Many experts had tried to enter it, but they had all failed. Now, even great emperors were researching how to enter it. An underground tomb had appeared under the Dragonfire State. It was said that it was the tomb of the son of the true Dragon Emperor. Many experts had gone there to fight for the opportunity, including great emperors. However, in the end, the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. This caused a huge uproar. After all, even great emperors had gone there, but the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. That young cultivator's opportunity was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng was also very shocked. He asked about that young cultivator's identity. The Great Elder of Punishment said, "No one knows his identity. They only know that he wore a yellow robe and had a crew cut. He had appeared a few times in this outfit." Following that, the Great Elder of Punishments mentioned another matter. The 6 Divine Valleys is one of the most famous death zones in the 9 prefectures. This place is very dangerous and is famous for its abundance of stones. In the past few years, people have dug out many precious stones from the 6 Divine Valleys. It is said that they are stones from the immortal ancient era. There are also rumors that the great sage equaling heavens has been sealed in a stone and is buried under the 6 Divine Valleys. Someone wants to dig out the stone that sealed the great sage equaling heavens. After hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. The great sage equaling heavens had disappeared without a trace. No one knew how he had disappeared. Now, someone was saying that the great sage equaling heavens might have been sealed in stone and buried under the 6 divine valleys. This was too shocking. Where did this news come from? Lin Feng frowned. He found it hard to believe this news. It sounded too unreal. It came from the myriad races. It is said that an emperor of the myriad races saw a passage in a Daoist scripture. It recorded that the great sage equaling heavens had sealed himself in stone. The great elder of punishments said. Lin Feng asked, did it say why the great sage equaling heavens sealed himself in stone? It is said that he had suffered injuries that almost destroyed his Dao source. He had no choice but to seal himself in stone, the great elder of punishments said. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his brows. He didn't know how much of this news was believable. If the truth was as the emperor of the myriad races had said, was the great sage equaling heavens still alive after sealing himself in stone? There were too many mysteries that were waiting to be revealed. Lin Feng's return to the 9 prefectures was not hidden from the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other factions. Emperor God Wu Yuan had gone to the Qianwu continent to kill Lin Feng. However, he had died in the Qianwu continent. This news had long reached the ears of the 3 factions. Lin Feng had killed many experts from the 3 factions in the Qianwu continent and chased away the cultivators from the 3 factions. This matter had caused a huge commotion among the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other factions. Many people hated Lin Feng to the core. Now, the top experts of the younger generation from the 3 factions had announced that they would make a move to kill Lin Feng. The great emperors had yet to express their stance because Lin Feng had Lord Tortoise behind him. Even if they were to make a move, they would only do it behind his back. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 9 prefectures spread. Someone had dug out a stone from the 6 divine valleys. It was shaped like an ape. Furthermore, it was a stone from the immortal ancient era. Chapter 28:13. There was an ancient city between the ancient demon state and the dragonfire state called the 6 Gods City. The 6 Gods City got its name because it was close to the 6 Gods Valley. The 6 Gods Valley was rich in stone materials, many of which were extremely ancient. Now that the stone suspected to have sealed the great sage equaling heaven was dug out from the 6 Gods Valley, this matter naturally caused a huge uproar. The person who obtained this stone was someone from the 9 Mysteries Great World. The people from the 9 Mysteries Great World claimed that in 3 months, they would cut open the stone in the 6 Gods Valley to see if the great sage equaling heaven was sealed inside. However, not long after, there was an unforeseen event. A mysterious force killed the cultivators from the 9 Mysteries Great World and stole the stone they were holding. Originally, everyone thought that those people would not appear again and that they would monopolize the stone. Who knew that the person who did this did not intend to monopolize the stone, but instead wanted to cut it open. The time of cutting the stone was initially set to be 3 months later, still within the 6 God City. If there were any unforeseen events, the time of cutting the stone would be changed. The Tao Rising Great World, it was a cultivator from this great world who killed the cultivators from the 9 Mysteries Great World and stole the stone. Soon, the news spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The Tao Rising Great World was considered an extremely famous great world among the 3,000 great worlds. The origin of the Tao Rising was said to be the place where the great Tao originated. Therefore, this great world was called the Tao Rising Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World were 2 great worlds that were closer to the 9 Prefectures Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World were closer and were equivalent to the neighbors of the Starry Sky World. They were both overlords of the Starry Sky World. However, because of this, the 2 sides were in constant conflict. This was because the Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World had always been spying on the resources of many stars in the Starry Sky World. These 2 great worlds were also constantly exploiting the resources of the Starry Sky World. In addition, the 2 great worlds were relatively close to each other. Therefore, in order to compete for resources, these 2 great worlds often fought. Therefore, These two great worlds had accumulated a deep grudge. After the cultivators from the Nine Mysteries Great World were killed, the Nine Mysteries Great World immediately suspected that the Tao Rising Great World was the culprit. Sure enough, it was really a cultivator from a major world who had done this. Moreover, the people from the Great World of Tao did not hide anything. Since they had done this, they openly admitted it. Tao Chi Macro World has two great emperors guarding the Six Gods City. Even if the experts from Nine Profound World come, they won't be able to do anything. If that's the case, the Nine Mysteries World is now suffering in silence. They can't say anything. Isn't that so? However, the Nine Mysterious World will not let it go so easily. These two macro worlds have been holding grudges for a long time. Now that the old hatred has added to the new hatred, it is not the Nine Mysterious World style of doing things if it swallows this insult. Many people were discussing this matter. Not long after, an important piece of news spread throughout the 9 regions. A fleet from the great world of Daochi was ambushed. This fleet had transported a large amount of precious resources. Currently, the 9 prefectures was an extremely lively place. Myriad races, foreign forces, and cultivators from other foreign forces had all gathered in the 9 prefectures. With so many forces gathered, it would form a huge trading market. Therefore, the various forces would constantly send fleets carrying various materials to the 9 prefectures to trade. The fleet from the Tao Rising Great World was heavily guarded, but it was completely destroyed. Moreover, it was said that the person in charge of this fleet was the only son of one of the great emperors guarding the 6 gods' valleys. When the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World knew that his only son had been killed, his killing intent soared. He searched everywhere for the cultivators from the 9 Profound World. When he saw the cultivators from the 9 Profound World, he did not care about anything and directly killed them in the cruelest way possible. The hatred between the two sides grew deeper and deeper. When the great emperor of the 9 Profound World attacked, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the great emperor of the 9 Profound World retreated while the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World returned to the 6 God City. This battle will not end like this. There will be an even more intense battle between these two forces. A cultivator said. More and more cultivators headed to the 6 God City, including Lin Feng. He was also heading to the 6 God City. The matter of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had affected his mind. Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and was fated with him. Moreover, he got along well with the demons of Huagua Mountain. Huagua Mountain was cursed. Perhaps only when the great sage, Heaven's Equal, returned could the curse be broken. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed in the stone. Because this would prove that the legendary great sage, Heaven's Equal, was not dead. Moreover, it could also help Huagua Mountain break the curse. This time, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil supremacy saint along with him to the 6 God City. They took the teleportation array to the 6 God City and only spent more than a month to arrive at the 6 God City. The 6 God City was an extremely ancient city. As it was located at the border of the ancient demon continent and the dragonfire continent, there were many powerful ancient demons from the ancient demon continent. Although the 9 prefectures were relatively turbulent, there were a few places that even the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces did not easily set foot in. The first place was the ancient demon continent. The ancient demon continent was very mysterious and had an extremely ancient heritage. It was the continent that gave birth to Pangu and Nuwa. Other than Pangu and Nuwa, the first-generation fire god Zhurong, the 9 heavens fairies, and even the Grand Supreme were all born in the ancient demon continent. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this continent was. Many people were in awe of the ancient demon continent. The second place was the Western Paradise continent. Many people had heard of the Western Paradise continent. It represented carefree and eternal bliss. It was a continent controlled by Buddhism. Buddhism itself was surrounded by too many mysterious colors. Many of its methods were even more shocking. Naturally, very few forces dared to provoke Buddhism. It was said that even the heavenly sage Great World, the nest of the myriad races, had the legacy of Buddhism. As long as there were cultivators, there would be the legacy of Buddhism. This saying had a long history and was not without reason. The third place was the southern immortal continent. This was because 80% to 90% of the southern immortal continent was a primeval forest. And the primeval forest was very dangerous. Apart from danger, there were also many ancient races in the primeval forest. For example, the wild god-eating clan was located in the primeval forest of the southern immortal continent. Back then, during the Red World Fairy's birthday, Lin Feng had once fought with a cultivator from the wild food god race called Jiu Daniu. He knew very well how terrifying this race was. And the wild food god race was only one of the ancient races in the primeval forest of the southern immortal continent. Chapter 28:14. Currently, the factions in Six Gods City were rather complicated. There were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external factions. There were also some mysterious factions from the ancient demon continent. It was said that the ancient demon continent had a demon race emperor that had been asleep for a long time. The demon race emperor's battle strength was heaven-defying. Now that the demon race emperor had heard about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, he had rushed to Six Gods City to investigate the truth. Currently, Six Gods City was bustling with people and experts were as common as clouds. No faction was able to hold a dominant position in Six Gods City. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint arrived at Six Gods City. No one recognized Lin Feng. Perhaps many people knew of him, but there were too few people who had actually seen Lin Feng. And those who had seen Lin Feng and came to Six Gods City were few and far between. Furthermore, Six Gods City was so huge that it was even more difficult for those who knew Lin Feng to meet him. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn to rest in Six Gods City. The inn was a high-class mansion-style inn. Each mansion had 10 independent courtyards. The environment was very elegant. After settling down in Six Gods City, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint went out to investigate the stone. 100 Days Pavilion. One could obtain all sorts of information here. Lin Feng and the other two came to the 100 Days Pavilion to investigate. The one who received Lin Feng was an elder of the 100 Days Pavilion. Lin Feng directly stated his intentions. He was here to investigate the mysterious stone. The 100 Days Pavilion elder said, "There are many people who are investigating the stone. What kind of information does young master want to hear? If it's ordinary information, it will only cost 500 origin crystals. If it's important information, it will cost 1,000 origin crystals. Of course it's important news," Lin Feng said as he handed over 1,000 origin crystals. A few days ago, the great emperor of the heavenly Tao rising world invited some top experts to examine the stone. A vice pavilion lord of our all-knowing pavilion was also invited. According to the vice pavilion lord, the stone was extraordinary. Its vitality was as vigorous as the sea, and there was definitely a creature sealed inside. The aura of that existence was too strong. Although it was still in a dormant state, it still shocked everyone who came to the stone. Someone used a special method to detect the aura of an ape, so after some discussion, the experts felt that the stone might really be the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng slightly frowned after hearing this. Why is the Tao rising world cutting the stone in front of all the cultivators in the world? You didn't take it for yourself? I don't know. It's hard to guess the thoughts of these foreign cultivators, the elder of the all-knowing pavilion said. After leaving the pavilion, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint went to Myriad Flower Pavilion for a drink. Myriad Flower Pavilion was very lively. The moment they entered, a beautiful woman came forward to greet them. She smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to our Myriad Flower Pavilion. Are there any familiar fairies? I'll make the arrangements for you." The women in the brothels who looked for jobs were called girls or prostitutes. Most of the time, they would ask if there were any girls or ladies they were familiar with. Only the 10,000 Flowers building dared to call their women fairy, which they were familiar with. This was because the women here were as beautiful as fairies. They were worthy of being called fairies. Lin Feng was about to speak when a commotion came from the second floor. A woman walked out. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. Liu Huaxian. It was actually her. She was the saintess of Myriad Flower Pavilion in the Tianwu continent. After coming to the 9 prefectures, she was still heavily groomed by Myriad Flower Pavilion. Now, she had a very important position in Myriad Flower Pavilion. Of course, the most important thing was that Liu Huaxian and Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship. In the past, Lin Feng had tried to find out more about Liu Huaxian. After knowing that Liu Huaxian was in seclusion at Myriad Flower Pavilion's headquarters, he was relieved. He hadn't seen Liu Huaxian for many years. Liu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. Liu Huaxian, the new saintess that Myriad Flower Pavilion just promoted a few years ago. She's talented and beautiful. Seeing her today, she really lives up to her reputation. Yeah, she's too beautiful. She doesn't look like a woman of the mortal world. She's like a fairy from the 9 heavens that fell to the mortal world. Many people were amazed by Liu Huaxian's beauty. They couldn't help but be moved. Long time no see. Liu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng and revealed a smile that could mesmerize millions of male cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that Liu Huaxian had sensed his arrival at Myriad Flower Pavilion. That was why Liu Huaxian had come out to welcome him. Who is this kid? Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously. Many of them looked at Lin Feng enviously. Anyone could tell that Liu Huaxian had come out to welcome Lin Feng. Moreover, Liu Huaxian was looking at Lin Feng affectionately. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not simple. Could it be that Liu Huaxian had some special relationship with this kid? What did this kid do to deserve this? How could he have such a special and intimate relationship with a peerless fairy like Liu Huaxian? Lin Feng walked up to the 2nd floor and said with a smile, "It's indeed been a long time. I wonder how you've been all these years." Liu Huaxian smiled and said, "Everything's been well. Thank you for your concern. This isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course." Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were tactful enough to not follow them. Lin Feng followed Liu Huaxian to a private room. The cultivators outside were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Feng's identity. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come here." Some people recognized Lin Feng, but they didn't say anything. They were waiting to watch a good show. Not long after, a group of cultivators from the Myriad races arrived. This group of cultivators from the Myriad races had an extraordinary background. They were all top-notch experts of the Myriad races. Moreover, they were all from the royal races of the Myriad races. For example, the 9-headed insect race, the blood eagle race, the heaven-eyed winged tiger race, and other races. The cultivator from the 9-headed insect race was the leader of these cultivators. This cultivator from the 9-headed insect race was called Mu Daoquan. Rumor had it that he was a pure-blooded life form. His bloodline was abnormally powerful, and it was said that he had awakened his bloodline 4 times. After this group of people arrived, they asked for a private room. Then, they ordered over 100 fairies from the Myriad Flower Pavilion to accompany them. Not long after, a man with 9 eyes came in. He was a cultivator from the 9-eyed race. "Brother Wu, you're late. You should punish yourself with 3 cups of wine," Mu Daoquan said. The cultivator from the 9-eyed race was called Wu Qianlei. He smiled and said, "I accept my punishment." After saying that, he raised his cup and drank 3 cups of wine. Then, Wu Qianlei looked at the woman in the private room and said, "These are all ordinary people. I heard that the Myriad Flower Pavilion's saintess, Liu Huaxian, is here. Why don't we call her over so she can pour wine for us?" Chapter 28:15. Although they had all come from the heavenly sage great world to the 9 states, they were still familiar with the beauties of the 9 states. After all, beauties were always the topic of conversation. It was even more so for men. Men could not live without women. Of course, there were men who could sever their relationships and stay away from women. However, in the entire world, such men were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Liu Huaxian. This woman is indeed so beautiful that she doesn't seem to belong to this world. I've seen this woman once before, and she's simply a celestial being. I'm afraid that even the top beauties of our myriad races are somewhat inferior to her. A cultivator from the myriad races immediately said. When he said the words Liu Huaxian, his eyes lit up. Clearly, he was very interested in her. I've heard of this Liu Huaxian before, but I've never seen her before. Is she really that beautiful? If that's the case, we should take a good look at her today. Who knows, we might even get a chance to get intimate with her, another myriad races cultivator said. Then another person said, even if it's a chance to get intimate with her, it's only Brother Mu who has this opportunity. Stop daydreaming. The cultivator said. After Brother Mu, isn't it our chance? Ha 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 ha. The myriad races cultivators immediately burst into laughter. Mu Daoquan said, call the person in charge of Myriad Flowers Pavilion over. A myriad races cultivator immediately walked out of the private room. Not long after, the beautiful woman who had received Lin Feng's group followed the myriad races cultivator into the private room. Is there anything else I can do for you, young masters? Asked the beautiful woman with a charming smile. Is there anything else I can do for you, young masters? A myriad races cultivator said. I heard Liu Huaxian is here. Call her over to pour wine for us. When the beautiful woman heard the myriad races cultivator's request, she said, young master, Fairy Liu is the saintess of Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Her status is far above mine. How can I command her? Moreover, Fairy Liu is currently accompanying an esteemed guest. I don't dare to disturb her. When the myriad races cultivators heard the beautiful woman's words, their expressions darkened. Wu Qianlei sneered. What esteemed guest? Is his status even nobler than ours? The beautiful woman naturally didn't dare to say anything that would offend these cultivators. Although he loathed the cultivators of the myriad races, he had no choice but to smile in the face of them. The beautiful woman said, gentlemen, please calm down. That esteemed guest is Fairy Liu's guest. I don't know exactly who he is, but he must be someone important. There are many beautiful women in our Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Why don't I call a few over to accompany you, young masters? What do you think? Wu Qianlei's voice suddenly deepened as he said coldly, we only want Liu Huaxian to accompany us. Are you looking down on us? Mu Daoquan's expression turned gloomy. Mu Daoquan was a cultivator from the nine-headed bug race. Among the myriad races' royal races, the nine-headed insectoid race was one of the top races. It was even possible for them to become the myriad races' royal race. Hence, wherever Mu Daoquan went, he was always surrounded by people. These cultivators of the myriad races gathered together. They were all led by him. Now that everyone had come out to enjoy themselves, if he couldn't even handle a woman, he would be the one to lose the most face. Go and tell Fairy Liu to hurry over and accompany us. Otherwise, we don't mind tearing down this Myriad Flowers Pavilion, Mu Daoquan said coldly. He was very domineering, directly threatening the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's expression changed. If these people of the myriad races really went crazy, they could really tear down the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, gentlemen, please wait for a moment. I'll go and invite Fairy Liu over now. Go and return quickly. Mu Daoquan waved his hand. The beautiful woman bowed and quickly left. Ha 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 ha, Brother Mu is still the domineering one. I'm impressed. How about we all toast to Brother Mu? Wu Qianlei raised his cup and said with a smile. The others also raised their cups and toasted Mu Daoquan. Mu Daoquan also enjoyed the feeling of being the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, and an arrogant smile hung at the corners of his lips. In Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian's private room, the sound of a zither and the fragrance of tea filled the room. Lin Feng sipped his tea while listening to the graceful sound of the zither. The last time he heard Liu Huaxian play the zither was more than 20 years ago. Although cultivators had a long lifespan, in reality, both Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian were very young. 20 years might be a blink of an eye for cultivators who had lived for a long time. However, for the young Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian, it was extremely long. Back then, there was some ambiguity between the two of them. After not seeing each other for many years, This kind of ambiguous relationship had long become extremely faint. Now, they were alone in a room. But there was a chance for a comeback. Liu Huaxian's beauty was a kind of beauty that was almost flawless from the outside to the inside. This woman was simply the nemesis of men. She was a top-grade beauty that countless people were attracted to. Before the song ended, there was a knock on the door. Liu Huaxian's zither was interrupted. One of the zither strings snapped. Liu Huaxian and Lin Feng both revealed unhappy expressions. "Fairy, it's those people from the Wan tribe. They insisted that you accompany them. If you don't go, they said that they will tear down the Wan Hua building," the beautiful woman said outside. "They're going too far." Liu Huaxian's beautiful face couldn't help but turn ugly. The Wan Hua building had a very strong foundation and was on good terms with many factions. Therefore, very few people threatened the Wan Hua building like this. These people from the Wan tribe had crossed the line. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you don't have to take this to heart. I'll handle it." Liu Huaxian immediately revealed a smile. She had heard about Lin Feng long ago, but she had never seen Lin Feng take action. Now that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to take care of this matter, Liu Huaxian was very curious. Was Lin Feng really as powerful as the rumors said? Or could it be that the rumors were exaggerated? "Thank you for helping me out." Liu Huaxian's voice was filled with pity. This woman was really a vixen. Lin Feng smiled and then said to the beautiful woman outside, "Tell those people from the Wan tribe to scram as far as possible. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing them like ants." Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. The beautiful woman was stunned on the spot. If she told those cultivators from the Wan tribe, wouldn't she completely offend those cultivators from the Wan tribe? The beautiful woman wasn't worried that the cultivators from the Wan tribe would do anything to her. Chapter 28:16. These cultivators from the myriad races all had extraordinary strength, and there were experts like Mu Daoquan eyeing them from the side. Other than Mu Daoquan, Wu Qianlei's strength was also unfathomable. Of course, the other myriad races cultivators might not be at Mu Daoquan's and Wu Qianlei's level. But the difference was not particularly big. The myriad races were extremely powerful, and ordinary people really could not afford to offend them. But who would have thought that? Now, a young human cultivator was actually so contemptuous and disdainful towards a group of myriad races cultivators led by Mu Daoquan. This shocked everyone. They did not understand where Lin Feng got the confidence to provoke Mu Daoquan and the others. With the strength of Mu Daoquan and the others, they could simply sweep away any young cultivator. Other than Lin Feng, was there a second person among the young cultivators of the 9 continents who could be brought out? The news of Lin Feng going to the Qianwu continent had long spread like wildfire, so no one thought that the young master with Liu Huaxian was Lin Feng. As for the cultivators who recognized Lin Feng, they were just watching the show. The more trouble the better, the better. Naturally, they would not expose Lin Feng's identity. When Mu Daoquan and the others heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, they were so angry that their faces turned ashen. The faces of these people immediately became extremely gloomy, and their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. A lowly human cultivator dares to boast so shamelessly in front of us. How laughable and foolish. Mu Daoquan's voice was cold. Cripple this brat. I want this brat to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. They're about to attack. When they heard Mu Daoquan's order to attack, the surrounding people could not help but become spirited. There were many experts on the myriad races side. And Lin Feng was alone. If they attacked now, they would be at a disadvantage. Hee, I'll break all the bones in your body later, a burly cultivator from the myriad races said sinisterly. I'll peel off your skin and keep it. Another cultivator from the myriad races said sinisterly. More than 10 cultivators from the myriad races pounced on Lin Feng together. Although these cultivators from the myriad races were extremely arrogant on the surface, in reality, at their current level, how could they have low IQ? No matter how arrogant they were on the surface, they knew that Lin Feng was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Thus, when the time came for them to attack, the tens of cultivators from the myriad races attacked together because they didn't want any accidents to happen. Bang! 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 This was accompanied by a series of screams and violent collisions. The myriad races cultivators from the races who had entered the private room were sent flying. Their dantians fell in the hall's hall. His body twitched as he screamed. After seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. These cultivators of the myriad races all had extraordinary strength. Besides, they had joined hands to fight against Lin Feng. They had just entered the private room. Then, he would be crippled and thrown out again. Just how powerful was the cultivation of the young master in the box to be able to do this? Every cultivator was very curious about this. They wanted to know how powerful the young man in the private room was. Could this be another heaven-defying figure of the human race after Lin Feng? A cultivator from the 9 states asked. This made many cultivators from the 9 states excited. If that was the case, it would be great news for the 9 states. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? It seems that this kid is really fearless. I think Mu Daoquan, Wu Qianlei, and the others won't be able to deal with this kid. They should take a step back and find some experts to deal with this kid. Mu Daoquan and the others probably can't afford to lose face like this. They won't leave just like that. Moreover, Mu Daoquan and the others have broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. If they really fight, they might not necessarily be afraid of this kid. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces began to discuss the possible outcome of this battle. Clearly, in the eyes of these 3 forces, Mu Daoquan and the others would be at a disadvantage if they continued to fight with Lin Feng. However, it was just as some people had said. Mu Daoquan and the others wouldn't leave just like that. Otherwise, how could they show their faces in the future? Moreover, Mu Daoquan was a boundary emperor who had ascended the 26th step of the stone steps. Wu Qianlei was a boundary emperor who had ascended the 24th step of the stone steps. As for the other 2, they were the quasi-emperor experts who had ascended to the 18th and 20th stone steps respectively. These 4 were very powerful. They were very confident in themselves. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to leave. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces today. Mu Daoquan and the others had extremely cold expressions as they approached the private room step by step. At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the private room. He looked at Mu Daoquan and the others with an indifferent expression and sneered. Ignorant fools! This is the 9 prefectures, not your heavenly sage great world. How dare you behave so atrociously in the 9 prefectures? Let's attack together and destroy this kid. Mu Daoquan shouted coldly. He was the first to attack. His head shook slightly, and the human-shaped head turned into 9 snake heads. The 9 snake heads spat out 9 different types of attacks. The 9 different attacks all blasted toward Lin Feng. Wu Qianlei also unleashed his own attack. He condensed a thundercloud that enveloped Lin Feng. Thick lightning bolts blasted toward Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. The other 2 experts also used their ultimate techniques. One of them condensed a blood-red fist. The other condensed a ferocious beast claw. The combined attack of the 4 masters was too powerful. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng might be able to contend with Mu Daoquan and the others. However, when they sensed just how terrifying the attacks from Mu Daoquan and the others were, they could not help but be shocked. They had no confidence that Lin Feng could withstand the attacks of Mu Daoquan and the others at all. Wouldn't that human brat be killed by such a powerful divine ability? Many people thought so. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures frowned slightly. They could not help but worry for Lin Feng's safety. Just as the attacks of the 4 experts were about to hit Lin Feng swept a punch at the 4 experts. Bang! His punch directly shattered the divine abilities of the 4 great experts. Then, the powerful punch landed on the 4 experts. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. Mu Daoquan and the others were severely injured. It was not just their dantians that were shattered. They did not know how many bones in their bodies were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Chapter 28:17. Almost in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the attack had actually crippled so many of the enemy's experts. It was really unimaginable. It was simply hard to believe that this was real. When Mu Daoquan and the others were crippled by Lin Feng, many people were still dumbfounded. They hadn't recovered from the shock yet. But in the end, they still came to their senses. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with reverence. No matter where the strong went, they would be respected by others. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. He had displayed powerful combat strength, so he was respected by the surrounding cultivators. The only difference was the mood of these cultivators at this moment. Although they were also in awe, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were clearly happy in their awe. Such a powerful figure had appeared in the human race. He might be another leading figure. Now that the world had changed, chaos had arrived. The cultivators of the 9 provinces naturally hoped to see more cultivators of the 9 provinces world take advantage of this opportunity to rise, to lead everyone through this difficult time. Lin Feng's appearance gave them hope. And the appearance of this mysterious cultivator in front of them gave them hope. But these cultivators of the 9 provinces didn't know. Actually, the young human cultivator in front of him was Lin Feng, who was the talk of the town. Just throw them out. Then, those who should play, those who should enjoy, enjoy. Don't let these people affect everyone's mood. After the beautiful woman came back to her senses, she hurriedly gave the order. This woman was clearly someone who had seen a big scene, so not only did she quickly calm down, she also made an extremely reasonable response. Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian found another private room. Hehe, let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Du Zhu grinned and said. The evil dominator Saint nodded and also returned to the private room. When they saw Lin Feng make a move, they didn't go out to help. Because the person who made a move was simply too weak for Lin Feng. There was no need for their help. Moreover, Lin Feng had Liu Huaxian, a peerless beauty, by his side. What did they mean by helping? Wasn't this stealing Lin Feng's limelight? In the private room, Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian sat down. Liu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's said that many of the older generation experts of the myriad races are no longer young master's match. I wonder if the rumors are true." Lin Feng said, "Maybe I'm even more powerful than the rumors say." As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Liu Huaxian. Then, he sat down beside Liu Huaxian. Liu Huaxian could not help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng in a flirtatious manner. She then said, "This place is so big. You can sit wherever you want. Why do you have to deliberately sit beside me?" At this time, Lin Feng's mind became active. Facing a peerless beauty like Liu Huaxian. Moreover, he had some ambiguous relationships with peerless beauties in the past. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't wait for Liu Huaxian to take the initiative to close the distance between them. He needed to take the initiative. If he was a man, he needed to have the courage to take the initiative. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fail. The goddess in his eyes might even be taken away by another man. Lin Feng was never someone who would sit still and wait for death. He smiled and said, "After not seeing each other for so many years, I naturally want to get closer to Fairy and whisper some things to you. Otherwise, the walls have ears and other people might hear us." Liu Huaxian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "What kind of reason is that? It's really far-fetched. Moreover, these private rooms all have sound isolation restrictions. How could others hear us? So, I'll have to trouble young master to quickly return to his seat." Lin Feng said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, there are many capable people. Perhaps some of them have a way to break the sound isolation restrictions. Don't you think so?" Liu Huaxian could not help but lightly snort. She was not convinced by Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng was currently sitting close to her. Clearly, it was not as simple as whispering to her. Liu Huaxian was too lazy to ask Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Liu Huaxian. That exquisite and beautiful face was right in front of him. It was so beautiful that it shook his soul. Such a face was simply a masterpiece of the creator. Lin Feng said, "I remember that you told me about this assassin organization called Heaven. You also worked for this assassin organization and even made me an external member. However, after so many years, I did not receive any missions. However, a few years ago, I met a person called Liu Qingqing. She was a member of heaven. Moreover, she was a person from 8 to 9,000 years ago. Later, Liu Qingqing seemed to have left the 9 prefectures and returned to the Tianwu continent. However, when I returned to the Tianwu continent this time, I did not see her. Are you still in contact with heaven? Liu Huaxian said, now that I have lost contact with heaven, I don't know what's going on over there. Perhaps heaven has already left the 9 prefectures world. Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian did not talk much about heaven. The two of them talked about recent events over the years. As they talked, their relationship became closer. Lin Feng originally wanted to hug Liu Huaxian's slender waist. However, Liu Huaxian giggled and dodged him easily. The future is long. There's no need to rush. Liu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's already late. I won't disturb Fairy anymore. I'll visit Fairy another day. Liu Huaxian said, young master, be careful. There are great emperor-level experts among the 10,000 races overseeing the 6 gods city. No worries. According to what I know, the ancient demon continent also needs a great emperor of the demon race to oversee the 6 god city. Other than that, I feel that our human race might also have a great emperor of the demon race. Now that he has appeared, he might be in the 6 god city, observing the situation here. Thus, I'm not worried that those great emperors will make a move in the 6 god city. Lin Feng smiled and said confidently, young master is thoughtful. Liu Huaxian bowed slightly and sent Lin Feng off. After Lin Feng met up with Du Zhu and the evil dominator sage, they walked out. Many people stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's identity was still a mystery to everyone. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Dozens of experts from the 10,000 races had arrived. The leader was a cultivator from the Sky Prison race. This race was also the top royal race of the 10,000 races. These 10,000 races were still relatively united when they were outside. Now, the cultivator from the Sky Prison race had led a group of experts to surround Lin Feng. They wanted to restore the prestige of the 10,000 races. It's Zhu Wushang from the Sky Prison race. This person is a boundary emperor who has reached the 60th step of the stone steps. With him personally leading so many experts here, there will be a good show to watch. I'm afraid that kid won't be able to escape this calamity. The cultivators from the 10,000 races couldn't help but become excited. The cultivators of the 9 regions frowned, and their expressions revealed a worried look. However, no one expected that Zhu Wushang from the Sky Prison race would turn pale when he saw Lin Feng. Go go go, let's leave this place quickly, Zhu Wushang said hurriedly. Without thinking, he turned around and fled as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The others also didn't know what had happened and quickly left with Zhu Wushang. What's going on? Many people had puzzled expressions. Someone said, Zhu Wushang must have recognized that human cultivator's identity and retreated in fear. Hearing this cultivator's words, many people's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. Who exactly was this person? How could he be so terrifying? Even Zhu Wushang was so scared that he turned around and fled without thinking. Chapter 28:18. After Lin Feng left, a piece of news began to spread. That person was Lin Feng. That was how the news spread. Lin Feng. It was a name that many people were familiar with. Many people had heard of Lin Feng's deeds. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from the other factions hated Lin Feng to the core. As for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, they were excited about Lin Feng's rise and saw Lin Feng as one of the future leaders of the 9 prefectures. However, most people had only heard of Lin Feng's name and had never seen him before. Now that Lin Feng had come to the 6 god city, it caused quite a stir. Didn't he go to the Sky Martial continent? When did he return to the 9 prefectures after stirring up a storm in the Sky Martial continent? I heard that this kid plotted against Emperor God Wu Yuan and killed him. I wonder how he did it. It's said that Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him all the way. Someone saw them enter the Godfall Cliff, the land of death. Even Emperor God Wu Yuan was buried in the Godfall Cliff. That's terrifying. I wonder what secrets the Godfall Cliff hides. Now that he has returned to the 9 prefectures, he didn't stay in the reincarnation immortal sect. Instead, he came to the 6 gods city. Doesn't he know that the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from the other factions are in the 6 gods city? If those great emperors attack him, he won't be able to leave even if he wants to. He's courting death. Those great emperors won't attack him so openly. Lin Feng's master, Lord Tortoise, is not to be underestimated. Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to kill Lin Feng silently in the Sky Martial continent. Who would have thought that he would be killed instead? Now that he has returned to the 9 prefectures, none of the great emperors would dare to attack him openly. If they did, they would anger Lin Feng's master. If his master wanted to take revenge on the juniors of the various factions, who would be able to stop him? Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Feng's arrival naturally caused quite a commotion, but it was not to the extent of causing an uproar. After all, Lin Feng was just a junior. Right now, there was more than one great emperor in the 6 gods city. Everyone's attention was focused on the great emperors. In addition, Lin Feng could attract a lot of attention. However, this level of attention couldn't be compared to those great emperors. There were more and more experts gathering in the 6 gods city, and it was getting more and more lively. Not only were there experts from the older generation, but there were also some young elites who were stronger than the older generation. Is Lin Feng here? This prince has been searching for him for a long time, but this child has always been on the run. Now, this prince has finally found this child. Sky Demon Emperor's son said with a cold smile after he arrived in 6 gods city. Surrounded by divine light, he looked like an immortal god. Is he going to display the might of the heavenly demon emperor? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They could feel a trace of the heavenly demon emperor's majesty from the body of the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor was an expert who dominated the universe in the past. His cultivation was so strong that it was difficult to describe it. Today, the heavenly demon emperor's son might be able to display the might of the heavenly demon emperor. This was an extremely terrifying matter that would cause a huge uproar and shake the world. This prince has awakened his bloodline many times in a row, and has just undergone the 5th bloodline awakening. I've awakened many of the great powers left in my body by my father. Now, this prince is invincible under the great emperor. Sky Demon Emperor's son's voice was indifferent and lofty. As he walked through the 6 gods city, he attracted a lot of attention. The heavenly demon emperor had a very special status among the myriad races. This was because he was the first sage emperor to unite the myriad races after the Xiantian lifeforms era. He was equivalent to Qin Shi Huang to China. The heavenly demon emperor's tribulation stopped the war and slaughter of the 10,000 races. He made the 10,000 races submit and pay homage to him. From then on, the heavenly sage great world began to walk towards glory. In the Xiantian lifeforms era, the heavenly sage great world controlled by the myriad races had always been an important force. Even the celestials didn't dare underestimate it. In the past, when the heavenly demon emperor was at his peak, he was on equal footing with the celestial lord of the celestials. From this, one could see how terrifying the heavenly demon emperor was. Even if he died countless tens of thousands of years ago. But the heavenly demon emperor's son still had a special status among the myriad races. Many of the myriad races' cultivators had to bow to him when they saw him. And they even called him a prince. Of course. Times had changed, and the heavenly demon emperor was no longer the ruler of the myriad races. Thus, many races were only polite to the heavenly demon emperor's son on the surface. If the heavenly demon emperor's son really ordered them to do something, they wouldn't necessarily agree. However, the heavenly demon emperor's son wasn't without followers. He had more than a dozen factions by his side, as well as an old golden crow with unfathomable strength. The old golden crow wouldn't do anything, so no one knew how strong he was. He was the heavenly demon emperor's Tao protector. The heavenly demon emperor's son has awakened his bloodline 5 times, and his own bloodline is abnormally strong to begin with. Even divine Dao Tian of the ancient divine clan has been left in the dust. Those heaven-defying prodigies' current combat strength is equivalent to that of a boundary emperor who has reached the 50th or 60th step of the stone steps. The heavenly demon emperor's son is clearly much stronger than that. If those heaven-defying prodigies want to catch up, they'll have to continue awakening their bloodline or greatly increase their cultivation. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's son has challenged Lin Feng, I wonder if Lin Feng will accept the challenge. I'm really looking forward to this battle. With the heavenly demon emperor's son's combat strength, killing Lin Feng won't be a problem at all. Many of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other factions whispered in each other's ears, looking forward to Lin Feng's death. Not long after, someone came to invite the heavenly demon emperor's son for a gathering. "Who sent you here?" The heavenly demon emperor's son looked at the newcomer arrogantly. The newcomer was a middle-aged man. "I'm from the ancient divine clan," the middle-aged cultivator said. Many people exclaimed in surprise. If he was from the ancient divine clan and had come to invite the heavenly demon emperor's son, could it be that great emperor of the ancient divine clan? The great emperor of the ancient divine clan was a great emperor from the primordial era who had lived for several eras. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Among the great emperors, he should be one of the more profound great emperors. Originally, some people had guessed that the great emperor of the ancient divine clan would kill the Red World Fairy. However, the great emperor of the ancient divine clan did not do so. No one knew if he was afraid of her. "I see. Please lead the way." The heavenly demon emperor's son became more courteous after learning about the other party's background. Chapter 28:19. The celestial bestial emperor's son was a very high-profile person. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he had come to Six Gods City and caused a huge commotion in the city. Thus, Lin Feng was well aware of the heavenly demon emperor's son's arrival. Every time the heavenly demon emperor's son's cultivation increases, he'll try to find me and show off in front of me. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It was a common occurrence. Lin Feng was already used to it. Back then, young master almost killed the heavenly demon emperor's son. With his personality, he'll naturally view it as a great humiliation. He's only doing this to redeem himself. Duzu said. "I heard that the heavenly demon emperor's son was invited by the great emperor of the ancient god clan. I wonder what they'll say." Duzu pursed his lips. "Nothing good will come out of it. I've heard that this great emperor from the ancient god clan is extraordinary. Have you heard anything about him?" Lin Feng asked. "This emperor from the ancient god clan is called Shen Chu. Rumor has it that the reason for this name is due to the natural phenomenon when he was born. Rumor has it that a primordial light descended from the sky and entered his forehead. Because of this, Shen Chu has shown an extraordinary talent for cultivation since he was young. His cultivation increased at an extremely fast pace. Not even cultivators of the same level could compare to him, and the facts proved that this person had indeed suppressed cultivators of the same level and finally became a great emperor. He should have been in existence from the beginning of the ancient era and had lived through several great eras until now. He should have lived for over 10 million years, an extremely long time. No one knows how much his cultivation has increased over the years." Duzu told Lin Feng everything he knew about the great emperor of the ancient god clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Then, he said, "Let's take it one step at a time. I'm very curious about what will happen in Six Gods City, Red Dust Immortal Sect." The Red World Fairy stood on the red dust cliff and looked into the distance. She was still disguised as a man, but how could there be such a beautiful man in this world? Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix stood on either side of her. They were also looking at the distant sea of clouds. "I plan to head to the outer realm to break through to the Emperor realm," the Red World Fairy said. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix's eyes immediately lit up. They knew how powerful the Red World Fairy was. She was already so terrifying even before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Once she broke through to the Emperor realm, How powerful would she be? However, the Red World Fairy's savings were too shocking. It wouldn't be easy to break through to the Emperor realm. But since the Red World Fairy said that she planned to break through, perhaps she already had the confidence to do so. Congratulations, Venerable Immortal, you've finally taken this important step. Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix hurriedly congratulated the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said, "Please take care of the Red Dust Immortal sect. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Venerable Immortal. We'll definitely take good care of the Red Dust Immortal sect." Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix said. Honored Celestial Hong Chen nodded and disappeared without a trace. In the outer realm, endless divine lightning condensed. Who knew how many millions of li it stretched out? That was the Red World Fairy's tribulation. This tribulation was called the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Purple Heaven Lightning Tribulation. It was a kind of immortal tribulation. In other words, this tribulation was a tribulation that only immortals would undergo. Now that the Red World Fairy was undergoing the Emperor Tribulation, she actually attracted the Immortal Tribulation. One had to know that the Red World Fairy had only broken through to the Emperor realm. There were several realms above that. Every major realm breakthrough would attract a lightning tribulation. However, the Red World Fairy skipped all the lightning tribulations of the Emperor realm and directly attracted the Immortal Tribulation. This was because the heavens were not willing to let a heaven-defying existence like the Red World Fairy survive, so they sent down the Immortal Tribulation to destroy the Red World Fairy. However, the Red World Fairy was too powerful. When the Lightning Tribulation descended and bombarded the Red World Fairy, the Red World Fairy was completely fine. This kind of Immortal Tribulation had a total of 108,000 lightning tribulations. It had been too long since someone had undergone such a tribulation. Therefore, when the Red World Fairy underwent this tribulation, all the realms in the universe sensed it. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in all the realms, and dark clouds covered the sky. The vast and boundless heaven realm stood at the peak of the heaven realm, with the supreme 33 heavens. Each heaven had a heavenly pillar. These were the 33 heavenly lords of the heaven realm. They were the supreme rulers of the heaven realm. The heavenly Lord Palace formed a world of its own, as if it was connected to the endless void. In each void, a mysterious existence could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged. They were all mysterious existences. It was as if he was an immovable deity. Is someone about to become an immortal? They actually attracted the Immortal Tribulation. The heavens are trembling. An ancient existence said. Take a look and you'll know. Then, a second existence said. These people saw through the layers of illusory realms, and finally saw the Red World Fairy undergoing her tribulation in the starry sky outside the realm. A tribulation attracted by breaking through to the Emperor realm. Even the voices of these ancient existences could not help but change abruptly. This was simply too shocking and inconceivable. Such a heaven-defying existence actually appeared in the lower realm. This is truly unexpected. An ancient existence's voice became extremely cold. It was a voice that made people shudder. Such an existence is not allowed in the lower realm, another ancient existence said coldly, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Even in the upper realm, such an existence is not allowed in the upper realm, another ancient existence said. Then let's kill her. These ancient existences quickly came to an agreement. In the starry sky world, lightning tribulation after lightning tribulation descended. The power of the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Now, 107,990 lightning tribulation had descended. There were only 10 more lightning tribulation left, and the Red World Fairy would successfully break through to the Emperor realm. The last 10 lightning tribulation would be even more powerful and terrifying. As lightning tribulation after lightning tribulation descended, the Red World Fairy was still talking and laughing. Facing these lightning tribulation attacks, the Red World Fairy was very calm. Seeing that the tribulation was about to end, she did not suffer any injuries. The Red World Fairy successfully neutralized 9 lightning tribulations in a row. The last lightning tribulation began to brew. Amidst the endless sea of lightning, a vast world vaguely appeared. Chapter 28:20. Each of these 33 figures was stronger and more terrifying than the last. Each of them was like a terrifying being that had been formed since the beginning of time. His body exuded a shocking aura. These people were the lords of the 33 heavens. They were legendary existences. No one knew how terrifying their cultivation was or how strong their combat strength was. They had come to destroy the Red World Fairy. Of course, they were in the heaven realm. The ones that appeared in front of the Red World Fairy were not the real lords of the 33 heavens. They were imprints that the lords of the 33 heavens had projected into this world. Even so, those imprints were still frightening enough. They were like the 33 gods that had awakened from the beginning of time. They were high and mighty, looking down at the heavens. In this world, no one seemed to be able to fight against these terrifying existences. To think that a cultivator with such talent like you could appear in the mortal world. This is really shocking. Even in the era of the innate life forms, we have never seen someone with such talent. One of the lords said, his voice indifferent. His voice was filled with disregard for life. It was cold and sinister. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Who are you? The Red World Fairy asked curiously as she looked at the lords of the 33 heavens. She did not know the identity or origin of these 33 people. However, he could feel how terrifying these 33 people were. The aura of these 33 people was too strong. It was unknown just what kind of terrifying level the cultivation of these 33 people had reached. These 33 people were definitely heaven-defying existences. As for these 33 people, it was obvious that they were here to kill him. Honored immortal Hong Chen was well aware of this. Our origins are not something you can imagine, the Lord of the 33 heavens said. The other lords did not speak. The Lord of the 33 heavens was called the Moon Eclipse Lord. It was said that this Lord of the 33 heavens had some terrifying means. He could even control the changes of the moon. Whether it was a full moon, a crescent moon, or a different color and shape, he could control it. This was the terrifying thing about the Moon Eclipse Lord. If you don't say it, how do you know that it is not something I can imagine? Venerable Hong Chen said slowly and politely. Even though she was facing the Lord of the 33 heavens, she was still extremely calm. Even the lords of the 33 heavens were amazed. They couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could be so calm when facing them. And this person was actually a cultivator from the mortal world. This made them feel a little incredulous. Before the heavens and earth were created, we were already born, Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord said. So it's a Xiantian life form. Didn't they say that Xiantian life forms had already fallen? It seemed like the rumors weren't reliable at all. At the very least, there were 33 Xiantian life forms here. The Red World Fairy interrupted Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord, not allowing him to continue. Venerable Immortal Red Dust only wanted to verify if his previous guess was correct. After verifying it, he found that his previous guess was indeed correct. These people were all Xiantian life forms. As for their identities, the Red World Fairy had no interest in knowing. The Red World Fairy did not care about others. She only cared about herself and the people related to her. No matter what these 33 people's identities were, what did it have to do with her? How rude. The people of the lower realms have no manners at all. Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord's expression darkened when he was interrupted by the Red World Fairy. His tone became even colder and more sinister. The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "If I don't want to listen, I can naturally interrupt you. If I don't want to listen, should I continue listening? You don't know the meaning of death." Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at the Red World Fairy. A loud rumbling sound rang out. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and blasted at the Red World Fairy. After the palm strike was sent out, something terrifying happened. The entire starry sky seemed to have frozen. Even the stars in the surrounding starfields stopped moving. It was an extremely strange scene. It was unbelievable, as if they had seen a ghost. However, the scene in front of his eyes was a real one. The entire world seemed to have stopped moving in an instant. Even time had stopped flowing. This was the terrifying aspect of Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord. His attacks contained the power of time and space. Thus, this gate seemed to have frozen the entire starry sky. Venerable Hong Chen's body could no longer move. Just as the terrifying palm strike was about to land on the Red World Fairy's body, just then, immortal Reverend Hong Chen disappeared without a trace. The Red World Fairy could be seen walking through the frozen world. The power of time and space is just a flash in the pan before destiny. The Red World Fairy pointed with her hand, and the frozen world returned to its original state. The stars began to move once again. The power of destiny. The 33 heavenly lords revealed shocked expressions. They had not expected the Red World Fairy to have grasped the power of destiny. "It's time for us to attack together," the other heavenly lords muttered to themselves. Originally, they did not need so many people to deal with the Red World Fairy. But now, the Red World Fairy had displayed the Tao of Destiny. This caused the 33 heavenly lords to be envious. Any existence that had grasped the Tao of Destiny possessed an unimaginable amount of destiny. If they could kill such an existence, then, they would be able to plunder their destiny. These heavenly lords had been coveting the Red World Fairy's destiny. If they could plunder the Red World Fairy's destiny, they would be able to greatly increase their own. This was very important to the 33 heavenly lords who had reached the late stages of cultivation. The more they cultivated to the late stages of cultivation, the more they would understand what destiny represented. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, surging in all directions. The 33 heavenly lords attacked together to kill the Red World Fairy. Honorable Immortal Hong Chen sneered and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. You think you can kill me with just 33 projections? What a joke." As the Red World Fairy's voice fell, she continued to walk through the starry world. "I have a great wish. I wish for the myriad worlds to live in harmony. I have a great wish. I wish for the world to be free from hunger, cold, and pain. I have a great wish. I wish for the common people to be equal." Suddenly, the Red World Fairy chanted. This was the incantation of a divine ability. But clearly, the divine ability the Red World Fairy was using to deal with the 33 heavenly lords was not the Great Destiny technique. Chapter 28-21. The Red World Fairy's voice was filled with grandeur. Her grand ambition was simply too grand. It was simply too admirable. However, the Red World Fairy was clearly not done with her grand ambition. "I have a grand ambition. I wish for all living beings in this world to have eternal life. I am the Red World Fairy, and I hereby make a grand ambition. If the ambition in my heart can be fulfilled, even if I have to give up my life, I will continue to advance, and I will have no regrets even if I die." The Red World Fairy's voice was so ethereal and yet so sacred that it made people gasp in amazement. What kind of state of mind would allow one to make such a grand ambition? To have all living beings in her heart. To have all living beings in the world. She was even willing to give up her life. The Red World Fairy's breadth of mind was simply too broad. In the world of cultivators, who would not care about others for their own sake? Many people were selfish and self-centered. However, the Red World Fairy was clearly not such a person. This ability was called the Grand Ambition Technique. Once one made a grand ambition, a powerful will would be born from the unseen world, strengthening one's Tao heart. It would allow one to persevere and persist in their own thoughts. In order to realize these grand ambitions, one could work hard and strive hard. Boom! Boundless sacred light descended from the sky. The voices of all living beings could be heard from within the sacred light. It is our fortune to have such a cultivator who works hard for all living beings in this world. The sacred light was infused with the power of all living beings. The power of all living beings was extremely powerful, and it shook the void. It was as if it could shatter the heavens and destroy the universe. The power of all living beings fused with the power of the sacred light, transforming into the purest and most powerful power of grand ambition. Bang, 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 a series of violent collisions rang out, and one heaven lord after another was sent flying. Although those heaven lords had powerful cultivations, they were still sent flying. Although they were powerful, they could not resist the power of grand ambition that was infused with the power of all living beings. What was the most powerful power? In ancient times, the ruler of an immortal kingdom had once said something. The ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize the boat. The people here referred to all living beings. And monarch referred to the supreme monarch that ruled the heavens. When all living beings gathered together, they could allow the boat to float smoothly, but they could also overturn the boat. Therefore, it was said that the power of all living beings was the most terrifying. This was also why the Red World Fairy's Great Wish technique was so terrifying. Although this Great Wish art wasn't ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Taos, it was still very powerful. However, the degree of its terror was not inferior in any way. This Grand Tao was not in the top 10 because it was too difficult to cultivate. Since ancient times, the number of cultivators who had successfully cultivated this Grand Tao could be counted on one hand. It was rumored that even if one successfully cultivated the Great Fate art, they would not be able to do so. He might not even be able to cultivate the Grand Aspiration art. This was because in order to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique, one had to have the bearing to tolerate the Great Aspiration technique. What was the magnanimity to accommodate great ambitions? For the sake of the world, he was willing to sacrifice his entire life. This was the magnanimity that allowed for great ambitions. The world of cultivators was an extremely realistic and cruel world. Many people only cared about themselves and only had themselves in their eyes. How could they sacrifice their own life for others? Even the current Lin Feng could not do this. Sacrificing oneself for others. In Lin Feng's opinion, this kind of behavior was too stupid. There was a saying that went, "Great wisdom is like stupidity." Perhaps immortal Venerable Hong Chen had already reached such a state of mind. Therefore, the Red World Fairy had cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. The Lord of the 33 Heavens body was injured by the Great Aspiration technique. At this moment, the power of the Great Aspiration technique was constantly destroying the body of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. It wanted to completely destroy the body of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. The Great Aspiration technique. You actually cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. The Lord of the 33 Heavens roared in disbelief. He simply could not believe his eyes. Someone had actually cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. It was simply too unbelievable. Previously, when the Red World Fairy had displayed the Great Aspiration technique, the Lord of the 33 Heavens had not been so shocked and moved. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. In reality, the Lord of the 33 Heavens also had the cultivation method of the Great Aspiration technique. However, they were unable to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. When the Lord of the 33 Heavens saw how heaven-defying the Red World Fairy was, he wanted to kill the Red World Fairy. This showed that the Lord of the 33 Heavens was extremely selfish and jealous of the virtuous. Such a character. How could they sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world? Therefore, it was impossible for them to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. I have a great aspiration. I hope that the injustice in this world will disappear from this world. The Red World Fairy did not pay attention to the Lord of the 33 Heavens who was roaring loudly. She continued to chant the incantation. The power of the Great Aspiration technique continued to descend. Its might became stronger and stronger, forming a silver river that descended from the sky and enveloped the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Catcher, catcher, the Lord of the 33 Heavens body was unceasingly cracking. Clearly, the Lord of the 33 Heavens body was about to be destroyed by the Red World Fairy. You want to destroy our bodies? That's wishful thinking. The Lord of the 33 Heavens roared angrily. At this time, the Lord of the 33 Heavens also began to use his ultimate technique. The Heavenly Tao is supreme. We are above the Heavenly Tao. These people were constantly chanting incantations, and a powerful force was surging out of their bodies. The Lord of the 33 Heavens must be using some powerful ultimate technique. I'll let you have a taste of my self-created divine ability. At this time, the Red World Fairy suddenly spoke. The 3,000 worlds of the mortal world are but a pipe dream. Eternal prosperity is but a wisp of smoke. The Red World Fairy's ethereal voice resounded between heaven and earth. A hazy world instantly enveloped the Lord of the 33 Heavens. In that world, the Lord of the 33 Heavens saw his past life, present life, and even future. In his past life, they were born in the primal chaos. In this life, they went from being weak to being strong. Then, they seized a rare opportunity to rule the heavenly realm. In the future, they would walk towards destruction. It turned out that everything was like a dream. It was so unreal. No. How can this be? The Lord of the 33 Heavens roared. He could not accept what he was seeing. This was the terrifying part of the Red World Fairy. The concept contained in her self-created divine ability was even more profound than the divine abilities created by many immortals. The Red World Fairy was definitely one of the most talented cultivators in this era. Lin Feng's talent was strong, right? However, compared to immortal Exalt Hong Chen, he was still far too weak. Bang, bang, bang. The Lord of the 33 Heavens lost himself in the hazy world, unable to extricate himself. Their bodies exploded one after another. Chapter 28-22. Hey! Why do I feel like something has suddenly disappeared from my body? Lin Feng could not help but have a very strange feeling. He looked at his right wrist. Originally, there was a strand of Red World love that connected him to the Red World Fairy. The love tribulation was the tribulation the Red World Fairy had to undergo before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. First, she had to undergo the love tribulation to break the demon barrier in her heart. Only then would the lightning tribulation descend. Now that the Red World Fairy had become a great emperor, the strand of Red World love had naturally disappeared. However, Lin Feng could not see the strand of Red World love. That was why he had such a strange feeling. It was as if something that originally belonged to him had suddenly disappeared from his hand. The Demon Lord knew about the strand of Red World love, but the Demon Lord had not told Lin Feng about it. Now that the strand of Red World love had disappeared from Lin Feng's wrist, the Demon Lord's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The strand of Red World love has actually disappeared. In other words, that woman should have succeeded in her tribulation. The Demon Lord muttered to himself. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with deep shock. If that woman had succeeded in her tribulation, that would be too shocking. The Demon Lord took a deep breath and then revealed a sinister smile. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how the big shots of the Celestial Realm will react to this woman's birth. The Celestial Realm. The Celestial Master Palace. The 33 Celestial Masters opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This woman is too terrifying. We have to get rid of her as soon as possible. Once her wings are fully grown, getting rid of her will become wishful thinking, one of the Celestial Masters said. That's right. We have to get rid of her before she becomes a big enough threat. Otherwise, she will become a threat to us in the future, the second Celestial Master said. The other Celestial Masters nodded in agreement. Who should we send? One of the Celestial Masters asked. Due to various reasons, the 33 Celestial Masters could not leave the Celestial Realm. Naturally, it was impossible for them to personally kill Venerable Hong Chen. Of course, even if they could leave the Heaven Realm, they would not personally descend to the lower realm to kill the Red World Fairy. They were the high and mighty Heavenly Masters. How powerful were they? What kind of extraordinary identity was that? Was there a need for them to take action against a cultivator who had just entered the Great Emperor realm? No matter how heaven-defying that Great Emperor was, he was still just a Great Emperor. Send Imperial Monarch Ta-Ri. With Imperial Monarch Ta-Ri's strength, killing that woman shouldn't be a problem, one of the Heaven Lords said. All right, then send Emperor Tu-Ri over. The Heavenly Lords reached an agreement. Lin Feng was still patiently waiting for the Great World to cut open the ape-shaped stone. However, it would take another month for the Tao Rising World to cut open the stone. During this period of time, a large number of cultivators had entered the Six Gods City, causing it to become more and more lively. Especially in the trading market, many rare treasures had appeared. Many races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces took out many treasures from their respective worlds to trade. Therefore, the trading market was packed with people during this period of time. Other than the trading market, the market in the Six-God City was also extremely lively. This was because the Six-God City itself was a sacred place for stone-cutting. In addition, all kinds of top-grade stones had been unearthed during this period of time. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Moreover, many people had indeed obtained good items. Some had obtained a Xiantian lifeform's handbone, some had obtained a mysterious catalogue, some had obtained a Genesis firestone, and so on. During this period of time, all kinds of treasures had been unearthed in the stone workshop. Lin Feng did not go to the stone workshop, although he was very good at identifying stones. In reality, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in stone cutting. Many people were addicted to stone cutting because of the word gambling. Stone cutting was also called stone gambling. To put it bluntly, it was also a type of gambling. Gambling was very addictive. Therefore, it was best to stay away from gambling. On this day, an expert from the myriad races arrived. Gong Zongni, Gong Ziyu's elder brother and a top genius of the Sky Demon race, had arrived at the Six-God City. Gong Zongni's arrival caused quite a stir because it was said that he'd obtained a treasure in the West Sea realm not long ago. That treasure was shrouded in chaos mist. Some guessed that it was a magic treasure, but others guessed that it was a natural treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation. Of course, no one knew what it was exactly. After all, Gong Zongni had quickly disappeared after obtaining it. Gong Zongni was an extremely heaven-defying existence to begin with. After obtaining such a fortuitous encounter, his battle prowess was bound to increase greatly. Lin Feng is in the Six-God City. Someone transmitted a message to Gong Zongni, but the person did not appear. Clearly, they wanted Gong Zongni to deal with Lin Feng. Does anyone know where Lin Feng lives? Gong Zongni's lips curved into a faint smile as he looked at the crowd. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar when they heard Gong Zongni ask about Lin Feng's residence. Gong Zongni couldn't be planning to deal with Lin Feng, right? Many people instantly thought of a certain possibility. The myriad races, alien races, and cultivators from other factions all felt that Gong Zongni might be planning to deal with Lin Feng. Thus, they were very excited. An expert like Gong Zongni was planning to deal with Lin Feng. The possibility of Lin Feng's defeat was very high. He might even be killed on the spot. The cultivators of the 9 provinces couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Gong Zongni's reputation spread far and wide. Even among the myriad races, there were very few young cultivators who could contend against him. It was said that Gong Zongni's battle prowess had long surpassed many experts of the older generation. Now, he could be described as unfathomable. I know. I'm willing to lead the way for you. A cultivator from the myriad races hurriedly walked out and said while nodding and bowing. Lead the way, Gong Zongni said. Please follow me, young master. The myriad race cultivator led Gong Zongni towards Lin Feng's residence. I didn't expect that the son of the heavenly demon emperor, who provoked Lin Feng before, wouldn't make a move against Lin Feng. Now, Gong Zongni wants to make a move against Lin Feng. Gong Zongni is one of the most hidden terrifying existences among the younger generation of the myriad races. If he makes a move, Lin Feng will die without a doubt. Let's go and take a look. We'll definitely be able to watch a good show later. Many cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces followed abandoned to watch the show. Let's go take a look as well. Many cultivators of the 9 provinces were also very concerned about this matter. They also followed behind and headed towards Lin Feng's residence. Chapter 28-23. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Lin Feng's residence. The cultivator leading the way pointed to Lin Feng's courtyard. A large number of cultivators had gathered to watch the show. Everyone was waiting for a fierce clash between Lin Feng and young Master Nai. Lin Feng, come out. I have something to ask you. Young Master Nai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely penetrating and carried an unquestionable tone. Even people far away could hear it, So many people who were resting in the courtyard all came out to watch the show after hearing young Master Nai's voice. Isn't he here to kill Lin Feng? Is he here to ask about something? Many people looked at each other in dismay. These cultivators from the myriad races, alien races, and other factions all hoped that young Master Nai would kill Lin Feng. However, they now realized that young Master Nai had only come to ask about something. This greatly disappointed them. Lin Feng didn't show himself. Only his voice could be heard. What is it? Ask away. That brat actually didn't come out. He dares to be so arrogant in front of young Master Nai? Someone sneered. However, someone else said, so what? Lin Feng is a top genius. He isn't necessarily afraid of young Master Nai. Is he going to come out just because young Master Nai called him? Young Master Nai's eyes darkened. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, he was a scheming person, so he didn't act out. Instead, he hid the coldness in his heart and said slowly, have you seen Gongzi Yu? Lin Feng said indifferently. I haven't seen him. Young Master Nai continued, if you see my good little brother Gongzi Yu, tell him to come find me. A big shot from the clan has come and wants to see him. The big shot young Master Nai was talking about was the Empyrean demon sage. Lin Feng didn't know if the Empyrean demon saint really wanted to see Gongzi Yu, but he knew that Gongzi Yu wanted to kill Gongzi Yu and steal the magic lotus. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to humiliate him. He said, of course I can help you pass the message, but you have to promise me one thing. Gongzong Nai asked, what is it? When you see me in the future, take a detour. Lin Feng said faintly. Lin Feng's words immediately caused an uproar. He was clearly making things difficult for Gongzini. People would take a detour around someone like young Master Nai when they saw him. Now, Lin Feng actually told Gongzai to take a detour after seeing him. Those who didn't know would think that Gongzai was inferior to Lin Feng, so he had no choice but to avoid him. Do you know what you're saying? Young Master Nai's voice turned cold. What? Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng pursed his lips. He and Gongzini had already shed all pretenses, so Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite with him. You're just digging your own grave. Gongzini's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even if I have to dig my own grave, I'll bury you. Lin Feng was very domineering and didn't fear Gongzini at all. His words were sharp, leaving Gongzini speechless. Lowly human, you're only good at talking. Gongzini's voice was indifferent, but it was already filled with killing intent. You have the nerve to call someone else a lowly race after being raised as a slave by the ancient demons for tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng mocked. You're courting death. Gongzini's eyes surged with killing intent. This was a period of time that the sky demons were most unwilling to talk about. During that time, they were slaves of the ancient demons. Many sky demons were still furious when they thought about that period of time. Someone as proud as Gongzini naturally wouldn't allow others to talk about it. This Lin Feng is too domineering. He's constantly provoking Gongzini. Does he want to fight him? Someone asked. That's very likely. Judging from Lin Feng's way of doing things, he's always been this domineering. Moreover, Lin Feng is on good terms with Gongzi Yu, and Gongzini wants to kill Gongzi Yu. I'm guessing that their relationship is like fire and water. I wonder if they can fight. If Gongzini wants to fight, Lin Feng definitely won't back down. Many people whispered to each other, discussing the current situation. Gongzini's expression calmed down. I don't need to deal with you. Someone else will deal with you. I'll let you live for a few more days. With that, Gongzini turned and left. Let's go, let's go. Let's disperse. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the surrounding people dispersed. Lin Feng's residence. In the living room. Tea was being boiled on the table. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu sat facing each other. Gongzi Yu had arrived at Six Gods City the previous night. After arriving, he came to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu were once enemies, but now they were friends. Perhaps this was what they meant by no discord, no concord. This person is indeed very deep and knows how to endure. I provoked him, but he still didn't make a move. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He's very scary. He's so scary that it's unimaginable. Previously, I almost died in his hands. But sooner or later, I'll kill him myself. Gongzi Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Gongzi Yu had also had a fortuitous encounter, and his cultivation had increased greatly. Moreover, he had the magic lotus. This supreme treasure could allow his cultivation to increase by 1,000 miles. Empyrean Demon Saint, this Empyrean Demon Emperor probably came for the magic lotus, right? This person is a huge problem. Lin Feng said. He won't make a move. No matter what, he has to be cautious. Gongzi Yu raised his eyelids and said. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. Gongzi Yu might have been abandoned by the clan. But he was still the son of the Empyrean Demon Emperor. With this layer of identity, outsiders would not dare to kill him openly. And as Gongzi Nai's savior, the Empyrean Demon Saint's identity was extremely sensitive. The Empyrean Demon clan even encouraged their disciples to kill each other to determine the strongest king. But if the Empyrean Demon Saint made a move, the nature would be completely different. Screech. On this day, the cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the world. A flaming phoenix came with 100,000 divine flames. It's old Mother Phoenix. Someone exclaimed. This was an unfathomable existence that had always been by the Red World Fairy's side. She was an expert of the demon clan. Old Mother Phoenix had been around for a long time, and it was said that she had undergone 3 nirvanic rebirths, which was equivalent to cultivating for 3 lifetimes. Many people had made deductions about the strength of the demon clan experts of the ancient demon continent. Many people believed that Old Mother Phoenix was very likely one of the most powerful cultivators of the ancient demon continent. This was definitely an expert who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Chapter 28-24. Swoosh. A black ray of light streaked across the void. The black ray of light seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, shattering the firmament. The black ray of light directly slashed toward Old Mother Phoenix. Heavens! Someone actually attacked Old Mother Phoenix. Many people exclaimed. Who wouldn't respect an expert like Old Mother Phoenix? Now, a cultivator had attacked Old Mother Phoenix, but the attacker had yet to show himself. Thus, no one knew who had attacked Old Mother Phoenix. Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint also looked into the distance. Lin Feng had seen Old Mother Phoenix once during the Red World Fairy's birthday. At that time, Old Mother Phoenix and Patriarch Sky Dragon had formed the auspicious dragon and phoenix aura. They had congratulated the Red World Fairy on her birthday. Thus, Lin Feng had a deep impression of her. However, he hadn't expected Old Mother Phoenix's cultivation to be so powerful. A black ray of light with the power of fire lingering around it. Why do I feel that this power comes from the same source as the power of the Phoenix clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The same source. Could it be the Phoenix clan that attacked? Du Zhu muttered. We'll know when we see it, Lin Feng said. Old Mother Phoenix stretched out her phoenix claw and gently grabbed at the void. A clang was heard. In an instant, the claw directly shattered the black ray of light. Come out. Old Mother Phoenix flapped her wings, and 2 terrifying wind blades swept toward the void in the distance. Bang! The void shattered, and a black phoenix flew out from it. The black phoenix was surrounded by black flames. It was extremely strange. When Lin Feng saw the black phoenix, he was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a phoenix. He had never even heard of such a black phoenix before, let alone seen it. Such a black phoenix was a little too strange. Dark Phoenix. Old Mother Phoenix looked at the black phoenix in shock. The Dark Phoenix was rumored to be a fallen phoenix of the Phoenix clan. Its soul had been sold to the devil in hell. Because of this, he was able to control the power of darkness. However, he was expelled from the Phoenix clan. This matter was only known to the inner circle of the Phoenix clan. No outsiders knew about it at all. Even after countless years, the Dark Phoenix's inheritance had not been severed. This race was synonymous with darkness and evil. He had a great hatred for the Phoenix clan. Perhaps it was because they hated being expelled from the Phoenix clan, So the Dark Phoenix clan wanted nothing more than to exterminate all the phoenixes. Only by doing so could they vent their hatred. That's right. Old Mother Phoenix, let this seat experience your divine ability again. The Dark Phoenix sneered as it flapped its wings. A large amount of black energy surged out of the wings. The black energy gathered together and exuded a world-destroying fluctuation. That kind of aura was too terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. In the face of the Dark Phoenix's tyrannical attack, Old Mother Phoenix's wings also began to vibrate. A large amount of fiery red energy flew out. Bang! The two terrifying beings collided with each other violently. With them as the epicenter, the void was constantly collapsing. Many people felt the Emperor's might and lost control of their bodies. They immediately knelt on the ground. If the two of you continue to fight, I'm afraid Six Gods City will be destroyed. Let's end this battle here. An old voice came from Six Gods City. As the voice fell, a tyrannical power surged out. That tyrannical power separated Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. What a powerful existence. Who is that old man? Many people were shocked. The person who had attacked must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible to separate the two. Is it an expert from the 9 prefectures? Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures became excited. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from other forces would definitely not stop the battle between Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. They probably hoped that the battle between the two sides would be as intense as possible. They might even be able to reap some benefits from it. Therefore, the ones who should stop this battle should be the cultivators from the 9 prefectures. I'm afraid there is more than one peak expert from the 9 prefectures, Gongzi Yu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, in the past, these existences had never appeared in the world. However, now that the world has changed and the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces have entered the 9 prefectures, the peak experts of the 9 prefectures have begun to move about. These experts clearly did not become great emperors in this era. They should have lived for a very long time. Now, they wanted to fight for a future. Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix separated. In the end, Old Mother Phoenix transformed into a beautiful woman and landed in Six God City. As for the Dark Phoenix, it transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes. He also entered Six God City. I wonder how many great emperors have gathered in Six God City. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout Six God City. 5 or 6 heaven-defying geniuses from the myriad races' imperial families had been defeated by a human youth. Moreover, all of their heirlooms had been snatched away by the youth, becoming his spoils of war. This caused a huge commotion because the youth looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Some people even sensed his actual age. They discovered that the youth was indeed too young. He was really only 16 or 17 years old. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard about this. He's so young, yet he's already capable of suppressing the myriad races' heaven-defying geniuses. Just who is that youth? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. As expected, there was no lack of geniuses in the world. Perhaps, the people of this era were about to witness the birth of an extremely heaven-defying existence. 3 days later, the young man helped an old man to the outskirts of Six God City. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently. He was too old, and his slightly tall body was now slightly hunched. Six God City, what a nostalgic place. The old man looked at the 3 words on the city wall. The youth asked, "Grandpa, have you been to Six God City before?" "Yes, I've been here before, and I have a special memory. Even though many years have passed, I haven't forgotten what happened during that time. However, the world has changed. The Six God City today is no longer the Six God City of my memories," the old man said. With the youth's help, the old man entered Six God City. The news of this young man coming to the Six God City spread very quickly, attracting many people. Everyone wanted to see where this young man came from. He was so young, yet he was already so strong. Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage also went to take a look when they heard that the youth had arrived. Chapter 28-25. When Lin Feng and the others came out, they saw a young man supporting an old man from afar. Now, many people were pointing at the young man. That young man was the rumored heaven-defying human youth. When Lin Feng saw the young man, he could not help but be slightly surprised. He was indeed young and very handsome. There was a hint of arrogance between his brows. He's really too young. I wonder who he is. Why is his talent so heaven-defying? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be able to cultivate to such a level. Du Zhu rubbed his chin and said, unless he's been enlightened by someone else. Enlightened by someone was a peerless expert who used a special method to impart his or her skills to someone else. For example, sealing a part of one's skills in someone else's body. That person might recover that part of their skills in the future, and that strength would belong to that person. This kind of thing was extremely rare in the world of cultivators. Cultivators who could be enlightened were definitely peerless and terrifying existences. Moreover, the enlightenment bestowal would also cause great harm to their bodies. Experts like them might not necessarily do something like enlightenment bestowal. They would only take such a risk if they had no other choice. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that this young man had been enlightened by someone else, which was why he was so heaven-defying. If he had cultivated to such a heaven-defying level in his teens by himself, it would be too inconceivable. Even Lin Feng did not dare to believe that it was true. Look at that old man. Don't you feel that there's something special about him? Lin Feng pointed at the old man supported by the young man. Lin Feng felt that there was something special about the old man. However, when he sensed it carefully, something did not seem right. The magic power fluctuations in the old man's body were close to disappearing. His aura was weak. His flame of life was extremely thin. His life had come to an end. He could be buried in the earth at any time. He's an old man with one foot in the grave. Is there anything special about him? Gongzi Yu asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's because I'm being supported by the young man, that's why I'm having an illusion. Grandpa, is this very different from the Six Gods city in your memories? The young man looked at the old man and asked. The old man said, indeed, it has changed a lot. However, the only thing that hasn't changed is the layout of the streets. It's still the same as before. Six Gods City has also gone through a few trials and tribulations. It's really not easy for it to become like this. Cough, cough, cough. After the old man finished speaking, he coughed violently. His body swayed slightly as if he was about to fall to the ground. Does this old thing want to see the ancient city he used to live in before he dies? A cultivator mocked in a low voice. There was a commotion in the distance. Experts had arrived. They were a group of experts from the myriad races. Someone recognized a cultivator from the ancient god clan. The cultivator's name was Shen Wuji. He was not young, having cultivated for more than 200,000 years. He was very prestigious in the ancient god clan. I heard that even Shen Daotian was defeated by that young man, a cultivator said. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. Shen Daotian had some grudges with him, so Lin Feng knew how strong Shen Daotian was. Even Shen Daotian was defeated in the hands of this young man. It was indeed too unimaginable. One had to know that Shen Daotian was one of the top geniuses among the myriad races, heaven-defying geniuses. Therefore, Shen Daotian's defeat was unexpected. Is Shen Wuji planning to deal with that young man? Someone asked. If Shen Wuji made a move, he might be able to defeat the young man. However, the age gap between them was too big. That would be unfair. Where are you from? Shen Wuji asked. The young man said arrogantly. Is that something you're qualified to know? Arrogant brat. Shen Wuji's eyes darkened. Someone was actually looking down on him like that. This caused Shen Wuji's heart to be filled with rage, and his gaze towards the young man became even colder and more sinister. The old man supported by the young man spoke. We've long since been forgotten. Why bring up our origins again? Shen Wuji frowned at the old man, but he didn't say anything else. He left with his people. All sorts of people had appeared in Six Gods City. Some people's backgrounds were so great that they could scare people to death. During this period of time, conflicts would occur every day in Six Gods City. Battles would often break out between cultivators. The Fire Chalene and some people from the Devil race had come to Six Gods City. When they heard that Lin Feng was also in the city, they quickly came to look for Lin Feng. Other than the Fire Chalene, Lin Feng also saw the little King, Princess Shui Yarrow, and the others. They were all old friends of Lin Feng from the Martial Heaven continent. That was why Lin Feng was very close to them. Little Moon couldn't come out this time. If she knew that big brother Lin Feng, whom she missed so much, was in Six Gods City, she would definitely rush over without a care, said Princess Shui Yarrow with a smile. There was less of a holy aura around her and more of an approachable temperament. This kind of Princess Shui Yarrow made people feel that she was more approachable. Lin Feng smiled. I wonder what Little Moon is doing now. She's going into seclusion to undergo a bloodline baptism, said Princess Shui Yarrow. Lin Feng was shocked. This is very important to Little Moon, yes. However, Lin Gongzi doesn't need to worry. She has already undergone a bloodline baptism twice. This will be the third time, so there shouldn't be any problems, said Princess Shui Yarrow. Then I'm relieved. Lin Feng nodded. At night, the group headed to the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The group of over 10 people was quite lively. Everyone gathered together, chatting and drinking. The Fire Chalene brought a piece of important news. The Great King and the Peacock King have been in the Western Sea all this time. They seem to have noticed something important, said the Fire Chalene. The Western Sea Primal Chaos Ancient Nation? Asked Lin Feng in shock. This was definitely no small matter. That's right. Let's wait for news and then prepare to go to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation at any time. It's said that there are too many secrets hidden there, said the Fire Chalene excitedly. The origin of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation was too mysterious. It had never revealed itself, but one could imagine that once it did, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Chapter 28-26. On this day, the Six Gods City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of cultivators gathered at the central plaza. This was because the Tao Rising World was going to cut the stone at the central plaza. Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Fire Chalene, and the others gathered together and walked towards the central plaza. I wonder if the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, is really sealed. If he really sealed the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, I'm afraid a bloodbath would ensue today. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. If the rumors were true, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed inside. Given the Great Sage's cultivation, he should have already cut open the stone and come out. However, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had yet to come out. This meant that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's body had encountered a huge problem. An existence like the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had devoured an unknown amount of fate in his life. If the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed inside, many people would want to take his life. How much fate could one obtain by killing the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Originally, reaching the Imperial Emperor realm was the limit. However, if one killed the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and obtained his fate, they might be able to break through to the immortal realm. Many people came here with such thoughts. Therefore, although it seemed calm now, there were actually undercurrents surging. A bloodbath could erupt at any time. Many cultivators gathered at the central plaza. There were also many cultivators floating in the sky. The Tao Rising World's cultivators had yet to arrive. Everyone was waiting. It said that the cultivators who cut open the extraordinary items or seal themselves as experts can also obtain a portion of fate. The two great emperors of the Tao Rising World will definitely obtain a huge amount of fate, a cultivator said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard this. Previously, he was puzzled that the Tao Rising World's cultivators didn't take the stone for themselves. Instead, they opened it openly. However, all his doubts were gone now. Firstly, the two great emperors of the Tao Rising World could obtain fate if they cut open the stone. Secondly, if they pocketed it for themselves, the other forces might gang up on them. They're here, a cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. Dozens of cultivators flew over. The two people in the lead were the two great emperors of the Tao rising world. One of the great emperors was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The other great emperor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The old man is called Dao Wuyuan, and the middle-aged cultivator is called Dao Shengfa. Previously, Dao Shengfa's son was killed by the cultivators of the Nine Mysterious Great World. Therefore, Dao Shengfa and the great emperor of the Nine Mysterious Great World fought, but in the end, there was no clear victor. A cultivator said. The destruction caused by that battle was huge. It was simply world-shaking. Someone sighed with emotion. When he thought of how terrifying that battle was, he still felt a lingering fear. After the people from the Dao Qi major world arrived, a void battle ring appeared in the central square. The people from the great world of Dao stopped on the void arena. The void battle ring was suspended in mid-air, and everyone could clearly see the scene above. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste any more time. Let's cut the stone now, Dao Wuyuan said. The people of the Dao Qi Great World were very straightforward and did not waste any time. Dao Saint Technique waved his right hand. Whoosh! Light flashed. The ape-shaped stone flew out and landed on the void battle ring. The stone was about 3 meters tall and had the shape of an ape. The stone was extraordinary. It was surrounded by holy light. If one carefully sensed it, one could sense a powerful aura fluctuation from the stone. That aura fluctuation shocked and moved everyone. The vitality contained in this stone is too exuberant. Although it hasn't been cut open, I can still sense the boundless vitality within it. A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed as the cultivator said. The vitality contained in the ape-shaped stone was too exuberant. It was as boundless as the sea. He really didn't know what kind of creature it was to have such boundless vitality. It was just too shocking. It seems that the great sage, heaven's equal, is sealed in this stone. Yes, it's indeed possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such boundless vitality. Many people whispered to each other. They could not wait to see the two great emperors of the Dao Qi major world cut open the stone. They wanted to know if the great sage, heaven's equal, was sealed in the stone. Even if it was not the great sage, heaven's equal, such exuberant vitality was enough to shock the world. Let's start cutting the stone now, Dao Shengfa said as he took out a stone-cutting knife. Dao Wuyuan also took out a stone-cutting knife. He and Dao Shengfa, one on the left and the other on the right, began cutting the stone. Originally, one person was enough to cut the stone. However, the two of them wanted to obtain the providence on the stone. Hence, they chose to cut the stone together. Swoosh! Stone chips flew everywhere. Stone chips fell off one by one. The surface area of the stone kept shrinking. The surrounding cultivators stared at the stone that kept shrinking without blinking. They did not know if the legendary great sage, heaven's equal, was sealed in that stone. If that was the case, it would be earth-shattering news. Not long after, the stone shrank by half. Clang! The stone-cutting knife in Dao Shengfa's hand seemed to have cut something special. There was a clanging sound. He cut something. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They looked at the arena nervously. Dao Shengfa slowed down a lot, as if he was afraid of damaging the thing that was about to be cut. Swoosh! Swoosh! Stone chips were constantly being cut off. Finally, a trace of the thing's true appearance was revealed. It was actually a stone sword. A terrifying aura was emitted from the stone sword. The aura was too terrifying. The aura emitted by the stone sword made the two great emperors unable to stand still. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stone sword was. Stone sword. One of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the stone sword. It was definitely one of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was too familiar with the stone sword's aura. Hence, he could not be wrong. The value of such a stone sword was too great. It was enough to cause a storm of blood. What stone sword is that? Its aura is so terrifying. Many people were puzzled. They did not recognize the stone sword. It's the legendary peerless stone sword that spanned across epochs. The 36 stone swords are said to be able to kill any expert. A cultivator said. What? There's such a heaven-defying treasure. Many cultivators who heard of the stone sword for the first time shouted in shock. This is the legendary stone sword. Chapter 28-27. The stone sword was too extraordinary. It was fine if it didn't appear, but once it did, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering change. Now that the stone sword had appeared, everyone was shocked. Everyone was amazed by the stone sword's extraordinariness. Countless eyes were staring at the stone sword in the dark. This treasure. It was enough to make many people lose themselves and go crazy. In order to obtain this treasure, they were willing to commit endless killings. However, no one had made a move yet. This was because the stone had yet to be completely cut open. Everyone was still waiting for the scene after the stone was cut open. Was the great sage equaling heaven inside? Lin Feng couldn't wait to snatch the stone sword over. However, he knew that he had to be patient. There were two great emperor-level existences standing on the stage. Moreover, he didn't know how many great emperors were watching from the dark. If he were to make a move now, wouldn't he be courting death? The birth of the stone sword is truly a stroke of luck. The two great emperors, Dao Wuyuan and Dao Shengfa, exclaimed. The birth of the stone sword was already a heaven-defying opportunity and luck. They could clearly feel that the luck in their bodies was constantly increasing. The two of them continued to cut the stone. Swoosh, swoosh. The stone layer fell off. Stone fragments flew everywhere. The complete stone sword appeared in everyone's line of sight step by step. Not long after, a palm was suddenly cut out. It wasn't a palm with a finger, but a hand. The palm is out. The great sage equaling heaven is really going to be cut out. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. The birth of the great sage equaling heaven, how shocking would this be? This existence was a mythical figure. Now that a legendary figure was about to appear, it was naturally exciting. I never thought that after countless years, the two of us would personally cut out the great sage equaling heaven, Dao Wuyuan said, his voice filled with excitement. This was indeed something to be proud of. Cutting out the great sage equaling heaven from the stone was enough to be recorded in history. Swoosh, swoosh. Stone fragments fell on the ground and piled up together. A complete arm soon appeared in everyone's sight. Not long after, even the body appeared. This was indeed the body of a stone ape. It was extremely lifelike and exuded a powerful vitality. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Soon, everyone cried out in surprise because they saw a shocking scene. The stone sword actually pierced through the stone ape's chest and into its heart. Back then, the great sage equaling heavens was gravely injured because the stone sword pierced through his heart. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that the great sage, heaven's equal, would suffer a calamity because of such a reason. The stone sword was too terrifying. If the stone sword pierced the great sage, heaven's equal's heart, even an existence like the great sage, heaven's equal would be severely injured, even to the point of being fatal. Finally, the stone was completely cut open, and a stone ape appeared in everyone's line of sight. The stone ape sat cross-legged, and the stone sword pierced through its chest. Is he the great sage, heaven's equal? Someone asked softly. No one knew if this was the great sage, heaven's equal, because no one had seen the real great sage, heaven's equal. However, this existence was very likely to be the great sage, heaven's equal. The aura in his body was too powerful, and his vitality was too boundless. His chest had been pierced through by the stone sword, and he had been in a deep sleep for so long, yet he still had such a powerful aura and boundless vitality. How terrifying would he have been at his peak? It was simply unimaginable. Boom! Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and wanted to attack the stone ape. It was the Dark Phoenix that had attacked Old Mother Phoenix. He had transformed into his true form. With a sudden flap of his wings, a terrifying force gushed out and blasted towards the stone ape, intending to end the stone ape's life right there and then. After the Dark Phoenix attacked, endless demonic mist churned, and the great emperor of the Sky Demon clan, Empyrean Saint, stepped out of the void. He also threw a punch at the stone ape, wanting to end its life. Everyone, You're in too much of a hurry. A cold laugh came from the void. A third expert stepped out. This time, it was the great emperor of the ancient god clan. He, too, wanted to kill the stone ape and plunder its boundless fortune. The great emperor of the ancient god clan shot out a ray of divine light, which turned into a dazzling light beam. The light beam pierced through the sky and swept towards the stone ape. After the great emperor of the ancient god clan attacked, a fourth great emperor appeared. This was the great emperor of the 9 mystical great world. This great emperor also attacked the stone ape, wanting to kill it. Dao Shengfa and Dao Wuyuan quickly retreated. They had the highest chance of killing the stone ape, but they didn't choose to do so. This was because they had already obtained boundless fortune. If they killed the stone ape and stole its fortune, they would become public enemies. Therefore, the two of them chose to watch the show. Of course, they were still in a highly concentrated state. As long as the stone ape was killed, they would immediately snatch the stone sword. The stone sword's value was too extraordinary. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. And the stone sword was an ultimate treasure that they had to get. Just as the attacks of the 4 experts were about to hit the stone ape's body. These were 4 great emperors. How terrifying would their attacks be? If the stone ape didn't resist, it would definitely be killed by the 4 experts. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the stone ape opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were ancient and full of vicissitudes. His 2 eyes seemed to contain 2 ancient worlds within them. The moment the stone ape opened its eyes, a heaven-suppressing aura emanated from its body. The stone ape has awakened. Seeing that the stone ape had awakened, many people exclaimed. The stone ape had awakened just before it was killed. It had awakened just in time. If it had been 1 step later, it might have been killed. The stone ape stood up and swung its right fist, sweeping it towards the 4 great emperors' attacks. Bang! Following a violent collision, the 4 great emperors' attacks were all destroyed by the stone ape. The stone ape's dazed eyes became sharper and sharper. Swoosh! He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. You can't escape. Stay alive. We'll kill you today. Die. The 4 great emperors' voices were extremely cold. Waves of destructive energy were emitted from their bodies. They all took out their great emperor weapons. Then, they attacked the stone ape. The great emperors used their great emperor weapons. The power released by the great emperor weapons was too strong. Especially when the 4 great emperors used their great emperor weapons together. The attacks they unleashed were even more terrifying. The attacks from the 4 great emperor weapons landed on the stone ape's body and sent him flying. Seal the heavens and earth. The 4 great emperors' voices were indifferent. They activated their great emperor laws and completely sealed the huge square. Chapter 28:28. The 4 great emperors were determined to kill the stone ape. Regardless of whether the stone ape was the great sage, heaven's equal or not, one thing was certain. The stone ape's fortune was monstrous. Moreover, the stone ape was extremely ancient. Killing the stone ape would allow them to seize the fortune that originally belonged to the stone ape. This was what everyone valued the most. As long as they could seize the stone ape's fortune. Only time would tell how far the stone ape could grow in the future. Boom! Terrifying energy waves surged from the emperor weapon. The weapons of the 4 great emperors were extremely powerful. The great emperor of the ancient god tribe wielded the sword of the gods. The sword of the gods was surrounded by holy light and exuded a mysterious power. It was rumored that the sword of the gods was a treasure left behind by the gods of the innate era. It was not forged by the great emperor of the ancient god tribe. It was a supreme emperor weapon. It was one of the top emperor weapons and its power was unimaginable. Now that the great emperor of the ancient god tribe had activated it, the sword of the gods revealed the gods' shadows. The shadows of the gods let out earth-shattering chants as if they were chanting the ancient battle song of the gods. The energy waves of the sword of the gods became even more powerful and terrifying. The light of the sword of the gods illuminated the world. The dazzling sword light tore through the void and slashed toward the stone ape, trying to cut it in half. The dark phoenix took out a fire elemental emperor weapon called the blazing demonic axe. It was also a terrifying emperor weapon that the Dark Phoenix had obtained by accident. The blazing demonic axe was surrounded by fire elemental and demon elemental powers. Both powers were extremely powerful. When the fire elemental powers were activated, its power was even more shocking. The blazing demonic axe streaked across the void and slashed toward the stone ape. The celestial demon saint's weapon was a scepter called the celestial demon scepter. With a gentle wave, billions of demonic light surged out. The faint sound of war drums could be heard from the demonic light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within the demonic light, there seemed to be billions of demonic soldiers. Wherever the demonic army passed, all living beings had to avoid them. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. The great emperor of the 9 mysteries' great world held a Fangtian halberd. The power of this halberd was simply too tyrannical. With a light sweep, the void collapsed. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The combined attack of the 4 great emperors was too terrifying. Although the stone ape was abnormally strong, it was no longer as strong as before with a stone sword in its chest. Moreover, he had just woken up, and his combat strength was far from recovered. Bam! Following a violent collision sound, the stone ape was once again sent flying by the combined attacks of the 4. The stone ape is no match for the 4 great emperors. Looks like I'm really going to be killed. No matter how strong you were in the past, you are now a hero past his prime. You can't escape the fate of death. Many people started discussing and felt that the stone ape was doomed. The glory of the past was just a thing of the past to the present. With the birth of the stone ape, its combat strength was no longer at its original level. Perhaps if the stone ape was given time to recover, it should be able to return to its previous level, but no one gave the stone ape this time. The 4 great emperors wanted to take advantage of the fact that the stone ape had just woken up and had yet to recover its combat strength to kill it and steal its fortune. If it's the great sage, heaven's equal, will he use the 72 transformations, 3 heads, 6 arms, and other heaven-defying abilities? What about the great sage, heaven's equal's supreme treasure, the Jingu Bang? If he doesn't use it now, when will he use it? Some cultivators were puzzled. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that although the stone ape was heaven-defying, it might not be the great sage, heaven's equal. It might be another stone ape. This feeling was very strong. Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strong feeling, but he had always trusted his intuition. If it wasn't the great sage, heaven's equal, then who was this stone ape? It was so strong that it couldn't be unknown. Could it be the sacred battle ape? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It shocked even himself, but Lin Feng quickly rejected the idea. How could it be the sacred battle ape? Back then, the sacred battle ape's death had caused a huge uproar and even caused the monster race to suffer great losses. After such a long time, the monster race still couldn't return to their peak state. The stone ape didn't seem to want to fight to the death with the 4 great emperors. It tried to escape several times, but the 4 great emperors stopped it every time. Bang! 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 The attacks of the 4 great emperors landed on the stone ape again and again. Crack! Crack! Even a body as strong as the stone ape's began to split apart. It wouldn't take long. The stone ape might be killed soon. Roar! The stone ape roared. He suddenly grabbed the stone sword that was stabbed into his chest and pulled it out. Puff! Blood spurted out. This was the stone ape's blood, which was extremely precious. It was a pity that it spilled all over the ground. The stone ape's body knelt on the ground as he panted heavily. He had lost part of the stone ape's blood to pull out the stone sword. The stone ape must have been severely injured by this attack. Kill him while he's down. The 4 great emperors looked at the stone ape who was panting heavily. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The 4 great emperors wielded their respective emperor weapons and attacked the stone ape. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the stone ape. At this moment, the stone ape jumped up and waved the stone sword in its hand. The stone sword released a terrifying power in the stone ape's hand. Although the stone ape was severely injured, it still managed to push the 4 great emperors back with the help of the stone sword. It was a shocking scene. The 4 great emperors were sent flying a few hundred meters away. The stone ape soared into the sky and waved the stone sword, tearing apart the 4 great emperors' seal. It then quickly flew into the distance. He's already at the end of his rope. He won't be able to hold on for long. Chase. The 4 great emperors looked gloomy as they chased after the stone ape. Many people soared into the sky and chased after the stone ape. They wanted to watch the battle between the 4 great emperors and the stone ape. Maybe he can escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the stone ape still had some tricks up its sleeve. It was enough for him to escape. The great emperors from the ancient god clan were chasing after the stone ape. If they couldn't kill the stone ape, they would have a headache when the stone ape recovered. Lin Feng and the rest didn't chase after the stone ape. They planned to return to their residence to rest before heading to the West Sea. Lin Feng was disappointed that he didn't get the stone sword. However, it was too difficult to get the stone sword now that it was in the stone ape's hands. Chapter 28-29. Young Master Nai was a very scheming and treacherous person. He was looking for Gongzi Yu not because of familial ties, but because he wanted to personally kill his half-brother and steal Gongzi Yu's the magic lotus. Young Master Nai would never forget his hysterical reaction when he heard that Gongzi Yu was recognized as the master of the magic lotus. Young Master Nai attached great importance to bloodlines and viewed Gongzi Yu as the disgrace of his family. How could a disgrace of his family be worthy of the magic lotus? Thus, young Master Nai only wanted to find Gongzi Yu and kill Gongzi Yu. He wanted to wash away the disgrace of his family. Now, he was getting closer to his goal. Last time, he almost killed Gongzi Yu, but unfortunately, he failed at the last step. Now that he met Gongzi Yu again, young Master Nai didn't want to let Gongzi Yu escape. Gongzi Yu looked up at young Master Nai and said, "Why are you being so fake? There's no need for this at all. Who are you putting on an act for?" Young Master Nai said, "My good little brother, how can you misunderstand your big brother like this? Your big brother is doing this for your own good, yet you misunderstand your big brother like this. Father misses you very much and even sent your uncle to take you back. My good little brother, come back with big brother. This is not your home. You are only a passerby in the 9 provinces. Come home with big brother. Our whole family is waiting for your return. Come on, there's no need to put on an act here. Plus, your acting is too clumsy. I'm about to vomit from watching it." Duzu couldn't help but curl his lips and look at young Master Nai with disdain. Young Master Nai looked at Duzu indifferently and coldly said, "Lowly creatures don't have the qualifications to interrupt, so you should choose to shut your mouth at this time." Young Master Nai's arrogance came from his bones. He looked askance at others and didn't put anyone in his eyes. He always thought that others were inferior to him because of the difference in bloodline. Therefore, Gongzong Nai didn't place anyone in his eyes. Duzu curled his lips and said, "You think you're so noble, but you're just a frog in a well. Today, this young master doesn't mind killing some ignorant fools." Young Master Nai's tone was indifferent. Even in the face of Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Fire Chelin, and so many other experts, he was still so arrogant. He had absolute confidence in himself. This was an innate confidence that had already fused into his soul. "You can give it a try," Duzu sneered. Boom, a powerful aura emanated from Gongzong Nai's body. The aura spread out and enveloped Duzu. Gongzi Nai really wanted to make a move against the poison ancestor and kill him. "Your opponent is me." Gongzi Yu's voice was cold as he stopped Gongzini. "My good little brother, do you want to fight your good big brother? It's been a while since we last fought. Let me, your good brother, see if you've made any progress recently." Young Master Nai narrowed his eyes as he looked at young Master Yu. There was an inexplicable smile on his face. That smile looked very sinister and made many people feel a chill. Gong Nai raised his right hand and was about to send a palm strike at Gongzi Yu when an old voice came from the distance. "Young Master Nai, young Master Yu, the two of you are brothers. How can you fight in private? This will damage the relationship between brothers." An old man walked over. This was an old heavenly demon with a stooped body. He was truly too old, but no one dared to underestimate him. "Enyu Bo." Gong Nai's pupils shrank when he saw this old man. He clearly didn't expect this old man to appear here. This Nu Bo had served 3 generations of heavenly demon emperors. Now, he was serving Gong Nai and Gongzi Yu's father. Although he was only a servant, no one dared to treat him as such. Even the heavenly demon emperors respected him quite a bit. Nu Bo rarely came out, but now that he had appeared in 9 provinces, Gong Nai had a premonition that something special was going to happen. Perhaps Nu Bo was here for Gongzi Yu? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. It would be very difficult for him to kill Gongzi Yu. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Gong Nai's mind. Gong Nai calmly said, Nu Bo, why have you come to 9 provinces? Does Lord Father have any instructions for you? Nu Bo said, no, it's just that I'm old and want to come out for a walk. If I don't come out for a walk, I'm afraid my old bones will be completely crippled. Nu Bo, you must be joking, Gong Nai said with a fake smile. Nu Bo said, this old servant has a few words to say to young Master Yu alone. If young Master Nai has nothing else, please leave first. Gong Nai was furious because Nu Bo clearly wanted to stop him from dealing with Gongzi Yu. Was this Nu Bo's idea? Or was it Lord Father's idea? Gong Nai couldn't make up his mind. However, he didn't dare to go against Nu Bo's orders. Yes, then this junior will take his leave. Gong Nai's heart was filled with grievances as he quickly left. Nu Bo looked at Gongzi Yu and said, young Master Yu, we haven't seen each other for many years. Nu Bo. Gongzi Yu bowed to the old man. In the past, Gongzi Yu was being hunted down. If it wasn't for Nu Bo secretly helping him, how could he have escaped time and time again? Now that he saw Nu Bo, he couldn't help but sigh. Let's talk somewhere else. Nu Bo said. Gongzi Yu nodded and walked to the side with Nu Bo. Nu Bo whispered something to Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu frowned at times and seemed to be thinking. However, what exactly were they talking about? This wasn't something that Lin Feng and the others could know. In the end, Nu Bo left. Gongzi Yu returned to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng didn't ask about the contents of their conversation. This was the privacy of others. No matter how close they were, it was best not to pry into each other's privacy. In the next few days, the outside world was in an uproar because a few more great emperors had appeared one after another to kill the stone ape. The stone ape failed to escape and landed in the ancient forest outside the city with injuries. Many people saw the hope of killing the stone ape. Even those quasi-emperors wanted to kill the stone ape. I wonder if the stone ape will be able to escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a powerful existence was truly a hero at the end of his road. Suffering such a calamity was truly lamentable. The stone ape has been discovered and is now being attacked. Chapter 28:30. After Lin Feng heard about this, he went to the ancient forest outside the city with Gongzi Yu, Fire Chelin, Du Zhu, and the others to watch the battle. Lin Feng wanted to see if he had a chance to obtain the stone sword. Now that he was in control of 2 stone swords, could he use the stone sword he controlled to attract the other stone sword over? If he could do that, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity for Lin Feng. By then, he would have 3 stone swords. These stone swords hid a huge secret. The more stone swords he obtained, the stronger his combat strength would be. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wanted to obtain more stone swords. It would be even better if he could gather all 36 stone swords one day. If he could control 36 stone swords, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. By then, he would kill gods and immortals. A large number of cultivators gathered around the Broken Mountain Range. There was a huge battle going on in the Broken Mountain Range. 7 great emperors were attacking the stone ape. In addition to the previous 4 great emperors, 3 more great emperors had appeared. These 3 great emperors were from the Star Moon clan, a great emperor from the Sun God clan, and a great emperor from planet Kanglan. The great emperors from the Star Moon clan and Sun God clan were the great emperors from the extraterrestrial forces and the myriad races. The great emperor of planet Kanglan was the planet lord of planet Kanglan. Planet Kanglan was an extremely huge planet with life in the extraterrestrial world. This planet had given birth to many top experts. Planet Kanglan's planet lord had broken through to the Great Emperor Realm 27 million years ago. His strength was also quite strong. The 7 great emperors each had extraordinary strength. In addition, they all had supreme treasures. The stone ape was heavily injured. Therefore, after being attacked by the 7 great emperors, the stone ape situation was extremely bad. The battle continued in the depths and the stone ape suffered. Even though it had a stone body, now, it was covered in injuries. The stone ape charged again and again, trying to break through the blockade. However, it was forced back by the 7 great emperors. It's useless. You will die today. The 7 great emperors sneered with killing intent. With these great emperors taking action, it seems like there's nothing left for us to do. Yes, we are destined to be just passers-by. The cultivators watching the battle frowned. With the 7 great emperors attacking, they had no chance to attack. Who would dare to fight with the great emperors for the prey? That was simply dancing on the edge of a sword. It was purely an act of seeking death. The stone ape's origins are extraordinary. In the past, it must have been a world-shaking existence. Now that it has fallen to such a state, it is truly lamentable. The fire Chileen sighed. The stone ape tried to break out of the encirclement, but it still failed. It was forced back, and an even deeper wound appeared on its body. The stone ape's blood flowed out, and the stone ape's aura rapidly declined. Every time stone ape blood was lost, it would be a huge blow to the stone ape. Looks like he won't be able to hold on much longer. His current aura is much weaker than when he was just born. During this period of time, his injuries haven't recovered. Instead, they're getting worse. Lin Feng said. The stone ape was severely injured and could no longer hold on. Lin Feng could almost see the scene of the stone ape's death. Lin Feng lamented. What a terrifying existence in the past. Now, it had fallen to such a miserable state. It was truly lamentable. Boom, the 7 great emperors erupted, preparing an even more powerful attack. A terrifying aura filled the air. The combined aura of the 7 great emperors was simply shocking. A special magnetic field was formed within a radius of 100 miles, and no one could stand within that radius. Retreat. The surrounding cultivators turned pale and quickly fled. If they continued to stay here, they would most likely be killed. Everyone quickly left and stood 100 miles away to watch the battle. The 7 great emperors wanted to unleash their strongest attack to destroy the stone ape. Terrifying shockwaves shook the void, spreading between heaven and earth, covering all directions and shattering the universe. The attacks of the 7 great emperors grew stronger and more terrifying, causing everyone to turn pale. 7 great emperor weapons flew out. They hovered in mid-air, emitting endless great emperor's aura. Their aura suppressed the heavens. The 7 great emperor weapons attacked the stone ape at the same time. The stone ape floated in mid-air like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. It could be overturned by the waves at any time. It was like a flame burning in a lamp that could be extinguished by the wind at any time. The situation in front of them was naturally extremely dangerous. Bang! The stone ape was sent flying. The stone ape's blood splattered across the sky. The stone ape's body fell to the ground. He tried to struggle, but found that his body was no longer under his control. He's not dead yet, but he can't hold on any longer. The stone ape is about to be killed. After killing the stone ape, those great emperors will probably fight for the stone sword. Yeah, the stone sword is heaven-defying. Those great emperors will definitely be eyeing it covetously. The stone ape's corpse is extremely precious. It actually gave birth to the stone ape's blood. The value of the stone ape's blood is unimaginable. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The 7 great emperors continued to attack the stone ape with their great emperor weapons. They wanted to kill the stone ape. The stone ape was about to be killed. At that moment, a powerful force descended from the sky. It was a pillar of light. It enveloped the stone ape. The 7 great emperor weapons that were attacking the stone ape were all sent flying. Bathed in the pillar of light, the stone ape's aura recovered a lot. The pillar of light trembled. The 7 great emperors' seal was instantly torn apart. The stone ape quickly rushed out. There was an expert helping the stone ape in the dark. Seeing the stone ape escape, everyone was shocked. They thought that the stone ape would definitely die today. They didn't expect that the stone ape would still be able to escape. The expert didn't show himself. No one knew who it was. After the first attack, there was no more movement. Damn it, he ruined our plan. The 7 great emperors roared. They put away their great emperor weapons and quickly chased after the stone ape. Let's go and take a look too. Many cultivators chased after the stone ape. There were many twists and turns in killing the stone ape. There was a mysterious expert who didn't want the stone ape to be killed, but they didn't know who that mysterious expert was. The stone ape's speed was very fast. It flew towards the northwest. That's the direction of the 6 divine valleys. Is the stone ape trying to escape into the 6 divine valleys? A cultivator asked. The 6 divine valleys was a land of death. Although it couldn't be compared to the land of death in the Tianwu continent, it couldn't be underestimated. There were dangers lurking everywhere. Although many people took the risk to enter the 6 divine valleys to dig for stones, they were only digging in the outer area. They didn't dare to enter. The 7 great emperors knew what the stone ape was planning. They increased their speed, wanting to kill the stone ape before it entered the 6 divine valleys. But they failed. Chapter 28:31. Lin Feng and the rest stood outside the 6 divine valleys and looked into its depths. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the 6 divine valleys. Intense fluctuations were emitted from the 6 divine valleys. These fluctuations were extremely strange. Perhaps it was because the 6 divine valleys was a land of death. Any land of death was filled with many strange things. Why are there so many top-grade stones in the 6 divine valleys? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He didn't know what had happened to this place in the past, but it had formed a large amount of stones. Many of these stones were difficult to find in the heavens. They were the most precious stones. Perhaps only in a place like the 6 gods' valleys could one find such precious stones. It would be very difficult to find such precious stones in other places. I heard that it has something to do with the great changes in the heavens and earth. However, it happened too long ago. Much of the history is destined to be buried by the river of time. It will be difficult to find the truth, said Princess Shui Yao. She was a princess of the demon race. Her ancestor was a great emperor that was close to becoming an immortal. She knew some secrets that others didn't. There are many lands of death in many places. I wonder if there is a connection between these lands of death. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of the death zone of the martial heaven continent, the death zone of the 9 prefectures, and the death zone of the banished world. Lin Feng felt that there might be a connection between these lands of death. If that was the case, there might be some shocking secret hidden within. Princess Shui Yao said, I don't know if there is a connection. There are indeed many lands of death in many places. However, it is said that these lands of death are divided into different levels. Some of the secrets hidden in the lands of death are relatively small, while some of the secrets hidden in the lands of death are incomparably shocking. The lands of death in the Tianwu continent are the most terrifying of all. As for the specific reason, no one knows. These lands of death had mysterious origins. They had existed for a long time, and there were indeed too many secrets buried within. Now, even though the 7 great emperors had come together, they didn't dare to enter the 6 divine valleys to search for the stone ape. It was clear how powerful the 6 divine valleys were to the 7 great emperors. Naturally, the 7 great emperors couldn't be blamed for being too careful. They had to be careful. At their level of cultivation, they were extremely sensitive to danger. It was precisely because of this that they did not enter rashly. However, the 7 great emperors quickly came to an agreement and decided to enter to explore. They believed that with the 7 martial monarchs teaming up, they would be able to retreat safely even if they were in danger. Boom! The 7 great emperors emitted terrifying ripples from their bodies. Then, they entered the depths of the 6 gods' valleys together. Although the rest of the cultivators wanted to go in and take a look, they didn't have the guts to do so. The depths of the 6 divinities valley was an extremely dangerous place. It was the core of the land of death. Once one entered, The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even the 7 great emperors were so cautious, let alone the other cultivators. 7 great emperors have entered the depths of the 6 divine valleys together. I wonder what will happen. Will the stone ape be found? This time, if the stone ape is found again, I'm afraid it will be hard to escape. Right now, the 7 great emperors are still allies. Just wait and see. If you really find the stone ape, the 7 great emperors will kill the stone ape and snatch the stone sword. At that time, they will immediately turn from allies to enemies. The cultivators outside were discussing. At this time, Lin Feng was wondering if he should go in and check out the situation. If he had the mysterious metal box on his back and some of his own tricks, he would be able to enter. Lin Feng believed that even if it was the land of death, he would be able to come and go as he pleased. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, a terrifying ripple came from the depths of the land of death. Rumble. Following that, the ground shook violently. Catcher, catcher, the veins of the ground cracked open, and a huge crack appeared. Large amounts of rocks, grass, and trees fell into the abyss. What's going on? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. They quickly soared into the sky and hovered in mid-air. The reason for this change was in the depths of the 6 divinities valley. No one knew what was going on. To think that there would be such a terrifying commotion. Let's go. A horrifying scream came from the depths. It was the voice of a great emperor. The 7 great emperors rushed out from the depths of the 6 divinities valley. Each of them looked panicked, as if they had seen something terrifying. With their cultivation bases, they shouldn't be acting like this. However, their expressions were indeed terrified. It was precisely because of this that people felt even more puzzled. What exactly did they see? Why were they so frightened? The 7 great emperors' hopes of escaping were doomed to fail. The black fog covered the sky and pulled the 7 great emperors back into the abyss. A blood-curdling scream was heard. No one knew which great emperor had met with a calamity. What's going on? The cultivators outside were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. With the strength of the 7 great emperors, what could possibly harm them? Wasn't the land of death a little too terrifying? More blood-curdling screams were heard. That kind of miserable shriek was extremely mournful. It was simply tragic beyond compare, causing people to feel a kind of hair-raising feeling. Don't tell me all 7 great emperors have died in there. A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Swoosh! Finally, 4 blood-stained figures rushed out. They were the great emperors of the ancient god race, the great emperor of the sky demon race, the master of the azure star, and the dark phoenix. The remaining 3 great emperors, the great emperor of the 9 mystical world, the great emperor of the star moon race, and the great emperor of the sun god race, had died in the depths of the 6 divinities valley. The 4 great emperors who had escaped were severely injured. The great emperor of the ancient god race had almost been cut in half. The great emperor of the sky demon race had even been beheaded. The great emperor of the sky demon race had escaped with the head in his hand. One of the master of the azure star's arms had been torn off. The dark phoenix's chest had been pierced through. He was severely injured. If he wasn't a cultivator of the phoenix race, he would have died as well. It was hard to imagine what the 7 great emperors had gone through to have suffered such heavy casualties. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, Lin Feng said. He felt that the 6 divinities valley was too strange. They should leave as soon as possible. The group nodded and left the 6 divinities valley without stopping. 3 days later, in the West Sea, there was a change in the ancient kingdom of chaos. A chaos ancient bell appeared. The sound of the bell rang out from the ancient kingdom of chaos, shaking the heaven and earth. Chapter 28:32. The vast West Sea had been filled with many mysteries since ancient times. Because this place was close to the area ruled by Buddhism, cultivators rarely came here. Of course, there were many experts in the West Sea, and Buddhist monks often walked around the West Sea. This was a place that no one could underestimate. Whoever dared to underestimate the West Sea would be punished. The distribution of forces in the West Sea was rather complicated. There were many immortal islands, and it was said that there was also a dragon palace. Of course, There was also the sea race. In addition, there were also some powerful bandit groups. These bandit groups were extremely rampant. Therefore, the West Sea formed the so-called Pirate Alliance. There were rumors that the reason why the West Sea Island Alliance was so rampant was because the leader of the Pirate Alliance was a monk in the past. This monk was not a simple figure. He had an extraordinary status in Buddhism back then. It was said that he was the proud disciple of the 9 prefectures Buddhist master. However, this person had evil intentions and stole the tantric scriptures of Buddhism. Therefore, he was expelled from Buddhism. However, his master still let him go because of their old relationship. The West Sea was one of the regions that had been relatively well preserved over the years. Although there were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces who had arrived at the West Sea long ago. However, there were many monks in the West Sea. In addition, Buddhism's influence extended to the West Sea. Therefore, over the years, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces did not do anything excessive in the West Sea. Therefore, the West Sea had been relatively peaceful. Now, because of the primal chaos ancient nation, a large number of cultivators flocked to the West Sea. The Shenyuan ancient spaceship flew above the sea. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Gongzi Yu, Fire Chelin, Princess Shui Yarrow, Little Rock King, and others were all on the Shenyuan ancient spaceship. Because Buddhism's territory spanned across a large territory in the western part of the 9 prefectures, no one could use the teleportation array to cross the Buddhism's territory. They first took the teleportation array to the North Sea region, then took the Shenyuan ancient spaceship to the West Sea from the North Sea region. The rest of the people also took a detour. Everyone tried their best to avoid Buddhism's territory. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out a chaos stone. This chaos stone was something Lin Feng obtained a long time ago. However, he was not able to comprehend the secrets of the chaos stone. The only thing Lin Feng knew was that this chaos stone seemed to be related to the primordial Lord of Heaven. When Lin Feng's spiritual force entered the chaos stone, a mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Primal chaos ancient country. Innate world. Burial ground of immortals. This was not the first time Lin Feng had gained insight into the chaos stone. Therefore, he had heard this sentence many times. Every time he heard this sentence, he would have a special feeling. The information contained in this sentence was too shocking. However, Lin Feng didn't know if the primal chaos ancient nation mentioned in the primal chaos stone was the same primal chaos ancient nation as the one in the West Sea world. If they were in the same primal chaos ancient country, then it would be too shocking. Maybe the secrets of the primal chaos gems could be unraveled there. Lin Feng hoped that he could unravel the secrets of the chaos stone. This chaos stone definitely hid a huge secret. As long as he could unravel the secrets of the chaos stone, he would be able to unravel them. At that time, he might be able to obtain great benefits. This was also something that Lin Feng valued. Above the sea, powerful forces were rushing towards the primal chaos ancient nation. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. In addition to these forces, there was also a cloud of black fog rolling above the sea. These were the creatures of the black fog. After they heard the news, they also rushed to the primal chaos ancient nation to search for opportunities. As creatures of the previous era, the creatures of the black fog were once extremely powerful. However, they were no longer in the era where they could roam freely. Now, their combat strength was sharply reduced. They needed to find powerful opportunities to recover their strength. There were more than a dozen creatures of the black fog, and all of them were on the move this time. The extraterrestrial creatures also quickly rushed to the primal chaos ancient nation. The extraterrestrial creatures had recovered their strength very quickly in the past few years. Although they were still far from their peak state, they were many times stronger than they were a few years ago. The Stone Puppet King was also rushing to the primal chaos ancient nation. He was the king of the Stone Clan, and his cultivation was unimaginably terrifying. Even the Azure Emperor was cultivating with the Stone Puppet King. In addition to the Qing Emperor, the Little Stone King was also cultivating with the Stone Puppet King. This time, the Stone Puppet King brought the Qing Emperor and the Little Stone King to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Clearly, he wanted to take care of his two juniors. The Little Stone King was now dressed in white, and he was extraordinarily handsome. However, there was a haughty expression on his face that made him look unruly. Back when the Little Stone King was still sealed in the stone, his methods were extremely shocking. Later, he was suppressed by Lin Feng for a period of time. Of course, the two of them reached an agreement, and Lin Feng let him go. The Little Stone King's cultivation had now reached an extremely high level. More and more experts gathered in the West Sea world, so now the West Sea world was extremely lively. However, there were all kinds of people mixed in. Once the number of people increased, there would often be a lot of trouble. During this period, the West Sea world was not calm. Battles broke out from time to time, and there were even emperor battles. After more than 2 months, Lin Feng and the others finally saw the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. It was a huge country shrouded in primal chaos mist. Looking from afar, the ancient nation seemed endless. There were ancient cities, dense forests, huge mountains, and crisscrossing abysses in the country. It was the landscape of a country. Vast, majestic, ancient, and grand. It was filled with the heaviness and weight of history. Is it here? The burial ground of the immortals? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The demon lord said, maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. We need to go inside and explore. 3 days later, the ancient starship Shenyuan arrived at the outskirts of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. There were cultivators everywhere. They wanted to enter the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation, but there was no way to do so. I heard that some people have already entered. At this time, the news spread and caused a huge commotion. It was not that no one had entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. In fact, some people had already entered in advance, but very few people had entered. How did those people enter? Many cultivators asked anxiously. They wanted to find out how to enter the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. They couldn't wait to enter. I don't know. If I knew, would I still be here? I would have entered long ago, the cultivator who spread the news said. Lin Feng and the others walked down from the ancient starship Shenyuan. They hadn't seen the Great Peng King and the Peacock King for many years. They missed them. Lin Feng asked, didn't you say that the Great Peng King and the Peacock King are here? Can we contact them? Chapter 28:33. Why can't we contact the Great Peng King? The Fire Chelin asked curiously. Lin Feng said. Could it be that the Great Peng King has already entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos? Is that why we can't contact him? When everyone heard this, they felt that this was indeed a possibility. The ancient kingdom of primal chaos was very special. Once one entered, they might be able to isolate themselves from the outside world. Therefore, if the Great Peng King had entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos, they might not be able to contact him from the outside world. Let's try contacting the Peacock King, Lin Feng said. Princess Shui Yarrow attempted to contact Peacock King. She also communicated with Peacock King through a communication jade charm, but she quickly shook her head. She also failed to contact the Peacock King. There's a high chance that they've entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. It seems like the Peacock King and the Great Peng King are about to take that crucial step. The Fire Chelin said. Back in the Tianwu continent, the Great Peng King and the Peacock King stood at the peak. They were once the peerless geniuses of the monster race, the hope of reviving the monster race of the Tianwu continent. After coming to the 9 prefectures, their talents were fully displayed. Coupled with the awakening of their bloodline, their cultivation rose rapidly. According to the Fire Chelin, the Great Peng King and the Peacock King had entered the monster race's sacred ground to cultivate. That sacred ground could change the flow of time. A year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the sacred ground. Therefore, the sacred ground played a crucial role in the Great Peng King and the Peacock King's cultivation. The Fire Chelin had always wanted to enter the sacred ground to cultivate, but he never got the chance. Now, the Great Peng King and the Peacock King were about to undergo the final transformation. One more step and they would become great emperors. Lin Feng had already known about this before coming to the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. He knew about this very well, so Lin Feng was not too surprised. If the Great Peng King and the Peacock King can break through to the Great Emperor realm, it'll be a blessing for the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng said. That's right. Everyone nodded. A large group of cultivators flew over from afar. They were all cultivators from the myriad races. Lin Feng could sense several cold gazes locking onto him. Many of the cultivators from the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer, his heart filled with coldness. He and the myriad races definitely had an irreconcilable relationship. Right now, the cultivators of the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng so badly. However, they didn't have the chance to kill Lin Feng yet. Lin Feng saw young Master Nai. Young Master Nai had a very high status among the myriad races. Firstly, Gongzong Nai's background was extraordinary. Secondly, Gongzong Nai's combat strength was astonishing. Young Master Nai's charisma was really strong. Therefore, many cultivators of the myriad races were willing to follow young Master Nai. Young Master Nai looked indifferently at Gongziyu and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, I really didn't expect my good little brother to come out and protect you. It looks like you're not without a backer in the Sky Devil race. But do you think it's enough with me protecting you? Your filthy and lowly bloodline is the greatest calamity. It's fated that you won't be able to obtain an important position in the race. Perhaps young Master Nai had been provoked by something, but he no longer concealed his hostility toward Gongziyu. Gongziyu's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Feng patted Gongziyu's shoulder and said, If a dog bites you, are you going to bite back? Ha 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 ha, well said. I have to give you a big thumbs up, little Feng. The fire Chelin laughed loudly. The others followed suit and laughed heartily. Gongziyu was usually calm and patient. He wouldn't easily reveal his emotions. However, this time, Gongziyu also smiled. Brat, you dare insult me? Young Master Nai gloomily looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. So what if I insult you? You want to fight? Who's afraid of you? Let's see who will win, Lin Feng sneered. He had long since lost his patience with young Master Nai. Then this young master will personally kill you today. Young Master Nai's voice was cold. He began to circulate his magic power, seemingly wanting to attack Lin Feng. At this time, a myriad race cultivator beside young Master Nai said, Young Master Nai, this isn't a place to fight. There are experts everywhere. Who knows how many people are eyeing us covetously? If you fight here, they might take advantage of the situation. It will be very troublesome then. Young Master Nai couldn't help but raise his brows. He nodded and coldly looked at Lin Feng. I'll let you jump around for a while longer. Pray that you don't see me in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave. Likewise, Lin Feng sneered. Young Master Nai's group quickly left. However, there were still many gazes looking at Lin Feng's group. Some had kind gazes, while others had hostile gazes. Lin Feng directly ignored them. We need to think of a way to get rid of this guy. Otherwise, he'll definitely be a big problem, said the fire Chelin. He could sense how terrifying young Master Nai was. Gongziyu said, Young Master Nai is far more terrifying than we imagined. If we encounter him alone, it's best not to clash with him. Instead, we should quickly leave him. Gongziyu had almost been killed by young Master Nai earlier. Thus, Gongziyu knew how terrifying young Master Nai was. That was why he was advising everyone. Day after day passed. Many people were looking for a way to enter the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. At the end of the day, a primal chaos bell suddenly flew out from the depths of the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. The bell hovered in the periphery of the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Dang! 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 The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world, shaking the clouds. Many people were shaken when they saw the bell. It was definitely an immortal bell. Is that the legendary primal chaos bell? Is that the #1 bell in the world that Primeval Heavenly Lord forged using primal chaos stones? The Fire Chaline's voice trembled slightly. Back then, Primeval Heavenly Lord had obtained a complete primal chaos stone and used it to forge the number 1 bell in the world. That ancient bell was the famous primal chaos bell. There were too many legends about the primal chaos bell. It was like a myth. Countless people were searching for this supreme treasure. And now, this supreme treasure had appeared in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Even the primal chaos bell has appeared here. Could this really be the burial ground of immortals? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Chapter 28-34. The chaos gem emanated waves of energy. The waves weren't strong, but Lin Feng could clearly sense them. The primal chaos stone hadn't moved until the primal chaos bell appeared. Lin Feng didn't understand why the primal chaos stone had moved so quickly. Why was the chaos gem emitting such waves? Was it because of the ancient chaos bell? If it was because of the chaos ancient bell, then it would have changed. Did that mean there was a special connection between the chaos gem and the ancient chaos bell? The ancient chaos bell is an immortal artifact. What about the people who entered the ancient chaos nation? Why didn't they try to collect it? A cultivator asked. Collect the ancient chaos bell? Do you think it's that easy to collect it? The ancient chaos bell is a heaven-defying supreme treasure. Who knows how terrifying its power is? Do you think it's something that can be collected so easily? If you're not strong enough, you'll only end up dead if you try to collect the chaos ancient bell. Moreover, those who entered the chaos ancient nation are probably searching for opportunities in the deeper regions. Now that the chaos ancient bell is in the outer regions, they'll weigh the pros and cons and won't try to collect it. That's right. They might not be able to collect the ancient chaos bell even if they come. They might even lose their lives. So, they might as well go look for opportunities. Some of the cultivators began to whisper to each other. The ancient chaos bell quickly disappeared without a trace, flying to another location. When the primal chaos bell disappeared, Lin Feng's primal chaos stone calmed down. Is the chaos gem's change really related to the ancient chaos bell? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It was the same as his previous guess. Just what kind of connection is there? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He wanted to enter the ancient chaos nation. It would be best if he could find the ancient chaos bell there. Lin Feng believed that if he could find the ancient chaos bell, he might be able to solve the riddle in his heart. More people have entered the ancient chaos nation. Then, shocking news began to spread. A group of cultivators had entered the ancient chaos nation. At that time, the chaos ancient bell rang and chaos holy light shone down. Those people were bathed in the holy light and entered the chaos ancient country. The cultivator who saw this said excitedly, that holy light must be the key to entering the primal chaos ancient nation. This news spread like wildfire in the outer regions of the primal chaos ancient country. The primal chaos holy light will only appear when the primal chaos ancient bell appears. The Fire Chaline said. Then we can only wait, Duzu said. Everyone continued to wait for the chaos ancient bell to appear. 3 days later, the bell appeared again. The chimes of the chaos ancient bell contained the sound of the Tao. Whoosh. The chaos ancient bell sprinkled down a large amount of holy light. Many cultivators quickly rushed towards the sacred light and entered the sacred light. However, they were unable to enter the primal chaos ancient nation. Fire Chaline shouted, F***CK. What's going on? Isn't the holy light the key to entering the chaos ancient nation? Lin Feng frowned and said, we underestimated the situation. It seems like the holy light isn't the key to entering the primal chaos ancient nation. Many cultivators wailed, feeling depressed. They wanted to enter the primal chaos ancient nation, but in the end, this was the result. We need to find another way. Lin Feng said and flew into the distance. Gongziyu said, although the chaos holy light isn't the key, the way to enter the primal chaos ancient nation is definitely related to the chaos ancient bell. That's right. There must be a special relationship between the bell and the bell. It's just that we haven't discovered the secret yet, Duzu said. Princess Shueyaro said, could it be the sound? Hearing Princess Shueyaro's words, everyone's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the bell had something to do with the sound. Every time the Chaos Ancient bell appeared, it would emit a majestic chime. Thus, the chime played an extremely important role in the primal Chaos Ancient nation. The next time the Chaos Ancient bell appears, let's try to sense its chimes and see if there's anything special about it, Lin Feng said. The others nodded. They couldn't help but look forward to it. If their guess was correct, they might be able to find a way to enter the primal Chaos Ancient nation. Currently, the number of cultivators entering the primal Chaos Ancient nation was extremely small. Thus, if they could enter now, they might be able to obtain many great opportunities. If the primal Chaos Ancient nation truly appeared in the future, there would be many more cultivators entering it. At that time, it would be difficult to obtain great opportunities within the primal Chaos Ancient nation. With so many cultivators, the opportunities might belong to others. Another 3 days passed, and the Chaos Ancient bell appeared once again. Dong, 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 the bell's chimes resounded throughout the world. Lin Feng and the others carefully sensed the chimes. However, Lin Feng couldn't find anything special. He held the Chaos Stone in his hand and used it as a medium to try to sense what was special about the chimes. However, the same thing happened this time. Lin Feng still couldn't find anything special. I can sense it. At that moment, Little Peng King suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was startled awake and looked at Little Peng King. Little Peng King waved his hand, and a golden light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others disappeared. Another group of people disappeared. The surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. Sound, I know. It's sound. Every time the Chaos Ancient bell appears, there will be a chime. If someone enters the primal Chaos Ancient nation at that time, they must have sensed the chimes and entered the primal Chaos Ancient nation, a cultivator suddenly said. Sound. Many people were shocked. They waited for the Chaos Ancient bell to appear again and carefully sense it. A gentle force enveloped Lin Feng and the others and pulled them into another world. It was the world of the primal Chaos Ancient nation. They were passing through the distorted space outside the primal Chaos Ancient nation. They were constantly approaching the primal Chaos Ancient nation. Just as they were about to enter the primal Chaos Ancient nation, the power of spacetime suddenly enveloped Lin Feng and the others. The power of spacetime was so strong that it directly moved Lin Feng and the others to different places. Many secret planes were like this. Cultivators who entered together would be separated. Perhaps the expert who created the secret plane didn't want them to stay together. Instead, he wanted them to rely on their own methods to find their own opportunities. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lin Feng found himself in a deep water world. This should be a huge abyss. The water was extremely cold. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 28:35. Those huge eyes flickered with a cold light, causing people to feel a sense of fear. What the hell is this? Lin Feng was stupefied. He quickly flew up. He cultivated the great water elemental art of the great 5 elements. Therefore, there was no difference between being in the water and being outside. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. The terrifying creature opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng saw what it was. The creature in front of him was actually a terrifying creature that looked like a crocodile. Its body was about 300 to 400 meters long, but it had a pair of huge wings. There was a horn on its forehead. It looked like a dragon horn. The creature's aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The moment the creature opened its bloody mouth, Lin Feng quickly dodged and successfully avoided being swallowed by the terrifying creature. He was not in the mood to continue fighting with the creature. Lin Feng quickly flew up. However, the terrifying creature chased after him and rushed out of the water behind Lin Feng. It spat out energy balls one after another from its ferocious mouth. Those energy balls were all aimed at Lin Feng, wanting to smash Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng's body flickered and he dodged the ball of energy released by the terrifying creature. His face gradually turned cold. Lin Feng took the initiative to charge at the monster and threw a punch at its head. With a loud bang, the monster was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. With a splash, its huge body fell into the water. After taking Lin Feng's powerful attack, the monster knew Lin Feng's strength and did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He was now in a lake. The lake was rippling with blue waves and was very large. After flying for a short while, there was a violent fluctuation in front of him. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a ball of cursed light flying toward him. Within the ball of cursed light, there was a tiny puppet floating. Cursed doll. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought he would run into the cursed baby. That bastard. After seeing Lin Feng, the cursed doll naturally did not have anything nice to say. It called out in a strange tone, "Oh, it's you. Long time no see. You're not dead yet." In the distance, there was a bloody mist rolling. There seemed to be some terrifying creature entrenched in the bloody mist. It was obvious that the cursed doll was being chased by the bloody mist. Lin Feng turned and ran. The cursed doll, that bastard, must have been attacked by the bloody mist. That was why it was in such a sorry state. "Don't run. We're old acquaintances, old friends," the cursed doll shouted and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He was speechless as he said, "Who's old friend with you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not familiar with you. Don't follow me. Otherwise, I'll smash you into pieces." The cursed doll said, "You really hurt me. I treated you as my best friend, but you treat me like this. Your young heart must have received 100,000 critical hits today." Lin Feng did not believe a single word the cursed doll said. The cursed doll was vicious. It was good at scheming. It was better to believe a ghost than a ghost. Therefore, Lin Feng did not believe a single word the cursed doll said. If he did, he would probably be counting the money for the cursed doll even if he died from the cursed doll's scheme. However, the cursed doll did not leave. It did not take Lin Feng's words to heart and continued to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng slapped the cursed doll with a backhand. Whoosh! The cursed doll's movements were extremely agile. Like a bolt of lightning, it dodged the attack in an instant. It shouted, "Kid, it's a swarm of bloodjade bugs chasing after us. This swarm of bugs is famous and extremely terrifying. If we don't leave now, neither of us will be able to escape when the time comes." After hearing the word swarm of bloodjade bugs, Lin Feng's face sank. It was actually a poisonous bug. It was indeed an extremely terrifying poisonous bug. Whenever cultivators saw this type of poisonous bug, they would quickly retreat. This was because the bloodjade bugs were not only poisonous, but they also had an extremely terrifying ability, which was to seal a cultivator's magic power. Once a cultivator's magic power was sealed, it would be a disaster for them. Many cultivators might have a way to deal with the bloodjade bug's poison, but they definitely could not deal with the bloodjade bug's forbidden technique. Poison and forbidden technique. The bloodjade bugs were almost invincible. Wherever they went, there would be a bloodbath. No one could fight against the bloodjade bugs. They had to quickly leave the swarm. Once they were surrounded, only death would await them. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the bloodjade bugs were, so he did not continue to be entangled with the cursed doll. "You go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll mind our own business. Don't provoke me, or you'll suffer." Lin Feng glared at the cursed doll fiercely and threatened. However, the cursed doll clearly did not care about Lin Feng's threat. The cursed doll laughed and said, "We should enjoy blessings and go through hardships together now. This is a good brother who goes through life and death together." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. How could this guy be so shameless? It gave Lin Feng the urge to punch this guy to death. Lin Feng could not be bothered with the cursed doll. He quickly flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The cursed doll's speed was not slow at all. Although it was just a puppet doll, it was extremely heaven-defying. Its speed was as fast as lightning and it followed closely behind Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and the cursed doll got rid of the bloodjade bugs. Boom! Lin Feng exploded and charged towards the cursed doll. The cursed doll had mastered many secret techniques. Lin Feng did not mind suppressing it again and forcing it to reveal all its secrets. "Cursed true God! Cursed true God!" the cursed doll shouted. The power of the curse surged out. Within the power of the curse, an ancient god appeared. It was a cursed true god, exuding an evil aura. Bang! The cursed true god and Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. The cursed doll's cultivation had recovered extremely quickly over the years. Therefore, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to defeat the cursed doll. Chapter 28:36. A loud noise came from the depths of the abyss, alarming both Lin Feng and the cursed doll. It was difficult to determine a victor between the two of them, so they did not continue fighting. Instead, they both looked towards the depths of the abyss. They had a feeling that there might be some kind of opportunity there. The two of them were very careful because the closer they got to the area, the more dangerous the aura became. Not long after, they saw a huge abyss. This was the abyss after the earth split open. Intense fluctuations came from the abyss, and immortal light surged out from it. Could it be the immortal Tao origin? When Lin Feng saw the celestial lights, he was astonished. The celestial lights contained pure strength. And now, the pure energy was able to make Lin Feng's magic power circulate by itself. This was too extraordinary. If it was not the purest immortal Tao origin, it would not be able to achieve this. There must be something good down there, said the cursed doll. Then, it quickly rushed down. Lin Feng also rushed down the abyss. This abyss was extremely deep. The deeper they went, the colder it became. There was a gloomy and terrifying aura in the air, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The abyss was emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Therefore, Lin Feng was very careful. He did not want to lose his life here before he could get any opportunity. That would be too unlucky. Look, a pool. An immortal pool. The cursed doll pointed towards the depths of the abyss and shouted excitedly. There was a pool in the depths of the abyss. The pool was shrouded in immortal light, emitting waves of shocking fluctuations. Pure energy was surging out from the pool. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually an immortal pool here. It was really unbelievable. He did not know what was in the immortal pool. He quickly rushed over. Before he reached the immortal pool, Lin Feng saw the immortal liquid in the immortal pool. It was the immortal elixir formed after the immortal Tao origin was condensed. It was truly extraordinary. After seeing the immortal elixir, Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. If he could obtain the immortal elixir, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. However, before he and the cursed doll could reach the celestial pool, something happened. In the depths, the stone fog was rolling. A stone cow rushed out and stood beside the celestial pond. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The quality of the first batch of cultivators isn't bad, although there are fewer people. A second terrifying existence walked out from the chilling wind. It was a skeletal cultivator with a bone saber in its hand. He could speak like a normal person, and 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisps danced in his eye sockets. This was a terrifying creature, abnormally powerful and terrifying. It's understandable that there are fewer people in the first batch. It's just an appetizer. The third creature appeared and split open the void. It was a white snake that was more than a meter long. It stood upright, and its eyes were cold and terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Although its body wasn't big, its battle strength was heaven-defying. This place was a dangerous place set up by the 3 terrifying creatures. It was specially designed to lure cultivators into this place. Then, they would kill the cultivators who entered this place and devour their flesh and soul essence. The 3 creatures were good at scheming. In addition to their powerful cultivations, they were indeed able to scheme against many people. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were the first batch of living beings to be schemed against by them. Lin Feng said, "I didn't expect that after always hunting geese, I would be pecked in the eye today. However, it won't be easy for the 3 of you to keep the 2 of us here. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if you have some cultivation, the 3 of us still don't put you in our eyes." The stone cow sneered and said with extreme confidence. Although he hadn't truly stepped into the Emperor realm, he had been at the peak of the quasi-Emperor realm for too many years. He had accumulated so much power that he didn't fear anyone. In addition, the skeleton and the white snake were also very strong. Naturally, the stone cow was very confident that he could kill Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Attack! Lin Feng shouted. He used the 1 chi into 3 pure ones technique. He split into 3 and charged at one of the creatures. You're courting death. The 3 creatures' voices were extremely cold. They instantly attacked Lin Feng. At this time, the cursed doll also attacked. That lowly creature dares to blaspheme the great path of curses. May the path of curses descend and use the power of curses to punish these lowly creatures. The cursed doll recited an incantation and used the great curse technique to deal with the 3 creatures. Lin Feng had learned the great curse technique from the cursed doll. Naturally, the cursed doll's use of the great curse technique was not something that Lin Feng could compare to. This was called specialization. Just from the name alone, one could tell how profound the cursed doll's mastery of the great curse technique was. Lin Feng's 1 chi into 3 pure ones was extremely powerful. Moreover, the cursed doll was using the great curse technique to support him. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to block the attacks for a short period of time. Bibi, it's your turn. Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice to Bibi. The little girl had been cultivating in the mountain river ring. This period of time was also a crucial period for Bibi's cultivation. Therefore, Bibi was not very active. Now that she heard Lin Feng's call, she immediately disappeared from the mountain river ring and appeared next to the celestial pond. When Bibi was just born, she already had the ability to travel through the void. Therefore, Bibi's ability was extremely heaven-defying. Now that Bibi had been born for so many years, her various abilities had been greatly improved. This was especially true for her ability to travel through the void. She could now do it as if she was teleporting. Yeah. When Bibi saw the celestial liquid in the celestial pond, she immediately shouted excitedly. The celestial liquid was obviously very beneficial to her. When the stone cow, skeleton, and white snake saw the sudden appearance of Bibi, they were instantly enraged. They turned around and attacked Bibi. Bibi waved her claws and shot out a rainbow-colored celestial light that engulfed all the celestial liquid. Whoosh! She teleported and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, she appeared next to Lin Feng. The stone cow, skeleton, and white snake's attacks all missed. Lin Feng sent Bibi back into the mountain river ring. Then, he quickly rushed outside with the cursed doll. He had just joined forces with the cursed doll to fight the stone cow, skeleton, and white snake. It was very difficult. They could not last more than a few rounds. Therefore, there was no need for them to continue fighting with these 3 terrifying creatures. Moreover, they had already obtained the celestial liquid. The most important thing now was to find a place to refine the celestial liquid. You can't escape. I'm going to kill you all. You all deserve to die. Chapter 28:37. Lin Feng and the cursed doll arrived in the forest. After choosing a direction, they sped up and flew in that direction. Moo! The bull's roar reverberated through heaven and earth, carrying endless anger and murderous intent. The stone bull quickly rushed out and chased after them. Next to the stone bull were the skeleton and the white snake. They were also filled with endless murderous intent, wanting to kill Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The immortal liquid was very precious. They used it as bait to lure others over. Now, the immortal liquid was snatched away by Lin Feng and the cursed doll. This made the stone bull, skeleton, and white snake extremely angry. Their hatred was overwhelming. Now, they only wanted to cut Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Bibi into pieces to vent their anger. However, it was not easy for them to catch up to Lin Feng and the cursed doll. This was because Lin Feng was best at speed, and the cursed doll was unbelievably fast. In the end, the stone bull, skeleton, and white snake lost sight of Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The 3 terrifying creatures roared angrily and wantonly destroyed the surrounding forest to vent their anger. In a hidden cave, Lin Feng took out the immortal liquid that Bibi had obtained. Bibi had already tasted a lot of immortal liquid. Now that she was sleeping, she needed sleep to help her body digest the energy contained in the immortal liquid. The dragon rabbit also ate some immortal liquid and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng divided the remaining immortal liquid into 2 parts. One part belonged to him, and the other to the cursed doll. Although he had fought with the cursed doll earlier, the world of cultivators was so realistic. There were no eternal enemies or friends. There were only eternal benefits. Now, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were in an alliance. Wah wah wah. With this immortal liquid, my cultivation level can increase again. The cursed doll shouted excitedly and swallowed the immortal liquid. Then, it occupied a corner of the cave and began to refine the immortal liquid. Lin Feng also began to refine the immortal liquid. He was now at the 7th tier of the giant god realm. He wondered if the immortal liquid could increase his cultivation level by 1 or 2 tiers. In fact, Lin Feng did not have much immortal liquid. The immortal pool was not small. However, there was not much immortal liquid in the pool. In addition, Lin Feng did not have much immortal liquid. The dragon rabbit refined a portion and gave the cursed doll some. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated. Lin Feng gradually refined the immortal liquid into pure energy. And the pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. After devouring the pure energy's cultivation level, Lin Feng's cultivation level. 3 days later, Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the 8th gigantic god layer from the 7th gigantic god layer. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng's face, BB. Giant God Realm 9th tier, Giant God Realm 10th tier. 2 more realms to reach the peak of the Giant God Realm. At that time, after settling down for a period of time, he could try to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Once he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, there would be an earth-shaking change in his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that with his savings, it would not be easy to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. He needed a heaven-defying opportunity to help him break through. Without such an opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through. After the breakthrough, there was still some immortal liquid left. The effect of the immortal liquid was much better than Lin Feng imagined. It was a pity that the amount was too little. Lin Feng did not continue to refine the remaining immortal liquid. Because even if he refined it, it would not increase his cultivation level. He planned to use the immortal liquid to cultivate the Archean ancestral insect, Emperor Archaic Egg, and the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen. Lin Feng first fed the Archean ancestral insect larva a portion of the immortal liquid. After the larva swallowed the immortal liquid, it emitted waves of excitement. The Archean ancestral insect larva was still too young and fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the immortal liquid. Next, Lin Feng dripped another portion of the immortal liquid onto the Emperor Archaic Egg. The cracks on the surface of the Emperor Archaic Egg were becoming more and more obvious. Seeing those cracks, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. Because the more obvious the cracks were, the time for the Emperor Archaic Egg to hatch was getting closer and closer. Once the Emperor Archaic hatched, it would spread its wings and spread its wings. The heavens would collapse. Such power and prestige. How shocking would that be? Lin Feng fed the last portion of the immortal liquid to the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen. Now, the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen had already begun to lay eggs. This was the first stage of cultivating the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen. Laying eggs, hatching, larva, adult, and swarm. Once the swarm of Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen was successfully cultivated, it would be extremely terrifying. It would be equivalent to having an army that he could carry around with him. Wherever he went, he would be invincible. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. The immortal liquid is too effective. At this moment, the cursed doll woke up. Clearly, it had obtained many benefits as well, so it was laughing excitedly. The cursed doll then looked at Lin Feng and said, "If we work together, it'll be like 2 swords working together. Why don't we continue working together?" The cursed doll's methods were extraordinary, so it was naturally good to have it by his side. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cursed doll did not have any ulterior motives. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why should I believe you? Hihi, if I lie to you, I'll never be able to form a body of flesh in the future. You should believe me now, right? The cursed doll said. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll believe you this once. The ancient kingdom of chaos was very restless at night. The roars of beasts shook the sky, and many terrifying creatures roamed about. Lin Feng took out a chaos gem and observed it. Ever since he entered the ancient kingdom of chaos, the chaos gem had been surrounded by a faint layer of energy. A chaos gem? You actually have something like this. The cursed doll was very knowledgeable. When it saw the chaos gem in Lin Feng's hand, it was shocked. It quickly ran toward Lin Feng. Then, it stood beside Lin Feng and observed the chaos gem in Lin Feng's hand. The more it looked at the chaos gem, the more shocked it became. You recognize this chaos gem? Lin Feng could not help but ask. It comes from the same source as the ancient chaos bell, the cursed doll said. What? There's such a thing. Lin Feng was shocked. The cursed doll's words were too shocking. If they came from the same source, did that mean the key to refining the ancient chaos bell was this chaos gem? If that was the case, it would be too exciting. Would he be able to refine the ancient chaos bell soon? Chapter 28:38. The cursed doll said, I've heard of this before. Back then, Pangu obtained a very special chaos stone. He used this chaos stone to forge the chaos ancient bell, and the remaining materials were used to forge 9 smaller chaos stones. No one knows what these 9 chaos stones are used for, but your chaos stone is clearly one of them. Does that mean there are still 8 chaos stones? If the chaos stones are really related to refining the chaos ancient bell or even Pangu's legacy, doesn't that mean that if the remaining chaos stones are obtained by someone else, that person will have the same chance as me to obtain the chaos ancient bell or even Pangu's legacy? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That is indeed the case. That's why it's hard to say who will obtain the chaos stone in the end. Let's see how it goes, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said. The chaos stone will definitely be mine, the cursed doll said. Who knows, this place might really contain Pangu's legacy. Rumor has it that this place is the burial ground of the immortals. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the cursed doll to have heard of the immortals' burial ground. He said, the immortals' burial ground is indeed the chaos ancient nation. I wonder if it's the chaos ancient nation in front of us? The cursed doll said, there's a high chance that it's this chaos ancient nation. However, I heard that a chaos ancient nation appeared in the celestial realm back then. I wonder if the chaos ancient nation in the celestial realm is the same chaos ancient nation in front of us. However, I'm guessing that they are the same chaos ancient nation. Places like this are quite strange. They can freely travel through the void and appear in different world. Just like this chaos ancient nation we saw today. It has appeared in the 9 prefectures now, but the next time it appears, it might appear in the undying realm. Lin Feng agreed with this theory. It was indeed as the cursed doll said. A strange place like this didn't appear in a fixed world. It could appear in many places. Every few years, there would be a cycle. In the past, this chaos ancient nation must have appeared in the 9 prefectures. After countless years, the ancient kingdom of primal chaos appeared once more. Lin Feng only wanted to explore the secrets of the stone of primal chaos. He wanted to know if he could use this stone of primal chaos to refine the primal chaos ancient bell or obtain Pangu's orthodoxy. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Feng wanted to obtain some great opportunities in the primal chaos ancient country to see if he could break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Although Lin Feng knew that this was not an easy matter, even if he couldn't break through to the quasi-emperor realm, he had to at least break through to the peak of the giant god realm. If he really couldn't find the opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor realm, he would kill the son of the sky demon emperor and snatch his black flame devouring god fire. If he could refine the black flame devouring god fire, he should be able to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. For the next few days, Lin Feng and the cursed doll explored the ancient kingdom of primal chaos together. This duo specialized in finding powerful ferocious beasts and then working together to deal with them. This was because many powerful ferocious beasts were guarding precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll obtained a lot of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On this day, Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered a black desert area. This place was shrouded in black fog and emitted waves of gloomy and cold aura. The gloomy and cold aura permeated between heaven and earth. It was terrifying and gloomy, causing people to feel terrified and moved. Cultivators came to this black desert one after another. Many of them looked coldly at Lin Feng and the cursed doll, harboring malicious intentions towards them. It seems that more and more cultivators are entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. The cursed doll sneered and looked at the surrounding cultivators with a gloomy gaze. The other cultivators should be glad that the cursed doll didn't have any ideas about them. There were actually people who dared to have ideas about the cursed doll. Weren't they courting death? They were simply courting death. Lin Feng said, "The method of entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos will definitely spread. Moreover, it has been a long time since the first batch of cultivators entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. It's normal for others to gradually find out about the method of entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. We don't know where the first batch of cultivators is now. As the first batch of cultivators to enter the ancient kingdom of primal chaos, they must have obtained a lot of opportunities. Yeah, I'm so jealous," the cursed doll said gloomily. In the end, the surrounding cultivators didn't attack Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Although Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't look like powerful characters, since they dared to act alone, they might have some unknown and terrifying methods. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to test Lin Feng and the cursed doll. If Lin Feng and the cursed doll's cultivation level were ordinary, then so be it. However, if they were experts, then they would all die without a burial place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dense pack of terrifying creatures flew out from the black desert. They were palm-sized black scorpions. Each scorpion emitted a cold and terrifying aura. After seeing the black scorpions, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. The flying devil scorpion turned out to be such a terrifying creature. It was a kind of creature that lived in groups. Because it contained a highly toxic poison, its attack power was powerful, and its defense was astonishing. Therefore, it was best to retreat when encountering such a terrifying creature. If one was surrounded by such a creature, the consequences would be disastrous. It's the flying devil scorpions. Hurry up and run. Many people screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. However, it was too late. A large number of flying devil scorpions drilled out from the ground and pounced on the fleeing cultivators. Many cultivators were swallowed by the flying devil scorpions and died on the spot. "Hurry up and run," Lin Feng said in a low voice as he quickly left with the cursed doll. In the next few days, more and more cultivators entered the Black Desert. There were even great emperors. There must be something shocking in the Black Desert. Otherwise, great emperors wouldn't have come to a place like this, Lin Feng said. "Wait here for a while. I'll go and ask around," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng sat down on a sand dune and had a rest. Lin Feng sat down on a sand dune to rest. 2 hours later, the cursed doll returned. "How was it? Did you manage to find out anything?" Lin Feng asked. Chapter 2839. The news brought by the cursed doll was too shocking. An ancient kingdom? Moreover, it was built by the Devil Lord? If this news was true, then it was simply earth-shattering news. It was too shocking and moving. No one dared to believe this news. Is the rumor reliable? Lin Feng could not help but ask. This news sounded too unbelievable. If it was true, the Devil Lord's legacy might be hidden in the kingdom. There's no smoke without fire. Since the news has spread like wildfire, there is a certain degree of credibility to it. Moreover, more than one great emperor has come here, the cursed doll said. The arrival of those great emperors seemed to confirm the accuracy of the news. That kingdom hasn't been found yet, right? Lin Feng asked. Yes, it hasn't been found yet. Many people have been searching everywhere for the whereabouts of that kingdom, but there has been no progress. Even the great emperors who came here are at their wits' end, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin and say, "That's interesting. I don't know how many secrets are hidden in that country. We can also go and find them." If we can find that country and enter it before other people, maybe we'll be able to obtain the treasures. Many cultivators had the same idea. They would find the mysterious kingdom before others. As such, as the cultivators who found the kingdom first, they would be the ones who had the highest chance of obtaining the opportunity inside. This would make many people go crazy in their search for the mysterious kingdom. However, the Black Desert was a place filled with dangers. For example, the flying demonic scorpions from before were exceptionally dangerous. Once surrounded, death was almost certain. Apart from the flying demonic scorpions, there were other dangers in the Black Desert. There were more than just a few types of terrifying insects here. Many of them were terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying was the Black Storm. When the Black Storm swept across the world, even great emperors would have to stay away from it. Thus, the Black Storm contained an extremely terrifying power that could even tear apart a great emperor's body. Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll searched for many days, but they were unable to find the ancient kingdom. On the seventh night, a bright moon rose in the sky. It was supposed to be a peaceful night, no different from any other night. But in the latter half of the night, the bright moon turned into a crescent moon. Eclipse of the moon. Many people were alarmed. Tonight, there was actually a phenomenon of the heavenly dog eating the moon. Many people felt that something unknown would happen. Rumble. 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 Not long after this phenomenon appeared, the earth began to shake violently. Late at night, a black storm swept across the world. It wreaked havoc in the void. Hurry up and run. Many people cried out in fear. If they were sucked into the black storm, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, everyone had to dodge the black storm in a sorry state. Go, 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 Lin Feng said and quickly flew into the distance. Nothing good ever happens during the lunar eclipse. Back then in the heaven realm, when the heavenly dog devoured the moon, many immortals died. The Cursed Doll cried out loudly. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard the Cursed Doll talk about the heaven realm before, so Lin Feng asked if the Cursed Doll had been to the heaven realm before, but the Cursed Doll denied it. The Cursed Doll then told Lin Feng. The Cursed Doll had only heard about the heaven realm before. But now, the Cursed Doll had revealed that the Cursed Doll had been to the heaven realm before. Didn't you say you had never been to the heaven realm before? Lin Feng looked at the Cursed Doll with an annoyed expression. The Cursed Doll knew that it had let the cat out of the bag, so it smiled awkwardly and said, "Cough, cough. Did I say that? Why don't I remember?" The Cursed Doll immediately played dumb. Lin Feng had the urge to slap the Cursed Doll. The black storm wreaked havoc for an entire night. Lin Feng and the others also ran for an entire night. Some unlucky cultivators were sucked into the black storm and died. When dawn arrived, the black storm dissipated. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What's that? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. The spire of a huge pagoda appeared in their line of sight. The ancient kingdom. It must be the ancient kingdom. Soon, a cultivator shouted excitedly and quickly rushed toward the spire of the pagoda. The ancient kingdom has appeared. Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. That ancient kingdom was too extraordinary. It was very likely the ancient kingdom that had been passed down by the Devil Lord. Would there be immortal pills or immortal origins? Would there be the Devil Lord's inheritance? Lin Feng did not ask for too much. He only needed to obtain one of those things. Obtaining immortal pills or immortal origins could increase one's cultivation level. Although obtaining the Devil Lord's inheritance could not increase one's cultivation level, after cultivating the Devil Lord's inheritance, one's combat strength would increase greatly. It was equivalent to increasing one's foundation and foundation. For cultivators, this was naturally very important because it was equivalent to strengthening one's Tao foundation. It was very important for one's future. Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll increased their speed to the maximum as they flew toward the spire of the pagoda. At that moment, 3 figures arrived at that place as if they had teleported. They punched a hole in the ground, revealing a huge group of underground palaces. Then, the 3 cultivators entered the underground palaces ahead of time. They were the 3 great emperors who had come here. They were Great Emperor Xie Xing of the myriad tribes. He had gone to the Red Dust Immortal sect to kill the Red World Fairy. However, he was beaten half to death by the Red World Fairy. In the end, he relied on a secret technique to escape. Although he had recovered a lot of his strength, there was still a big gap between him and his peak. The second great emperor was Planet Lord Kang Lan. He had lost an arm and his vitality was damaged. The third great emperor was also a great emperor from the myriad tribes. He was a great emperor from the fallen angel race with 36 pairs of wings. This great emperor was at his peak. The three great emperors were the first to enter the ancient kingdom. The rest of the cultivators quickly flew over and headed down. The ancient kingdom was sealed under a powerful seal. The black storm had torn apart a part of the seal, which was why such an entrance had appeared. Chapter 2840. In the end, Lin Feng and the cursed doll landed on the ground. One after another, quite a number of cultivators landed as well. However, many of them did not stop. Instead, they turned around and flew deeper into the tower in search of their own fortune. Lin Feng and the cursed doll raised their heads to look at the colossal tower. The colossal tower was simply too extraordinary. Most importantly, it was simply too big. It was hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Such a colossal tower was simply too shocking. Could it possess an extraordinary origin? Runes, very ancient runes. Lin Feng noticed some mysterious runes on the surface of the colossal tower. They were very ancient and he did not know what they meant. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not the only ones inspecting the colossal tower. Some other cultivators were also inspecting the colossal tower. Seeing such a colossal tower, they could not stop their imaginations from running wild. This colossal tower must be hiding a great secret. Look at those runes. They are simply too mysterious. Let me see if I can collect this colossal tower, one of the cultivators said impatiently. He wanted to try collecting the colossal tower. However, his attempt ended in failure. Collecting the colossal tower was easier said than done. The cultivator said with a grim expression. There is no way to collect it. Let's go. Let's go find other fortunes. The cultivator and his companions quickly left. In a place of fortune, there was a need for such decisiveness. If they were to waste too much time on an unobtainable treasure, they might end up missing out on even more treasures. Take it away. The cursed doll flew out as well, wanting to try collecting the colossal tower. However, despite exerting all its strength, the cursed doll was still incapable of collecting the colossal tower. The cursed doll swore. What kind of broken toy is this? The way I see it, it is not a treasure at all. If it is a treasure, there is no way it is not moving at all. Lin Feng said. Let me give it a try. After saying that, formidable magic powers surged out. The magic powers kept surging towards the colossal tower to envelop it. Next, Lin Feng attempted to collect the colossal tower. It was as the cursed doll had said. The colossal tower did not move at all. Lin Feng frowned. It would appear that there was no way to collect the colossal tower. Could it be that this huge pagoda wasn't a magic treasure? Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, the runes on the ancient devil ring on Lin Feng's right arm suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. The origin of the ancient devil ring was incomparably mysterious. However, it was said to be one of the 5 supreme treasures of the devil world. This treasure was incomparably demonic. No one knew who had forged this supreme treasure. Lin Feng was unable to throw away the ancient devil ring. Therefore, he let the ancient devil ring turn into a devil ring rune that coiled around his arm. Normally, the ancient devil ring had been quite obedient and did not have any special movements. However, today, the ancient devil ring had undergone a change. This was the first time the ancient devil ring had undergone such a change. Could it be related to this giant tower? The runes on the tower seemed to be moving. Lin Feng looked at the huge tower in front of him in shock. Originally, the runes were motionless, but now, they were moving. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng discovered that the cursed doll did not seem to have noticed the change in the tower. Instead, it was constantly urging him to leave this place and look for other opportunities. It did not want to waste any more time here. Was he the only one who noticed the runes moving? Was it related to the ancient devil ring? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. Then, Lin Feng tried to sense the runes on the tower. This bastard has gained enlightenment. Seeing Lin Feng close his eyes and immerse himself in a mysterious state, the cursed doll looked at Lin Feng in shock. Its eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Boom! At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations surged out from the giant tower. Lin Feng sensed the runes. He had established a connection with the huge tower. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the air. This huge tower was actually formed from an emperor weapon. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The huge tower shook continuously. Even the earth was shaking along with the tower's movement. The runes on the tower awakened at this moment. Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. It has seen the light of day again. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seemed like the tower spirit was transmitting a message to Lin Feng. Then, a large amount of information poured into Lin Feng's mind. This information included some information about the tower itself, as well as its origin. It turned out that this huge tower was called the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. It was an emperor weapon forged by a great emperor called the Heavenly Mystery Emperor. This huge pagoda was an extremely rare defensive magic treasure. One had to know that when a cultivator forged a natal treasure, they would usually choose to forge an attack-type natal treasure. However, the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was different. In the past, the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was cautious and sought stability in everything. It was the same even when fighting against other cultivators. First, he would be invincible. Then, he would look for a way to defeat or even kill his opponent. Therefore, when the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was forging his natal treasure when he was young, he forged the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda into a defensive treasure. Of course, an emperor weapon had many uses. For example, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was not only a defensive treasure, but also an offensive treasure. However, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's offensive power was far inferior to its defensive power. Boom! The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda quickly shrunk until it was the size of a palm and floated in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda in his hand and fondled it lovingly. Now, Lin Feng had many treasures on him, but he lacked a powerful defensive treasure. With this emperor weapon, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, Lin Feng's defensive power had increased greatly. Even if some great emperors wanted to kill him, it would not be an easy task. Emperor weapon. It's actually an emperor weapon. Your luck is so good that it's off the charts. So many people have tried to get this treasure, but none of them have succeeded. Yet, you brat got it. The cursed doll said sourly. It was an emperor weapon, and a defensive one at that. Its value was unimaginable. The cursed doll was envious of Lin Feng's luck. Hehe, my luck is really good. Ha ha. Lin Feng grinned. This treasure is barely enough to catch this young master's eye. Kid, hand it over. At that moment, over 100 cultivators flew over. The leading cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This cultivator was shrouded in holy light. He was like a saint who had descended into the world. His body emitted a compassionate aura. Anyone who stood in front of him would feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was a cultivator from the sacred god tribe. They were the #1 tribe among the 10,000 tribes. Chapter 2841. There were about 50 to 60 royal families in the myriad races. Among these royal families, the sacred god clan was ranked first in terms of strength and foundation. The reason this clan was terrifying was because they had a very long lifespan. Moreover, it was said that there were a few ancient experts who had existed before the chaotic ancient era. After living for such a long period of time, he wondered how powerful his cultivation had become. The sacred god clan gradually stood out from the dozens of royal families and gradually became the #1 race among the myriad races. It was because those old antiques were simply too intimidating. Of course, in addition to their strong foundation, the sacred god clan's talent was also extremely tyrannical. Regardless of whether it was the older generation, the middle generation, or the younger generation, the sacred god clan had top experts who could shoulder the burden. Moreover, These top experts were not as simple as one or two people, but a group of them. This was too terrifying. This was the accumulation of a top force over countless years. It was not something that those emerging forces could compare to. For example, a colossus like the Sacred God Clan, even if a few or even a dozen top experts died, it would not hurt them. However, some emerging forces were different. If one or two experts died, the force might collapse. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with a Sacred God Clan cultivator. This Sacred God Clan cultivator was indeed incomparably arrogant. He looked at Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes and did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Scram! Lin Feng looked coldly at the Sacred God Clan cultivator. To deal with such a self-righteous person, he absolutely could not choose to compromise. He had to use violence to curb violence. After hearing Lin Feng's reprimand, the Sacred God Clan cultivator froze on the spot. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered around the Sacred God Clan cultivator were all dumbfounded. Some of the cultivators who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to reprimand the Sacred God Clan cultivator and tell him to scram. This was simply audacious to the extreme. That guy is Sheng Yuanshu, right? He is a direct descendant of the Sacred God Clan. He is talented and ruthless. Now that kid dares to tell Sheng Yuanshu to scram, there will be a good show to watch. Just wait and see, Sheng Yuanshu will definitely not let that kid off. Human cultivators, you despicable race. This brat's luck is truly heaven-defying. He managed to obtain an Emperor weapon. I'm afraid his background is extraordinary. It's very likely that he's a cultivator from the human race in the other realms. No matter where the human cultivators are from, as long as they are human, their bloodlines are inferior. Some cultivators of the myriad races sneered, looking down on the human race. In their eyes, the status of humans was no different from that of ordinary livestock. The myriad races had always thought highly of themselves. In their eyes, the status of the human race was naturally incomparably low. For example, Lin Feng's hostility towards these myriad races was not without reason. If someone treats us Huaxia people as slaves and livestock, who wouldn't be filled with righteous indignation and rage? Sheng Yuanshu was also stunned for a long time, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. However, when he came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was simply the greatest humiliation to him. When had Sheng Yuanshu ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Lin Feng eerily and said coldly, "You're indeed a despicable race. You don't use your brain when you do things. Today, I'll let you know that if you offend someone you can't afford to offend, you'll only end up dead," Sheng Yuanshu said and waved his hand. Suddenly, 7 or 8 cultivators of the myriad races stepped out and surrounded Lin Feng. The cursed doll laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. Take care of this thing that's neither human nor ghost." Sheng Yuanshu pointed at the cursed doll. The cursed doll was originally looking forward to watching the show, but when it heard Sheng Yuanshu's words, it flew into a rage. He was neither human nor ghost. How could Sheng Yuanshu use such an adjective to describe it? Wasn't this insulting? After Sheng Yuanshu's order, 7 or 8 cultivators of the myriad races also pounced on the cursed doll. "Ha ha ha ha, serves you right." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the cursed doll with a gloating expression. Boom! The cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng and the cursed doll attacked at the same time. These cultivators of the myriad races were quite strong. However, they were still too weak in front of Lin Feng. Facing these cultivators of the myriad races, there was no need for him to be polite. Lin Feng's body swayed, leaving only an afterimage. Slap, slap, slap. Then, the sound of slapping could be heard one after another. The cultivators of the myriad races who surrounded Lin Feng were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Their faces were all swollen, and they looked extremely miserable. The cultivators of the myriad races who surrounded the cursed doll were even more miserable as their bodies began to rot. The cursed doll used the power of curses to curse the cultivators of the myriad races. These cultivators screamed miserably. The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. No one expected Lin Feng and the cursed doll to be so powerful. It's him. I recognize that human brat. Suddenly, a cultivator from an extraterrestrial race exclaimed. He had been observing Lin Feng. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt. Now, he recognized Lin Feng's identity. Who is he? Many people asked curiously. Countless people had heard of Lin Feng, but very few had seen Lin Feng. Therefore, no one knew who Lin Feng was. His Lin Feng. The extraterrestrial cultivator said with a trembling voice. The name Lin Feng was definitely hated by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world. However, the name was also very intimidating. The cultivators from the three forces could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. No one expected the young cultivator in front of them to be the legendary Lin Feng. I didn't expect it to be him. This is even more interesting. I wonder how Sheng Yuanshu will deal with this Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world looked at the two sides with great anticipation. Sheng Yuanshu also heard the discussions of the cultivators. He looked at Lin Feng in surprise and sneered. I didn't expect you to be that Lin Feng. I've long heard of your reputation. During this period of time, you've done a lot of things and even killed many experts from the myriad races. However, since you've met me today, consider yourself unlucky. Chapter 2842. Sheng Yuanshu's cultivation was extremely strong. He was one of the top experts of the sacred god clan's younger generation. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant and confident in his own strength. Lin Feng was famous. But so what? Sheng Yuanshu was also very confident in himself. He had been able to defeat a boundary emperor who had reached the 90th step many years ago. So many years had passed. Sheng Yuanshu's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Sheng Yuanshu was very confident in defeating Lin Feng. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. The cursed doll shouted from the side, as if it wanted to see the world in chaos. Sacred God Fist. Sheng Yuanshu attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. Endless sacred light surged within Sheng Yuanshu's body, making him look extremely holy. The sacred light lingered around Sheng Yuanshu's body, making him look like an immortal Buddha. The current Sheng Yuanshu was like a saint from the Primordial era. His compassionate aura made people involuntarily want to kneel on the ground and kowtow to him. The reason why the sacred god clan was so terrifying was because of their bloodline. It was said that the sacred god clan had inherited two types of bloodlines. One of them was called the heavenly sacred blood and the other was called the earthly sacred blood. The two types of bloodlines complemented each other and promoted each other. Therefore, the power of the two types of bloodlines was extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, not all sacred god clan cultivators could awaken two types of bloodlines. Only a very small number of people could awaken two types of bloodlines. Sheng Yuanshu happened to be someone who had awakened two types of bloodlines. Therefore, the power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. After awakening two types of bloodlines, one could cultivate many of the sacred god clan's top divine abilities. For example, the sacred god fist that Sheng Yuanshu was using now was said to have been created by an ancient expert of the sacred god clan. It was a divine ability that was created based on the characteristics of the sacred god clan's bloodline. After the sacred god fist was used, the two types of bloodlines in the sacred god clan cultivator's body would awaken and provide great power. The power of the holy god fist would also increase tremendously with the support of the two bloodline powers. Just like now, the power of Sheng Yuanshu's punch was terrifying to the extreme, enveloping Lin Feng and sealing off the space-time around Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. He had no choice but to take Sheng Yuanshu's punch head-on. What a terrifying punch! Sheng Yuanshu is indeed worthy of being a cultivator of the sacred god clan. His strength is really too strong, enough to suppress many experts of the older generation. That brat is definitely no match for Sheng Yuanshu. Just wait and see, that brat is dead for sure. Among the crowd, the practitioners of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all talking about it. They all looked at Lin Feng with sneers. They naturally hoped that Sheng Yuanshu would kill Lin Feng and get rid of Lin Feng for the three forces. There were also 9 states cultivators present, but there were fewer of them. Now, those 9 states cultivators were also paying attention to the changes in the battle. Their expressions were very solemn and they couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed very strong and his talent was also incomparably amazing. But now, Lin Feng was facing Sheng Yuanshu, who was also a person with heaven-defying talent and strength. Lin Feng could defeat ordinary cultivators whose realms were far higher than his own. But he might not be able to defeat a genius cultivator whose realms were far higher than his own. Therefore, the 9 states cultivators were all sweating for Lin Feng. This punch is quite interesting. After feeling the power of Sheng Yuanshu's attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sheng Yuanshu's attack was indeed astonishing. However, Lin Feng didn't care about it at all. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, his combat strength had increased by many times. He was no longer the same as before. In the face of Sheng Yuanshu's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng also threw a punch at Sheng Yuanshu. Bang! With a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng and Sheng Yuanshu fiercely colliding. Both sides took 3 steps back. Lin Feng withstood Sheng Yuanshu's tyrannical punch, which shocked many people. Lin Feng withstood such a powerful attack from Sheng Yuanshu. In their opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation was probably much stronger than the rumors said. Oh my God, look! Suddenly, someone pointed at Sheng Yuanshu with a shocked expression on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Sheng Yuanshu's body was changing. His body was constantly shrinking, and as his body shrank, his magic power was also constantly weakening. Lin Feng used the fist technique recorded in the future chapter of the Great Reincarnation Art. It was surrounded by the power of the future, which could shrink a cultivator for a short period of time and greatly weaken his magic power. It was similar to the past chapter of the Great Reincarnation Art. My body, my magic power. Sheng Yuanshu looked at his shrinking body and couldn't help but roar in horror. However, now that Sheng Yuanshu had turned into a child, his roar turned into a scream. Young master hates naughty children like you the most. Today, young master will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Lin Feng's face revealed a devilish smile. His body flashed and appeared in front of Sheng Yuanshu. Then, he directly slapped Sheng Yuanshu. After Sheng Yuanshu's body shrank, his combat strength had dropped to the lowest point. Therefore, Sheng Yuanshu didn't dare to face Lin Feng head-on. Seeing Lin Feng coming at him, Sheng Yuanshu hurriedly dodged Lin Feng's attack. However, Sheng Yuanshu, whose cultivation had dropped, couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack at all. Slap! Lin Feng's slap landed heavily on Sheng Yuanshu's face. It directly sent Sheng Yuanshu flying. Ah! Sheng Yuanshu roared in anger. He was simply mad with hatred. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But now, in front of so many people, he was slapped in the face and sent flying. This made Sheng Yuanshu feel extremely humiliated. Sheng Yuanshu was furious and his killing intent was like the sea. However, he couldn't resist Lin Feng now. Naughty child, how was my slap just now? Take another kick from this young master. Lin Feng chased after Sheng Yuanshu and raised his foot in the air to kick Sheng Yuanshu. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng's kick landed on Sheng Yuanshu's body and sent him flying. Wah! Receiving Lin Feng's powerful kick, Sheng Yuanshu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was distorted. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 2843. Obviously, Sheng Yuanshu wanted to activate his bloodline power to deal with Lin Feng. In the face of Sheng Yuanshu's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly rushed forward and sneered. Do you think you're still qualified to talk to me about fighting to the death? Bang! Lin Feng kicked Sheng Yuanshu's body again. Sheng Yuanshu, who was activating his bloodline, was abruptly interrupted and coughed up blood. He suffered a backlash, so his injuries were even more serious than before. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. The insufferably arrogant Sheng Yuanshu was actually beaten so badly by Lin Feng. This was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected such an outcome. This caused many people to be incomparably astonished. They simply could not believe their eyes. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces all looked gloomy. They were all looking forward to seeing Sheng Yuanshu kill Lin Feng. However, the result was extremely disappointing. Well done. The cultivators from 9 provinces were all excited and cheered for Lin Feng. Go, all of you go, kill this little bastard for me, Sheng Yuanshu roared furiously. Do it, shouted the other cultivators of the 10,000 clans, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, your opponent is me. The cursed doll shouted and pounced on the cultivators from the myriad races. Cursed fog, cursed fog. The cursed doll's eerie voice rang out as a large amount of cursed fog emanated from its body. The cursed fog was extremely strange and terrifying. When the cultivators from the myriad races came into contact with the cursed fog, their bodies began to rot. The cultivators from the myriad races could not resist the corrosion of the cursed fog at all. One by one, they screamed miserably. The cursed doll's cultivation was recovering more and more, and its methods were becoming more and more strange. Ordinary cultivators could not deal with the cursed doll. Naturally, the cultivators from the myriad races were no match for the cursed doll. Sheng Yuanshu's face turned green when he saw the myriad races cultivators being blocked by the cursed dolls. The young master hates it when people act cool in front of me. What qualifications do you have to act cool in front of the young master? Lin Feng rushed in front of Sheng Yuanshu again and slapped Sheng Yuanshu's face, sending him flying again. Sheng Yuanshu's face had been slapped by Lin Feng. Now, Sheng Yuanshu was so sullen that he wanted to die. His strength was clearly abnormally strong, but because his body had shrunk, he couldn't use it. This feeling was worse than death. Right now, Sheng Yuanshu wanted nothing more than to chop Lin Feng into pieces. Sheng Yuanshu's body was sent flying. At this moment, the effect of the future power of the future chapter of the Great Samsara was about to wear off. Sheng Yuanshu's power began to gradually recover, and his body also began to return to normal. Look. His primordial energy is recovering. Once Sheng Yuanshu recovers, that brat will be dead for sure, that's right. When enraged, Sheng Yuanshu's battle prowess will be heaven-defying. Seeing that Sheng Yuanshu was gradually recovering, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces couldn't help but be delighted. In those people's eyes, Lin Feng couldn't compete with Sheng Yuanshu. Although Lin Feng had one-sidedly suppressed Sheng Yuanshu, it wasn't a reflection of their true strength. Sheng Yuanshu was thinking the same thing. He could feel his dharmic powers gradually recovering, and his body was also gradually recovering. He was extremely excited. He was thinking about how to torture and humiliate Lin Feng after he recovered. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Sheng Yuanshu again and used Eternity Rush on Sheng Yuanshu's body. This was a divine ability recorded in the previous chapter of the Great Samsara Art. Lin Feng was even more proficient in using this divine ability. Bang! Sheng Yuanshu was sent flying again. Quick, look! Shouted a cultivator in shock as he pointed at Sheng Yuanshu. Everyone looked at Sheng Yuanshu, and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Just now, Sheng Yuanshu's body had shrunk to the size of a 5-year-old child. But now, Sheng Yuanshu's body had become extremely old, turning into an extremely old man. The Great Samsara Art. Lin Feng must have used the Great Samsara Art. It's said that the Great Samsara Art records the use of the power of the past and the future. It can make people age or shrink in a short time. Regardless of whether they age or shrink, their magic power will decline greatly, and their battle prowess will be at its lowest point, said an extraterrestrial cultivator in a low voice. His eyes shone when he mentioned the Great Samsara Art. It was definitely a peerless divine ability that could make countless people go crazy. Such a divine ability could become the foundation of cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a divine ability? No wonder his methods are so strange. It's actually the Great Samsara Art. Sheng Yuanshu is so aggrieved. If he had known earlier that the great samsara art was so strange, he would have been on guard against Lin Feng. Some of the extraterrestrial cultivators sighed. Why is this happening? Sheng Yuanshu looked at his old body and couldn't help but roar. It took him a lot of effort to return to normal. But then, he turned into his current state. Sheng Yuanshu was so depressed that he was about to die. Old fart, eat this young master's fist. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched Sheng Yuanshu. He shouted, "This fist is called the specialized old tortoise fist." Sheng Yuanshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who's an old tortoise? Sheng Yuanshu wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack. He wanted to waste time until his body returned to normal. By the time he returned to normal, he definitely wouldn't be hit a third time. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was incomparably cruel. Lin Feng didn't give Sheng Yuanshu a chance at all. His speed was so fast that he followed Sheng Yuanshu like a shadow. He arrived in front of Sheng Yuanshu in an instant. Then, he punched Sheng Yuanshu's chin. Crack, crack. Sheng Yuanshu's chin was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. As for Sheng Yuanshu, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward, descended from the sky, and stomped on Sheng Yuanshu. Bang! His foot ruthlessly stomped on Sheng Yuanshu's body. With a clang, Sheng Yuanshu's body fell to the ground and was stepped on by Lin Feng. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll kill you. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Sheng Yuanshu's eyes turned blood red, and he looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng coldly looked at Sheng Yuanshu and sneered, "You're still so arrogant even though you're a prisoner. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? I'm a member of the Sacred God clan. If you know what's good for you, you'll end your life and save your friends and family. If you dare to kill me, not only will you die, but your friends and family and everyone related to you will die." Sheng Yuanshu laughed maliciously. Who in the Sacred God clan didn't fear him? With the Sacred God clan as his backing, Sheng Yuanshu had nothing to fear. Puff! The next moment, blood splattered. Sheng Yuanshu's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Chapter 2844. Dead. Sheng Yuanshu is dead. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. It's been so many years, but no cultivator from the Sacred God clan has fallen. Now that a direct descendant of the Sacred God clan has fallen, I'm afraid there's going to be a huge problem. The Sacred God clan won't let this go so easily. Just wait and see, the experts of the Sacred God clan will definitely appear and kill Lin Feng. Not only Lin Feng, but also his family, his clansmen, friends, fellow disciples, and so on. As long as they are related to him, they will all die. Just wait and see. When the time comes, these people will definitely die without a burial place. After seeing Lin Feng kill Sheng Yuanshu, the surrounding cultivators of the thousands of races began to whisper to each other. The Sacred God clan was a behemoth that no one could provoke. Now, Lin Feng had killed a direct descendant of the Sacred God clan. It was equivalent to piercing through the sky. The people of the Sacred God clan naturally wouldn't let this go. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took Sheng Yuanshu's storage ring and left with the cursed doll. So what if it was the Sacred God clan? If the Sacred God clan dared to touch the people around him, he would definitely uproot the Sacred God clan. TSK, you even dared to kill someone from the Sacred God clan. You're really bold. The cursed doll exclaimed. So what if it's the Sacred God clan? It's just a force that's slightly stronger than the other clans. Give me time and the entire Sacred God clan will be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng said indifferently. The cursed doll nodded and said, with your talent, perhaps there will be such a day. Killing the cultivator of the Sacred God clan, Sheng Yuanshu, was only a small matter to Lin Feng. He wouldn't take this matter to heart. If a mere junior died, so be it. Lin Feng's heart wouldn't be affected at all. He and the cursed doll walked deeper into the city. There were huge palaces everywhere, crisscrossing streets, and huge mansions. This was like an ancient imperial city. It was shrouded in a dark aura and emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. One after another, cultivators entered the massive imperial city. Then, they began searching for treasures within the imperial city, hoping to find the supreme treasure buried here. Some cultivators seemed to have a good harvest, but some cultivators didn't find anything at all. The first night arrived quietly. When night fell, the entire imperial city was shrouded in endless darkness. Vaguely, there was also a whining sound. That sound was too terrifying and eerie, as if it was the sound of a malicious spirit. Pale green bugs were flying above the city, emitting a pale green light that represented death. That light seemed to represent an endless aura of death. Deathfire demonic bug. The cursed doll looked at the bugs in shock. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this kind of insect. In fact, it was the first time he had seen this kind of strange insect. He could feel an aura from these green insects that made his heart palpitate. Is Deathfiery Demon Bug the name of this bug? What kind of insect is this? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I'm not sure. It said that it's a type of insect that flew out from the 18th level of hell. It represents death. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The cursed doll was getting more and more ridiculous. If it was really a type of insect that flew out from the 18th level of hell, then it would be too terrifying. However, everything the cursed doll said sounded too unreal. It felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. At that moment, some Deathfire demonic bugs descended from the sky and flew toward some of the cultivators. Many of the cultivators did not recognize these Deathfire demonic bugs. Therefore, they did not take the Deathfire demonic bugs to heart. Some of them even stretched out their hands to grab the bugs, wanting to see what these bugs were. When those cultivators grabbed the Deathfire demonic bugs, something happened. Then, something terrifying happened. Those cultivators' bodies began to burn. With their arms as the starting point, the flames quickly spread to their entire bodies. Those cultivators who grabbed the Deathfire demonic bugs quickly let go of them. They released their magic power, wanting to use it to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, it was useless. It seemed like there was nothing that could stop their bodies from burning. Miserable shrieks were heard. Many cultivators let out miserable shrieks as their bodies burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to ashes and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those bugs were too terrifying. Anyone who dared to underestimate those bugs would definitely die. Swoosh, 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 more and more Deathfire demonic bugs flew toward the cultivators in the Imperial City. Those Deathfire demonic bugs were like the Grim Reaper that walked out from hell. They began to harvest the cultivators' lives. A large number of cultivators died under the attacks of the Deathfire demonic bugs. Quick, use your magic treasures to attack these damned bugs, many cultivators shouted. Using their magic treasures to attack the Deathfire demonic bugs was a good idea. Many Deathfire demonic bugs were killed by the magic treasures. It was only after midnight that the Deathfire demonic bugs disappeared. However, there were patches of charcoal on the ground of the Imperial City. A gust of wind blew. The charcoal was blown in all directions. Those charcoal were the cultivators who died after being attacked by the Deathfire demonic bugs. Roar! A deep roar resounded through the sky. In the depths of the Imperial City, a huge demonic shadow appeared. Endless demonic might emanated from it. It was as if a peerless demon lord had awakened from his slumber. When they saw the demonic shadow, everyone became excited. Is that the demon lord's brand? The demon lord's legacy must be here. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators shouted excitedly and quickly flew toward the depths of the Imperial City. The huge demonic shadow quickly disappeared. I wonder if the three great emperors will be able to obtain the demon lord's legacy. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression as he and the cursed doll flew toward the depths of the Imperial City. The three great emperors had been the first to enter the Imperial City. Now, they were nowhere to be found. If there was anyone who had the highest chance of obtaining the demon lord's legacy, it would be the three great emperors. It's fine if they manage to obtain it. At most, we'll just have to kill them, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, then let's kill them and snatch the demon lord's legacy. Many cultivators who were passing by heard the conversation between Lin Feng and the cursed doll and looked at them with disdain. Kill 3 Great Emperors. Chapter 2845. Lin Feng and the cursed doll, as well as the other cultivators, flew towards the depths of the imperial city for a long time. However, they were still unable to reach that area. It was obvious that something was amiss. Lin Feng had also noticed that something was amiss. He felt as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion and was constantly flying. In reality, he might not have been able to travel far at all. There was an 80% chance that he was trapped in this place. The cursed doll said, "This place is filled with evil. I'm afraid we're in trouble." Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it was as the cursed doll had said. They were in trouble. Perhaps it's a magnetic field. An extremely terrifying magnetic field that's affecting all of us. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng said. It was unrealistic for ordinary formations and restrictions to try to trap Lin Feng, who was a formation grandmaster. Only the power of a magnetic field could deceive him. That was the terrifying part of a magnetic field. The power contained in a magnetic field was too terrifying. It could make people lose themselves in it. A magnetic field. Could it be that the Devil Lord's corpse is here? The corpse of an expert of this level can form a powerful magnetic field that interferes with the thoughts of the cultivators around him, the cursed doll said with a gloomy expression. If it was really a magnetic field formed by the corpse of a Devil Lord, then it would be too terrifying. Lin Feng said. Let's wait and see. It might be better if we wait until daytime, the cursed doll said. That's the only way. Lin Feng hoped that this night would pass peacefully. However, things did not go as he wished. How could it be so easy to pass peacefully? Dong, dong, dong. A sound rang out in the middle of the night. It was not the sound of a bell, but an extremely strange sound. This strange sound made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng felt his heart beating faster and faster. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ah! A cultivator in the distance let out a shrill scream. Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly flew over. 6 or 7 cultivators fell on the street, all of them dead. A bloody hole appeared in their chests. His heart exploded. This was the cause of their deaths. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These people died too tragically. His heart exploded, and he died. Thump, 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 thump. This time, it was the same as before. Lin Feng felt his heart beating faster and faster. Lin Feng couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw the corpses in front of him. The deaths of these cultivators were most likely related to the frantic beating of their hearts. I have to calm myself down quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape death. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He quickly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. As the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill circulated, Lin Feng felt his inner world become much quieter. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The cursed doll was looking into the distance, bored to death. This fellow wasn't made of flesh and blood, so it didn't have a heart. Naturally, it didn't have to worry about the strange sound earlier. The night hasn't passed yet. Looking at the dark imperial city, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. We still have to wait for a while. But it should be soon, the cursed doll said. Have you heard of the saying that the darkness before dawn is the scariest? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll said, although this is the first time I've heard of this, it does make sense. The scariest thing might happen soon. Not long after, a gloomy aura spread throughout the imperial city. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid danger is coming. Be careful. The cursed doll nodded with a serious expression. Ah! A shrill scream came from not far away. After hearing the scream, Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly flew over. Dozens of cultivators also rushed to that place. However, when they arrived at that place, there was only a pool of blood. There was nothing else. He's dead. This pool of blood should be left behind by the cultivator from before. I just don't know how he died. A cultivator said with an ugly expression. Is it that demon lord who wants to kill the latecomers? A cultivator cursed, even after he's dead, he still wants to scheme against the latecomers. I curse that demon lord to never be reincarnated. You can't say such things carelessly, a cultivator said in a deep voice. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from that cultivator, cursing the mysterious demon lord in the imperial city left behind by the demon lord. Wasn't that courting death? That cultivator had lost his composure earlier because he was mentally unstable. That was why he cursed the demon lord. However, now that he had regained his senses, his face had turned pale. He was probably starting to feel fear. I don't ask for anything else now. I just want to get through this night smoothly. Then, I'll search the imperial city again tomorrow morning. Before night falls, we have to leave this place quickly. This place is too strange. If I had a chance to choose again, I definitely wouldn't enter this place again, a cultivator said. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone, gather together. There's strength in numbers, a cultivator suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Now, no one wanted to be separated from the main group. Once they were separated, they would probably end up in an extremely miserable state. Find a courtyard to hide in, someone said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, nearly 100 people found a courtyard and waited quietly for the day to come. From time to time, screams could be heard from outside. Cultivators were constantly being killed. No one knew what was in the imperial city. To be able to kill off so many powerful cultivators without making a sound, he had to be able to do so. Not long after Lin Feng and the others entered the courtyard, waves of gloomy and cold aura permeated the courtyard from outside. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly. A very alert cultivator couldn't help but say in a deep voice. The courtyard wasn't safe. Everyone got up and left the courtyard. When they arrived outside the courtyard, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. This was because the imperial city at night was simply too dangerous. What's that? Someone pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a ball of red light flying in their direction. Everyone looked at the ball of red light warily. However, when the ball of red light flew over, everyone finally saw what it was. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. In the red light, a cultivator covered in red hair was walking towards them. Chapter 2846. How did the Emperor of the Fallen Angel race turn into a red-furred monster? Seeing the Emperor of the Fallen Angel race walking towards them step by step, everyone could not help but feel their scalps go numb. This was simply too horrifying. How could a perfectly fine human turn into a red-furred monster? Furthermore, the cultivation of the Fallen Angel race's Emperor was so strong. Just what in the world was it that turned him into this red-furred monster? Retreat. Hurry up and retreat, a cultivator said with a trembling voice. Everyone retreated cautiously, not daring to move too quickly for fear of attracting the frenzied attacks of the Fallen Angel race's Emperor. Among the crowd, there was a Fallen Angel race cultivator. Now, someone wanted him to ask the Emperor of his race about what had happened. How could a dignified Emperor like him turn into a horrifying monster? The Fallen Angel race cultivator could not help but roll his eyes. Only someone with a screw loose would go and ask. The Fallen Angel cultivator was extremely unwilling to do so. He was worried that if he went to ask the Emperor of his race about the situation, he would be killed by a single palm strike from the Emperor. This was not an exaggeration. Right now, the Fallen Angel race's Emperor seemed to have completely lost himself. His eyes had turned blood red, shining with an incomparably demonic luster. What about the other two emperors? Did they turn into red-furred monsters as well? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. They must have experienced something inconceivable. Otherwise, there was no way they could have turned into red-furred monsters. But as for what they had experienced, no one knew. Perhaps their fighting strength is not as strong as before. Everyone, calm down. There's no need to be too afraid, a cultivator said. However, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Hence, his voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Whoosh! The Fallen Angel race's Emperor increased his speed and rushed towards the crowd. Hurry up and run! Many people cried out in fear. They did not have the courage to fight the fallen angel race's emperor at all. Everyone fled in all directions. Soon, they separated. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Some cultivators were killed by the fallen angel race's emperor who had turned into a red-furred monster. Whoosh! The fallen angel race's emperor locked onto a group of more than 10 people and chased after them. Holy **T. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He was also within this group of more than 10 people. He was locked onto by the fallen angel race's emperor. Now that the fallen angel race's emperor was chasing him, Lin Feng felt uneasy. Don't be afraid, Lin Feng said. He felt that the fallen angel race emperor was not as strong as before after turning into a red-furred monster. Are you crazy? The others couldn't help but roll their eyes. They had no intention of fighting the fallen angel race's emperor. Let. The cursed doll pointed in a direction. Lin. The great emperor of the fallen angel clan chased after the group with the most people, so he didn't chase after Lin Feng and the cursed baby. Kill. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he took out the heavenly pagoda. This emperor-level defensive treasure hovered above Lin Feng. Rays of divine light shone down, protecting Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng used the heavenly pagoda to protect his body. At the same time, he took out the stone sword and slashed at the fallen angel race's emperor. The cursed doll was responsible for casting curse arts from afar to attack the fallen angel race's emperor. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation base had improved greatly, he could barely wield the 2 stone swords. Under Lin Feng's control, the 2 stone swords danced in the void and attacked the fallen angel race's emperor. Clang clang clang, the fallen angel race's emperor was too strong. He waved his hands and swept them at Lin Feng's stone swords. A series of violent collisions rang out. Lin Feng's 2 stone swords were actually sent flying by the fallen angel race's emperor. There was no need to mention the power of the stone swords. They were abnormally terrifying. However, the fallen angel race's emperor was too strong. Therefore, Lin Feng's stone swords could not break through the fallen angel race's emperor's defense. The fallen angel race's emperor quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng's chest. After turning into a red-furred monster, the nails of the fallen angel race's emperor had become much longer. Furthermore, they were shining with a blue luster. It looked extremely sinister. However, the attack power of this claw was incomparably strong. If it were any other time, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the fallen angel race's emperor. However, the situation was different this time. This time, Lin Feng had the heavenly pagoda, an emperor-level weapon, to protect him. Although the fallen angel race's emperor's attack was extremely strong, it could not break through the heavenly pagoda's defense. 5 times dragon elephant arm. Lin Feng erupted. A terrifying power surged into his right arm. The 5 times dragon elephant arm burst forth with an unprecedented amount of power. Then, that mighty punch smashed into the fallen angel race's emperor's abdomen. Even someone as strong as the fallen angel race's emperor was sent flying after taking on such a terrifying punch from Lin Feng. Ugh! Furthermore, the fallen angel race's emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng was extremely excited. This was the first time in his life that he had beaten an emperor to the point of spitting out blood. Despicable living being, your emperor is going to kill you. After the fallen angel race's emperor was injured, he roared out furiously. Terrifying ripples were emitted from his body. Sensing the ripples that were surging out from the fallen angel race's emperor, Lin Feng's face changed. The fallen angel race's emperor was probably going to use his mystic skills now. Naturally, he and the cursed doll could not deal with the fallen angel race's emperor. Lin Feng hurriedly kept the 2 stone swords. Then, he fled into the distance with the cursed doll. There was no need to continue fighting with the fallen angel race's emperor. There was nothing to gain from it anyway. The fallen angel race's emperor chased after Lin Feng and the cursed doll relentlessly. However, he encountered other cultivators along the way. Thus, the fallen angel race's emperor gave up on Lin Feng and the cursed doll and attacked other cultivators instead. Just what kind of secret is this place hiding? To think that a great emperor would turn into a red-furred monster. Lin Feng frowned. This imperial city was simply too scary. This night was not peaceful at all. Countless people had died tragically. Fortunately, dawn had finally arrived. Let's go and take a look. Let's see if there's any demon lord's orthodoxy. Whether or not we can get it, we have to leave this place before nightfall, Lin Feng said solemnly. Chapter 2847. In the depths of the imperial city was a huge palace. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. More and more cultivators arrived and entered the palace. Inside the palace, there were rows upon rows of huge palaces. Many cultivators went to some of the palaces and opened them, hoping to find some fortuitous encounters. Lin Feng and the cursed doll also searched many palaces, but found nothing valuable in them. However, they found something in one of the main palaces. Lin Feng found a huge statue here. The statue was made of bronze and emitted an endless majesty. Is that the demon lord's statue? Quite a few cultivators were attracted to the statue, and their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment as they looked at it. If it was really the demon lord's statue, it would be too shocking. Because the demon lord's orthodoxy might also be here. Some cultivators couldn't help but walk towards the statue. Lin Feng and the cursed doll watched from afar. They didn't get close. Because the two of them had a special feeling. When they saw the statue, they couldn't help but feel panic and palpitations. This was enough to explain a lot of things. There was definitely a huge problem with that statue. The cultivators approaching the statue were also very careful. That cultivator kept getting closer to the statue, but the statue didn't seem to have any movements. Just when everyone thought that there wouldn't be any changes, the statue suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of extremely demonic eyes that shot out two rays of light. The two rays of light shot towards the cultivator approaching the statue. Faced with this sudden change, the cultivator's expression changed greatly. He quickly dodged, hoping to avoid the two rays of light that shot out from the statue. But in the end, he failed. A poochie sound was heard. The ray of light directly pierced through the cultivator's body. A loud bang was heard. The cultivator's body immediately exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, all of the blood mist was absorbed by the statue. What kind of statue is this? It's so strange. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the statue in shock. The statue had instantly killed off a cultivator with considerable strength and even devoured his flesh and soul essence. It was simply too bizarre. Many of the onlookers could not help but feel their hairs stand on end. Some of the cultivators who were originally itching to take a closer look at the statue now had uncertain expressions. "Let me," a voice came from outside. Then, a young man in a yellow robe with a crew cut walked in. After seeing this person, Lin Feng was very surprised. It was this young man with a crew cut. His origin was extremely mysterious. He had already appeared several times. The first time was when he collected the Golden Temple. The last time it appeared was when the Dragon Tomb appeared under the Dragonfire province. A great emperor had descended, but in the end, the opportunity had been obtained by this youth with a crew cut. And now, he had appeared once again. "Underworld child," a cultivator whispered, seemingly knowing the background of this young man with a crew cut. What? He was the Underworld child? Son of the Nether King? Immediately, some people were shocked. In the past, the Nether King had disappeared without a trace for no reason. At that time, the Nether King's relatives had also disappeared with him. Naturally, this included the Nether King's son. After he snatched the opportunity from a great emperor, the great emperors of the myriad races began to investigate this child's identity. They discovered that this child was related to the underworld, so they reported this information to the ancestors of the heavenly sage Great World. After some investigation, they discovered that this child was actually the son of the Nether King. Back then, the Nether King mysteriously disappeared for some reason. Now that the son of the Nether King has returned, no one knows what happened. I wonder if the Nether King is still alive in this world. With the son of the Nether King's talent, he should have become a great emperor by now. However, It seems like he hasn't cultivated to the great emperor realm yet. I guess he has been sealed for a long time and is sleeping inside the stone to prevent the passage of time from passing. This child's methods are extremely terrifying. Back then, I personally saw him withstand 3 attacks from a great emperor without being defeated. In the end, he managed to retreat. As expected of the son of the Nether King. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Many cultivators began to whisper to each other. Boom! The underworld child attacked, emitting a powerful aura from his body. Step by step, he walked toward the statue. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the statue's eyes once again and then blasted toward the underworld child. Break! The underworld child's methods were too extraordinary. His fists shook the world and shattered the sky. His pair of divine fists were simply invincible. After shattering the statue's attack, the underworld child arrived in front of the statue. With a wave of his hand, endless gloomy ghost chi surged out and directly drowned the statue. The underworld child had successfully taken the statue. So powerful. The cursed doll smacked its lips and said. Lin Feng's heart also surged with monstrous waves. The underworld child was indeed too terrifying. This person's talent was already extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, he had already cultivated to the boundary emperor realm. That was why he had such terrifying strength. Some people's eyes flickered with coldness. They wanted to attack the underworld child. Those cultivators had the advantage in numbers and wanted to use this to suppress the underworld child. Then, they wanted the underworld child to hand over the statue. However, those cultivators gave up in the end. The underworld child was simply too powerful. If they really fought, the outcome would be uncertain. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. They might even suffer a double loss. After the underworld child left, Lin Feng and the others quickly left as well. The cursed doll said, I wonder where the treasure vault is. If we can find it, we will definitely be able to obtain many treasures. Lin Feng said, many people are searching for the treasure vault. It's just that the treasure vault is hidden too deeply. A large number of cultivators were searching for the treasure vault's location. The treasure vault was very difficult to find, but it was still found in the end. Everyone rushed to the treasure vault. The treasure vault was underground and was extremely huge. When everyone entered the treasure vault, they saw mountains of various origin crystals, various refining materials, various weapons, and so on. We're rich. Many people shouted excitedly and quickly rushed to collect the treasures piled up in the treasure vault. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were also collecting the treasures in the treasure vault. Lin Feng was most interested in array formation materials and some magic treasures. Array formation materials could be used many times, and magic treasures could be used to equip an army. Therefore, Lin Feng specifically collected array formation materials and various magic treasures. Keek. Just as everyone was collecting the magic treasures in the treasure vault, suddenly, a sinister voice came from the depths of the treasure vault. That voice was sinister and ear-piercing. After hearing that voice, many people could not help but feel their hair stand on end. What the hell is that? Chapter 28:48. The blood-red mist in the depths began to roll, and a gloomy aura spread out. From within the blood-red mist, a terrifying creature flew out at high speed. This creature was too strange. Its body was a bit like a human's body, but also a bit like a bat's body. There were 2 heads in total, and both of them were incomparably ugly. One of them was a human head, while the other was a bat head. Its claws were extremely sharp and shone with a green luster. It was obvious that the bat monster's claws contained a strong poison. Is it a bat monster that cultivated into a spirit? A cultivator from the myriad races couldn't help but show a look of contempt when he saw the monster's appearance. It was just a bat monster. How strong could it be? I'll go kill this bat monster. A cultivator sneered and wanted to kill the bat monster. As long as he killed this bat monster and searched for its soul, then, he might be able to get information about the demon lord's orthodoxy from the bat monster. This cultivator's wishful thinking was quite good. He brought out a magic treasure. This magic treasure was a round wheel-type magic treasure. After the magic treasure flew out, it suddenly spun and slashed at the bat monster. The attacking cultivator wanted to rely on his magic treasure to kill the bat monster. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the bat monster's wings gently flapped. The bat monster's wings slashed at the magic treasure. A spluttering sound was heard. The magic treasure was directly torn in half. After seeing this scene, many people were shocked. The bat monster's attack was too terrifying. Even its body parts were sharper than magic treasures. It was too terrifying. The bat monster instantly arrived in front of the cultivator. The cultivator didn't even have time to react. The bat monster bit down on the cultivator's neck. Then, it suddenly sucked. The cultivator's body convulsed. Then, his body collapsed to the ground. He died on the spot. The monster's mouth was full of blood. It looked extremely bloody and terrifying. The taste is so. I wonder if any of the remaining people have a better taste. The bat monster's face was full of a sinister smile. Swoosh! He moved as fast as lightning, pouncing toward the crowd. The blood-red fog rolled and enveloped the entire warehouse. The cultivators shrouded in the blood-red mist were quickly separated by it. The bat monster's methods were terrifying. It deliberately separated everyone. Then, he would attack them one by one. Mournful cries rang out one after another as more and more cultivators were killed by the monster's attacks. The blood-red fog tumbled and separated Lin Feng from the cursed doll. The surrounding screams were so mournful that it made one's hair stand on end. As time passed, the screams gradually disappeared. Due to the fact that most of the cultivators had been killed, the number of survivors was extremely small. A cold and gloomy aura engulfed Lin Feng's entire body, causing him to involuntarily feel cold all over. Lin Feng felt that he was being targeted by something terrifying. He knew that it must be the bat monster. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but found no clues. The bat monster's methods were extremely terrifying. It could completely hide itself. Lin Feng's perception was extremely strong, but he was unable to find the bat monster's whereabouts. The bat monster's concealment methods were too shocking. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda. With this emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure protecting him, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. The heavenly mystery treasure pagoda shone down rays of divine light, protecting Lin Feng within. There was no sound. A figure appeared behind Lin Feng. Its sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Clang! The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light released by the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda. This was an emperor-level Dharma treasure. Lin Feng estimated that even if a great emperor-level expert attacked, it would not be able to break through the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda's defense in a short time. After blocking the bat monster's attack, Lin Feng turned around and threw a punch at the bat monster. The power of the five-fold Dracophant arm was completely unleashed. Back then, Lin Feng had relied on the power of the five-fold Dracophant arm to beat the fallen angel Great Emperor until he vomited blood. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. Right now, Lin Feng's physical strength was roughly equivalent to an immortal emperor's. The five-fold Dracophant arm's physical strength was countless times stronger than that of a great emperor's. Therefore, even a great emperor-level expert would not be a match for Lin Feng in a battle of physical strength. "You're courting death." The bat monster sneered at Lin Feng. Its physical body was extremely strong. Now that it saw Lin Feng using his physical body to fight against it, it was filled with disdain. Naturally, the bat monster was filled with disdain for Lin Feng. The bat monster's reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng attacked, it sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng sent the bat monster flying. Impossible! The bat monster roared in disbelief. It knew how strong its physical body was, but it was still sent flying by Lin Feng. It could not believe this. It's not injured. Lin Feng was also incomparably shocked. The five-fold Dracophant arm's power had only sent the bat monster flying, but it had not injured it. Lin Feng found this somewhat inconceivable. One had to know that even a great emperor would vomit blood after receiving such an attack from Lin Feng. Yet, the bat monster was unscathed. Its physical body was definitely stronger than an ordinary Great Emperor's. The bat monster let out a deep and sinister voice. I ate the demon lord's corpse. How can your attack hurt me? Ate the demon lord's corpse? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He did not believe a single word the bat monster said. If the bat monster had really eaten the demon lord's corpse, was that all it could do? If it had really eaten the demon lord's corpse, it could probably kill an ordinary Great Emperor in an instant. Not to mention Lin Feng. He was simply no match for the bat monster. However, that was not the case. The bat monster was indeed very terrifying, but it was not strong enough to kill a Great Emperor in an instant. Lin Feng guessed that the bat monster's strength should be very close to that of a Great Emperor. However, it had not evolved to the level of a Great Emperor yet. Believe it or not, you have angered me. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Only then will I be able to quell my anger. The bat monster let out a sinister laugh, then its body issued a catcha sound. Dense black scales appeared on the surface of the bat monster's body. Those black scales wrapped its whole body, as if it was wearing a suit of armor. The bat monster's body grew larger, and its aura was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Chapter 2849. A layer of scales appeared on the surface of the bat monster's body. In addition, the bat monster's strength had greatly increased. Naturally, Lin Feng felt that it was very difficult to deal with. When dealing with such a monster, the slightest carelessness could lead to death in the bat monster's hands. Go to hell, the bat monster laughed sinisterly and quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. Clang! Its sharp claws scratched the protective light shield. In an instant, the protective light shield vibrated violently. Lin Feng swung his fist at the bat monster. That powerful punch did not cause any damage to the bat monster at all. The bat monster's body was as if it was wearing a defensive armor. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could not break through the bat monster's defense. Cakekeek, it's useless. Wait until I break through your defense. That's when you'll die a tragic death. The bat monster let out a sinister laugh. Its attack became even more ferocious and terrifying. Its sharp claws continuously scratched the protective light shield released by the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda. The defensive power of this protective light shield was naturally extremely strong. However, it could not withstand the continuous attacks. Any defensive system constructed by magic treasures would gradually be broken through under continuous attacks. That was why it was said that wild dogs could hunt lions. Ants could bite an elephant to death. In fact, this was the truth. If the battle continued like this, Lin Feng would not be able to break through the bat monster's defense. Such a battle would definitely be extremely disadvantageous for him. At this critical moment, the cursed doll snuck up behind the bat monster without making a sound. The cursed doll raised its right hand, and a terrifying power swirled around its fingertips. It was unknown what kind of power was condensed from the power of the god art. The cursed doll's finger pointed directly at the bat monster. Although the cursed doll hid very well, the bat monster was too powerful. It still sensed the cursed doll's appearance. It moved horizontally to the left. With the bat monster's cultivation level, it had a high chance of dodging the cursed doll's attack. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. As he saw the cursed doll appear, Lin Feng first activated the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. He directly split himself into 3. Then, he stacked the 9 types of domineering aura together and turned it into a powerful magnetic field. The magnetic field's confinement power was too strong. After the 9 types of magnetic fields were stacked together, it instantly enveloped the bat monster. Therefore, the bat monster's plan of teleporting out and dodging the cursed doll's attack failed. The cursed doll's attack landed on the bat monster's head. The strange power around the cursed doll's finger surged into the bat monster's mind. Ah! The bat monster let out an incomparably shrill scream. After suffering the cursed doll's terrifying attack, the bat monster's body was severely injured. To be precise, its soul was very likely severely injured. After the cursed doll launched this attack, It almost fell to the ground from mid-air. This attack had consumed a lot of its energy. Kill. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and held it tightly with both hands. Then, with a loud roar, the stone sword in his hand stabbed fiercely at the bat monster's chest. There was a puff. The stone sword's power was extraordinary. It directly pierced through the bat monster's body. The bat monster was continuously injured. The powerful magic power in its body began to rapidly deplete. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. It was actually not dead yet. Lin Feng took out the second stone sword. Holding the sword with one hand, he was about to cut off the bat monster's head. At this moment, the bat monster suddenly roared, "Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, the Devil Lord's inheritance is yours." Hearing the bat monster's words, Lin Feng quickly stopped. He used the 8 divine seals to seal the bat monster's magic power. Then, he looked at the bat monster coldly and said, "Do you know where the Devil Lord's inheritance is?" The bat monster said, "Yes, of course I know. I can bring you in." Lin Feng pulled out the stone sword from the bat monster's chest. The bat monster's body directly fell to the ground. At this moment, the bat monster looked extremely weak. "Don't play dead. Hurry up and get up," the cursed doll said. The bat monster smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't stand up. Let me rest for a while." Lin Feng said, "Let him rest. Anyway, I've already sealed him. I'm not afraid of him playing any tricks. Let's quickly collect the treasures in the treasury." The cursed doll nodded. Together with Lin Feng, the entire treasury was emptied. All kinds of treasures were piled up like mountains. This time's harvest made Lin Feng extremely happy. This was because he had collected no less than 1,000,000 high-grade treasures. In the mountain river ring, those treasures were piled up as high as several mountains. A dragon sect cultivator was rewarded with 2 treasures. They were enough to equip an elite cultivator army of 500,000 people. Once chaos arrived, such elites would play a crucial role. "Bring us to the place where the Devil Lord's inheritance is." Lin Feng looked at the bat monster. "Follow me," the bat monster said. Then, it walked inside. In the deepest part of the treasury, there was a strange pattern. These strange patterns branded on the walls could be moved. The bat monster began to rearrange these patterns. Soon, the patterns were rearranged. Rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises could be heard. The walls parted, and a passage appeared. The bat monster took the lead and entered. Then, Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed. After the 3 of them entered, the walls closed again. The bat monster led the way while Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed behind it. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked the bat monster. "Tombkeeper," the bat monster said. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the bat monster's true identity to be a tombkeeper. Could it be guarding the Devil Lord's tomb? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng asked, "Are you guarding the Devil Lord's tomb?" "Yes," the bat monster said. The cursed doll immediately became excited. It shouted, "The Devil Lord's tomb. This is great. If I can devour the aura of death accumulated in the Devil Lord's corpse, how many levels will my cultivation level increase?" Lin Feng was also very excited. The Devil Lord's tomb was here. Based on the information revealed by the bat monster, the Devil Lord's inheritance should be here as well. He wondered if the Devil Lord's treasure was here as well. Chapter 2850. Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed the bat monster to the end of the passageway. There was a huge stone chamber there, and a coffin was placed in the middle of the stone chamber. When they saw the coffin, Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked extremely excited. Of course, they did not act rashly. How could a coffin that buried a demon lord be underestimated? They had to be careful. If they were not careful, they might die under the demon lord's might. Which demon lord's corpse is this? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Of the 9 demon lords, Lin Feng had come into contact with 2 of them. Previously, he had also obtained a mysterious chant passed down by one of the demon lords. He was still in the process of comprehending it, but he had not been able to figure out what the chant meant. Of course, Lin Feng believed that with his comprehension, he would be able to figure out the secret contained in the chant sooner or later. Now that he was about to come into contact with another demon lord, he could not help but feel excited and excited. The demon lord's identity is very mysterious. When it was passed down to my generation, no one told me which demon lord it was, the bat monster said. How interesting. As a tombkeeper, you can even forget who you are guarding. Today, I have learned something new, Lin Feng said with a sneer. The cursed doll looked at the bat monster and said, "You go open the coffin. We will stay here and watch." The cursed doll was more careful. It was worried that something would go wrong, so it let the bat monster go. The bat monster nodded and did not refuse the cursed doll. It walked towards the coffin and soon arrived in front of it. Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at the bat monster. They guessed that it would not dare to play any tricks. If it dared to play any tricks at this time, Lin Feng did not mind giving the bat monster another slash and sending it to the next world. The bat monster began to open the coffin. There were many nails on the coffin. The bat monster pried those nails off one by one. When all the nails were pried off, the bat monster began to open the coffin lid. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The coffin lid was very heavy. However, the bat monster was gradually pushed away. After the coffin was pushed open, Lin Feng and the cursed doll walked towards the coffin. However, they realized that the coffin was empty. There was only a piece of clothing inside. This was the so-called cenotaph. Lin Feng had heard the immeasurable Daoist mention the cenotaph before. If the body could not be found in the tomb, a piece of clothing would be used to replace the body for burial. This was the so-called cenotaph. The coffin is actually empty. Where is the Devil Lord's corpse? The cursed doll roared in exasperation. It still wanted to devour the death chi in the demon lord's corpse to increase its cultivation. But now, he hadn't even seen the demon lord's corpse, let alone devouring the death energy in the demon lord's corpse. This made the cursed doll extremely angry. It felt that the bat monster was lying to it and Lin Feng. The bat monster said, "I've never seen the Devil Lord's body. Although it's rumored that the Devil Lord is buried here, it's just a rumor, so it's normal that we haven't found the Devil Lord's body." Lin Feng sneered. "Earlier, you kept saying that the Demon Lord's legacy was here. So, you were just messing with us?" Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and held it in his hand. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Of course not. The Demon Lord's legacy is really here. There is something else in the cenotaph. There is one more thing," the bat monster hurriedly said. Then, it removed the piece of clothing from the coffin, revealing a small piece of pitch-black bone to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the small piece of bone, he felt his arm begin to heat up again. The ancient devil ring imprinted on his arm began to fluctuate. This puzzled Lin Feng. This was not the first time the ancient devil ring had fluctuated. Could it be that the ancient devil ring was somehow related to the mysterious demon lord? The ancient devil ring was too mysterious. However, Lin Feng still did not have the ability to explore the secrets hidden within the ancient devil ring. He had to admit that this was a pity. He could only continue to raise his cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, he could explore the various secrets hidden within the ancient devil ring. Whose bone is this? Could it be the demon lord's bone? The cursed doll looked at the small piece of bone in shock. It is very likely the demon lord's bone. There are runes on it, and the aura of the great Tao lingers around it. It must contain the demon lord's legacy, the bat monster said. The cursed doll tried to collect the bone. However, the bone emitted a terrifying demonic aura that sent both the cursed doll and the bat monster flying. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared all over the cursed doll's body. It was nearly shattered by the demonic aura that had just surged out. The bat monster's situation was not much better. The bat monster coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Many of its bones were broken. Together with the cursed doll, it fell to the ground and cried out in pain. F***ck, why are you the only one who is fine? The cursed doll got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng enviously. He was almost shocked to death by that small piece of bone. But Lin Feng, who was next to him, was completely fine. It was true that comparing people to each other was like comparing goods to goods. Lin Feng said, "Maybe it's because my character is better." The cursed doll rolled its eyes. Naturally, it did not believe Lin Feng's words. It said, "Is there something on you that is protecting you? Or is there something on you that is related to this small piece of bone?" The cursed doll's guess was spot on. Lin Feng knew that he was fine because of the ancient devil ring. However, the ancient devil ring was a secret. Lin Feng would not tell the cursed doll about it. Although he had been getting along well with the cursed doll, it was difficult to guess its thoughts. Moreover, the cursed doll was extremely cunning. Lin Feng did not know if it had opened its heart to Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng could not reveal everything to the cursed doll. Lin Feng said, "I have a mountain of things on me. As for what is protecting me, I don't know." The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. However, since Lin Feng said so, it could not refute Lin Feng. Therefore, it did not say anything else. Lin Feng reached out to grab the piece of bone. The piece of bone floated into the air on its own and emitted a power that could distort time and space. Lin Feng was blocked and could not get close. "You belong to me. I will inherit the Demon Lord's legacy. Everything is predestined. Isn't that the case?"